I started playing PUBG 8 years ago, just to pass time in school. What made me come back to the game was the friendships I made and the memories I created. 4 years later, me starting on my competitive career, the way I got into it was from people playing PMGC the first year and actually realizing you could actually win a lot of money in this game. Winning PMAC was a big milestone already for me because it's a big tournament in Africa, and knowing that you qualified to PMGC is probably one of the biggest goals in this game. For the fall global this year in 2026, what excites me the most is that what PUBG Mobile Africa has given us, 4 opportunities to qualify to 4 globals. I think that's any kind of professional player's dream, is to go to 4 globals a year, and that's what excites me the most and gives me more passion to try to improve myself as a player. What I am working on now for the next PUBG Mobile global stage is trying to better my gun skills to be as good as the people on the global stage. What makes PUBG Mobile different from other games? I think it's realistic, the way you move or the way you need to position yourself. Other games you have to like do the certain amount of things. So I think this makes it a bit more realistic, and I think that's why people play it. Playing PUBG Mobile 8 years ago, the difference between then and now, I would say then I didn't know much of the game, but now I probably would say I know at least something from the game. I just want to say thank you for bringing this amazing game out and the opportunities you give to players to improve themselves and to just make memories. Happy birthday, PUBG Mobile.
And maybe waste a whole game of training. But of course, that's all up to them. But
noticing a trend, I think I did, PTK also mentioned it, about having to reach this position, but T27 with a sight line and a half there, immediately legend. All-stars, like we said, very solid in Rondo. Yuri is going to try again. Ooh, that's a nice shot from Temper. Tries to go for the second. Yuri, in hand, never fails. Too close for comfort. Close quarters combat.
just yet they're still making their rotations around the game. They're looking for that safe place to be in. They've probably even been what?
On themselves to cause chaos, to cause a little bit of turmoil between those two sides. Up to the guys from UAE to be on the siege. Mariah is turning every.
But Maria is not stopping. She keeps on spraying. The grenades are launched as well.
But unfortunately, Mariah was not able to carry, and now it's a Viking finish as the guys from UAE somehow have made their way into the zone. Yet it's retro exposed. Goblin seeks him out, gets him knocked away. Will he go for the pick up? Goblin, he's gobbling him up one after the other. They will favorable for Temper right now. Team BERSERK, 15 eliminations potential.
Even in Rondo, people are just taking their time. But now everyone is moving around and team to save his teammates. Keeps getting closer as well. Adrian trying to do a number with the shotgun. Back to the live stream and actually judge themselves. Like, look at what? Yet, but they're trying their best to survive. Breezy Sports, they're stopping MTX from doing anything, and just like that,
but they've learned now the hard way. Seems to immediately getting the overhand as the grenade flies through. Another one
being spotted. But of course now Temper 6 got last player standing. Nice grenade. Almost got a pre-nade on. They've been able to be spotted here, and their position is no longer safe. Trying to go for
but that they wanted to find a way around there to make him all. That's a nice spray from 15. He gets an angle 9 and it is all about if T21 is going to be a thorn in their side, and it looks like he is. First close on Metro getting knocked away, and T21 is the one that has caused chaos here. He has been down with the quick press, but that is the open space that you're looking for. He has been spotted, and they will they're getting caught out on movement, on transition. When they are trying to make the play, they get caught out.
But they make it out of their own time. That maybe would have been lethal, but the spray from Mirka will be.
We did see Temper get eliminated earlier on. We are in phase 3 of it to be very, very hard not to crack. He's fighting on 2 fronts, but he does have his teammates supposed
to. More utilities trying to get something to work with the sport. The players are 8 bit.
Almost turning around, but that will be the opportunity if we're looking for to reach into the position immediately. immediately, and the All-Stars will.
These spotted the sprays are really doing good there. Tweedy is on fire. They're both cooking, and all happened. But for Team BERSERK, that rotation will not be happening. Reach, of course, will be
At the time, but now here it comes. The plays are not favorable, and immediately Frosty is getting flung into the corner as well. But Thanos is trying to do something here. He's trying to launch that, and Frosty again reduces the temperature with a glacy M4 side and side. He's trying to make something happen there. Snowman getting to spray a couple more shots, but
to get something going for his MVP. Ragnar, there goes it.
Phase 1 is not too favorable. We are in phase 3. A couple of seconds before moving to phase 4 and had no idea. Getting himself knocked away there, getting him charging up. The grenade is launched and he might knock his teammate instead.
Moving on to the 4th phase, and the 6th game it is taken on a 5 temper. They have been pushed there, and Nobreno will be getting that knock in this lobby right now. Yuri is feeling that pain, he's feeling that pressure.
They can't find a way around, getting more points in the last 2 games. He's going to get a little passing find a way around Master. Have to settle back there, but Ultra 6 adding more.
In that 3rd game, and now we're in the 4th game, and it seems like it's impossible because Reese Esports are planned, and they're losing numbers on the one. Zane, they have been pushed by Nobreno, but he knocks him off there. They want to get closer. They have been spotted. Respect. Let's get the damage there on, and Mancho, he's spotted another player 15. He gets knocked off that buggy, and are trying to get some teammates as well. They do have a team closing in. Team MVP, they need to close in as well. Most of the teams are maintaining their position. Shivo, picking up a grenade. Look, Kiki Blinders finally encounter MVP. Clips is already down. Adrian, he needs to do something.
Furious surely has a sideline on their position, but he is going to be spotted out and he's exposed. And he came and get Clips all the way back up. And the Ant trying to circle back, but Pappy has them dialed in. And Pappy
finish the game for them. They can easily let him cause some havoc on Jewels. The Worlds are not looking good if you ask me.
The Worlds are not looking great. The 2 All-Stars, somehow they always
They haven't been able to survive that fight against UAE.
Ooh. Well, that is a dangerous play. The guys, even when it doesn't work, you can still tell what he tried to do. I gotta respect it for that.
Their plan would have actually worked. Oh no, going away from 44K.
Give things a little bit of an interesting turn of events here, but we will see for the most part how it starts to churn out here. But GF Academy trying to deal with the guy from Novex. Immediately Omar gets the angle there, gets the first one dropped. So man, oh, what a
goes down, and now Rizzy Sports need to take advantage of this before the teammates get closer. Beautiful jump.
well, peeks inside, gets a couple of more knocks to deal through there, but Team BERSERK, they're not stepping away. Take a look at the angles that they have. I mean, Team BERSERK.
And they're trying to also block him in the zone here. They have 44K on their side, and Goblin is in it. He gets 2 players knocked immediately with that UMP, and last.
How far can he go though, being the last player for Team BERSERK, and somehow he tries to go up to the other side. It's a 1v1 potential trade-off here. Zane tried to trade it off again with the UMP. But get Momsy is already putting the work in. Sprays to follow through with the M416. Kingpin to follow through. That's 2 bodies in the center. Service forward. That's a big, large drop.
Standing from his team, and I guess we can just tell him now before it's too late. GG's. Not yet. He takes on 1 player from the medium 6, takes him back to lobby. Grenades have been launched, at least 2 or 3. Another
get knocked away as well. Zane capitalizing on this. Like I said, they're playing as 2, but they're by.
The time has come. Be the #1 for Africa.
Wrong buttons over here, but what's up everyone? Welcome. It is time for us to get ready to move on into the big day. The final day of the South African finals is here. It's going to be an absolutely jam-packed day filled with a lot of insanity and a lot of crazy PUBG mobile plays, of course, as you know by now. My name is DK. Right next to me, of course, is none other than Youngblood himself, and he's going to be accompanying me today to take you through all the insane, crazy action that we are going to be witnessing here. Youngblood, big question. Are you feeling good today? Are you ready for what is about to hit this battlefield?
I am absolutely insanely slaughtered. Yesterday was amazing. I'm excited to see everything that will be transpiring today. You know, let's get ready to rumble. Let's get ready to dive into the rumbles because the moment has come. South Africa, this is the final day of the PMNC. You know, teams have to be on the front line if it's getting those eliminations. You know, Team BERSERK, that is one of the teams that we need to be watching out for. Are they really going to maintain that top spot? That is the question right now, DK.
Yeah, that is going to be a big thing that we are going to be looking at here today. But of course, we'll be hopping into those overall standings in a short while to take a look at where the teams find themselves coming into today. But based on what we've seen already so far, right? A few teams, they've been having a pretty decent run. Other teams, they've been having a little bit more of a challenging go at that first day of play. What I'm hoping to see today is to see the teams that are potentially within reach to get into the qualification slots, right, to really ramp up that gameplay. But of course, for the teams that I feel are currently sitting just outside of that, I want to see them also just kind of blow us away with their gameplay, right? Is there a world in which, if they really perform like absolute legends, that we could see them get into that top 4? They could maybe get very close to it, right? Are they going to be able to make it all the way in? That is going to rely quite heavily on how they approach today here. So we have spoken in a previous broadcast about like what kind of the mentality is for the teams coming into today and kind of what that approach needs to be. For today, though, it has to be focus, focus, focus. Because as we know, we've worked our way through the qualifiers. We've worked through the group stage. Now we are heading towards that road to PMGO, right? We are playing through these finals to see who is going to be making it into that next spot. And of course, for South Africa, there's only 4 slots available. 4 seats. That is it. So the top 4 teams get to face up against the players from Team X-Force Rejects to compete in that PUBG Mobile Global Open Africa Final. So there's going to be a lot at stake, and of course a brand spanking new prize pool that is going to be coming in especially just for that. So the teams, they have a lot of work ahead of them today. This is probably going to be the most grueling 6 matches that they're going to have to play here because there's so much at stake. There's prize pool at stake, there's those 4 slots at stake, and all that pressure is just riding on their shoulders here.
And you know, when it comes to that prize pool, you know, the prize pool is important, but I think at the moment what is more important is that road to PMGO. But you know what? Let's look at that prize pool because 22,000 USD is quite crazy. And for the PMNC South Africa, 3,000 USD is what is on the line today. So whatever spot that your team will be able to make it at or at the SIG game, that is what will determine the kind of loot that they will be working out with. PMNC Kenya, Nigeria, and finally the World Cup, the prize pool well distributed to make things a little bit more fun, you know? You just love to see fun things, not just the serious part, you know, like make these more competitive. And for Africa, this is one of the key moments to look out for. On the PMGO, we have 10,000 USDs, which is quite crazy. You know, I talked about the ranks, and this is why they're important. You know, after the 6th game, each and every team will know where they stand, and there's quite some difference when it comes to that prize pool distribution, with number 1 getting that 800 USD. It's quite crazy. More than 200 USD difference between the number 1 and the number 2, close to 300. We have the number 3 with the 350. So the slots, the ranks will be very important. And finally, the number 16 with the 20 USD. But what we're looking out for is that MVP prize pool, 200 USD. I think DK, being MVP is at most like better than being number 4. You know, as a solo 200 USD for just you is quite crazy. But the PMGO, that's what's important, and the MVP will be looking to get quite some loot in that prize pool.
Yeah, there's going to be a good opportunity for an extra little share in the action here to come in. But of course, as we know, right, aside from our teams walking away with their share of this prize pool, there's also going to be a way to ensure that they can get their hands on that. That is going to be through utilizing the tried and tested point structure that we have. You can see that first place being worth 10 points, working its way all the way down to where 9th to 16th is not going to award them any points, but they can still look to make up for that by locking in eliminations. Each elimination does award them 1 additional point. And of course, in case of tiebreakers, we can see the tiebreaker rules right there. So first we order it according to how many winner chicken dinners they have, then the placement points, then the elimination points. And if all of that is still exactly the same, then we are going to take a look at how they placed in the previous match, right? So every single game that you play here, you will have to try and play your absolute best, because as we know, there could be tiebreakers at stake here. There could be so many different things, as well as those 4 seats making it through to the next phase. So quite a bit for our squads here to play for, quite a bit of pressure building on their shoulders. And as we know, it all comes down to this, right? This is where we get to see who can keep their cool all the way to that finish line, because it's not going to be over until we hit match number 6. So an absolutely action-packed day laying in wait here for us. But of course, aside from the point structure, there are some other things that we need to take a quick little bit of a gander at as well to see what these teams will have to work with. Of course, we know we've got map rotations, we've got all our participating teams in here as well. Everybody that we saw yesterday are going to be stepping out on the field yet again. Now, you mentioned this earlier, Team BERSERK, the team sitting currently at the top of the leaderboard. They've been having a pretty decent run, of course, securing themselves a very consistent performance, right? Novex also right there, hard on their heels, also not too much to scoff at that point either. But then the big question comes in is who else will be able to not only secure themselves those winner chicken dinners, but potentially come knocking on that door for the top 4, right? We are going to be taking a look at those scores momentarily to get an idea as to where these teams are. But an interesting thing that we saw yesterday was that Delirium 6, right? They got their hands on a big fat juicy winner chicken dinner. But that was pretty much it for them for the day, right? And it's an interesting pacing for me, because I was like, where is this going? Because they stepped up, had a bit of a bumpy start to the day, and then they got the winner chicken dinner, and then they're like, yeah, it's chill, you know, we will just keep going. And that's a problem, because, you know, aside from yesterday, they only have today left to lock in those points.
Yo, just 6 maps. I don't know if they'll be able to do something similar to yesterday, or they are going to be upping their odds. Because yesterday, I think the Delirium 6 is the only team that has a chicken dinner, not within that top 6 range. And getting a chicken dinner, getting all those points, that's crazy for Delirium 6. But consistency is what is required. If they are consistent enough, maybe get that chicken dinner, even though the other games they not be able to get that chicken dinner, maybe try and balance all the points in all the remaining 5 games. I think they stand a chance to get in that top 4, maybe even the top 2. You never know. You know, a chicken dinner does wonders. And for yesterday, the games were very gruesome. They were very competitive. And this is how it unpacked in the rankings. We are the NTX with only 3 points. I think that's so crazy. 3 points in 6 games.
Yeah.
In the finals, that gives you the magnitude of how prepared the teams are. You know, we have teams that are very well prepared, and then we have these, and you might also be well prepared, but then the game does not favor you at all. So not meaning that the NTX, they are not good at what they do. They know what they're doing. It's just that they started on a very, very rough day. Maybe today is the day of reckoning. Goof Academy also falling suit. And this was the Delirium 6 chicken dinner. They have 24 points. But I'm trying to make calculations right. You know, if they got a chicken dinner that is 10 points, they have the 9 elims, that is quite some good points. So that means that they performed very well, as we saw yesterday, in one game. But then the rest of the game was just a lot of butchery. Hopefully today the odds will be stacked towards their end. They can be able to do something, but it's quite crazy. It's quite crazy. They have to do a lot. Consistency required. And for the chicken dinner holders that made it to the top 6, as you can see, Rizzy Sports, Accelerate, Team MVP, Novex, Team BERSERK. But you know, DK, I think Accelerate has some very, very high odds of getting to the top 4. But do you think the 44A esports are going to let them have that chance?
I don't really know, but you gotta give some respect over to 44K because they are holding on that fourth place with not a single chicken dinner to their name, right? So they are rubbing shoulders with the other teams surrounding them and still providing an absolutely stand-up performance. So I think there's going to be a lot to look forward to here. Realistically, I think anybody on this page has an opportunity to get into the top 4. So 44K, they're going to have their hands full today, right? Accelerate 2 points away. So you can see Riz only 1 additional point away from that. And when you keep on moving down to the All-Stars over in that 8th position with 35 points. Is it going to be easy for All-Stars to catch? No, right? They're going to have to really focus up, I would say, for a minimum of 2 games. They need to try and get that winner chicken dinner on at least 2 games or play exceptionally well, right? Get double-digit scoring to get them closer to that top 4. And from there on, moving further, it would, of course, be a lot easier. But as we saw the teams over on that bottom page, if they have 3 phenomenal games and then they maintain that consistency for the remainder of the day, there might be some semblance of a drop of hope for them to maybe contest for the top 4. But based on what the teams have been able to accomplish this yesterday, I think to some extent our top 8 might kind of be set, right? Is it going to be impossible for anybody else to catch them? No, but it's going to require absolute focus. So that's what I want to see from our teams that are going to try and push this ranking board as hard as they can, right? But speaking of which, though, we are going to be hopping into a few additional graphics just to take us through everything in preparation, right? So BERSERK, as you can see, they've been performing quite consistently with Goblin and Sphinx holding quite steady up there in the top 2 overall top player spots. But then we do see 015 coming through there from Novex. We do see Respect from Accelerate, as well as Ragnar all the way from Riz Esports. So the players themselves showing us that they can still pack quite a bit of a punch. But Youngblood, I think we have to see a lot more of this consistency across the board, right? The teams that want to make it, they know what they need to do. They have to play like absolute goats. If they don't play like that, I don't think they're going to get close enough. They won't be allowing themselves the opportunity to contest for that top 4 slot.
Yeah, that is true. They have to play with that consistency. And for Goblin, he reminds me of another player from, I think that was BGMI. Yeah, Goblin, that guy is pretty amazing and living up to the name with 21 eliminations. I think that guy just averaged a close to 4 KD per game. So each and every game that he was participating, like let's say the first game, this guy assured of 4 eliminations plus. And taking that number 1 and number 2, they're looking to clinch all the top spots when it comes to the team overall standing and the MVP, which is quite important. And if they're able to clinch all of that, that is close to $1,000 for their loot. The Riz Esports also good, but I'm so shocked I'm not seeing the Riz Esports. Not only the Riz, I'm talking about the Tempers. With Tempers running high down, I remember in the PMEC they were there setting up the names, and this is how we are going to be playing today with the match number 7, starting off with the Rat Rondo, which has that recall system, quite incredible, with that trio dose of Erangel, then finally that duo dose of Miramar. But I think the first map is where the real action is, and any team that is able to set the standards in the game number 1, that's Rondo, they can be able to have that clean advantage when it comes to Erangel, and then finally Miramar. So most of the times, you know, I've seen teams dominating the first game, but then the second game, they are not that good. I don't understand why this decay happens, because why would you take a chicken dinner the first game, then the second game you get eliminated first? Is this overconfidence or what is really happening?
It's just true PUBG fashion, right? It happens more times than you would think, right? The team has a phenomenal match, and then the next game, sometimes we get them be the first team to make their way back into the lobby. So it happens. It's a little bit of that RNG, but, you know, that is kind of just the way that we've seen it all play out. But I am excited to see what Rondo is going to bring for our squads and how everybody is going to look to perform through that. And of course, you can share your thoughts as well over on social media. Hit up the QR code if you don't feel like typing everything in and searching. It'll make it so easy for you. Of course, if you're watching it, you might be joining us here on Discord. Oh, I say Discord, on YouTube already. But either which way, Looking at where we're going, right, we're heading over into Rondo for our very first match of the day, and we'll see that counter start very, very soon. But this is where things could get quite interesting, right? Because if we look at the teams that are trying to get themselves into the top 4 position, right, we start to take a look at how teams have been performing historically on this map, right? And so far from what we've seen in this event, Temper, when it comes to Rondo, they are the top performing squad, right? They sit with an average of about 20 points that they've been able to secure on Rondo. Now, of course, that is inclusive of what we've seen in group stages. But I want to see if they can keep that same kind of consistency going, right? We do see Riz Esports also being one of those strong teams that perform very consistently when it comes to this map. So if there's an opportunity for them to try and potentially maybe upset a few things, this would be the match for them to do that, right? Berserk, I would say rather than coming in taking a strong 3rd place, followed by 44k. So there's a lot of competition for these teams to try and change up the position, right? Berserk, they have a very comfortable spot to start off the day. They do have a 20-point lead as well. And of course, we are live on Twitter as well. Interesting thing that. Hello, Twitter. Good to see you. Speaking of which, here comes Rondo, as we are going to get ready to drop right on in. Looking at that flight path, unfortunately, we don't have a double flight path coming in on this one, but we are going to be making our way, starting on that far southern side. Oh, I think we do have a double one.
We do have.
Yes.
It's just we are seeing one plane pad. We have the one that is coming from the northern part, and then you have the south side one. As you can see, I think we're going to be having quite some clashes at the test track. So that will be one of the points where these planes will be meeting up, and potentially, and we're going to see some fights unravel. So the problem with these double flights is one. You may think that you're the first team at a place. You see, like the test track, like Goofa, let's say they try to go to test track. They might think that they're the first team, but unfortunately, you find like 5 teams, and the chances of survival, they become 0. But anywho, let's see how these teams will be approaching this game. Rondo, finally,
Yes, sir.
will the Tempers be able to set the tempo? Or are we going to be seeing new champions when it comes to these Rondo domination?
Yeah, that's going to be a good question to have answered pretty soon. I like the fact that we did have a flying backwards plane just backing off from where that zone is going to be pulling us towards as we are moving up in towards that northern position. So this is going to be an interesting play, especially looking at that river that we have for the teams to try and manage and work their way on through. But starting us off with some early action here is going to be none other than Berserk, right? Current leaders there holding on to a beautiful position. Now Sphinx, one of our MVP contenders, looking to go toe-to-toe here with Spec. Quick little cheeky trade over the top. There we go. No respect going over to Spec over there, as instead they'll get taken right on down. 8-bit off to a pretty tough start. They still at least have that player left that could revive the entirety of the squad, bring them all back into contention here. But it is going to require a very tactful approach, I would say, for them. Let's see whether or not we'll see those numbers bounce back up. In the meantime, it's going to be the All-Stars also looking to bring in a little bit of their own contention here, as Yulin is going to be the hot spot for the time being. Interesting, though, to see Sphinx taking this taking such a confident push, right? Pretty solo there. Looking at Ogre, that health bar was pretty scary as well.
But I think I know why Sphinx is doing that. It's a competition between him and Goblin to take that MVP. Rondo has that opportunity of you to get a lot of eliminations, but unfortunately, Sphinxy, the odds have just been reduced because he has just been eliminated. But for these MVPs, it will just have to be bravery on their side. They have to be confident when they're making those push, because that's the only way. But Goblin still has a chance to increase that lead and potentially lock in. And quite a good nade by Riza Haki, and quite a good finish. We don't get a lot of nade eliminations so much. When it comes to Rondo, those 1v1s are the most. Those 1v1s, but seeing a player take on a 1v1 with a nade, the player was just there from the NX. He was there. The guy could have just pushed him, but he got the confidence, cook up the nade, and go for that knock, and potentially get that one more point for his team.
Yeah. I'm curious whether or not Clutch is going to look to step it up a little bit here today. I mean, we did see what Clutch was doing all the way back in the group stages, but, you know, that only shows us a little bit. Let's see what the approach is going to be after this first game. Rondo being that game in which the teams can look to accumulate an absolute bucket load of elimination. Speaking of which, though, did you see that feed now lighting up quite a bit? The All-Stars now already having one of their players getting knocked on down. 44K also going to be feeling that heat. We have grenades starting to fly across the way. Delirium 6. Are they going to look to get more than just that one winner chicken dinner that we saw from them yesterday, right? Is Rondo going to be the game in which we can see them really piece the puzzle together, go for gold, and try to get themselves closer towards that big position, right? Try to push up all the way into that top 8, at least at the start of the day. Looking at the points, it's going to be a pretty tall order, but as we know, Rondo here, Youngblood, is where the teams can look to do a lot of that. I like this look for Peaky Blinders, though. The player cards, right? They really look like they're taking this Peaky Blinders thing to the full extent.
Yeah, true. Using the 45 ACPs, which the Peaky Blinders love so much in that Thompson, they play already with the UMP, but the odds are still not stacked on the end because they just received one nade that almost took them out. But the table is turning, and already the top 4 eliminations, BERSERK and 44, they are currently leading in terms of those eliminations. But it's still very, very early to judge. Pino are pushing the risk. Quite a game, but unfortunately eliminated. Peaky Blinders still picking and putting those blinders on those Reed Esports. GG's.
Yeah, big GG's indeed. But we are far from seeing our first team getting wiped off the map just yet. For the time being, Dead pretty close to it, though. Bo could still potentially come in with a bit of a save here. The rest of the team, of course, now still up and in fighting form. But what is going to happen here? Will we see Bo potentially close this one out? Ooh. Pressure building up. Can he alleviate a little bit of some of that? The answer, unfortunately, for the time being is no. But there is still those recalls. So they are not in any immediate danger, right? The team, of course, is going to look to bounce on back. We do, however, say goodbye to NTX as they go out in 16th position with those 2 eliminations to their name. Unfortunate to have that happen, but it needs to come through at some point. Kingpin, though, also not going to be looking to step into the fire here as he finds himself absolutely surrounded by Temper. Temper, of course, as we said, right, they are pretty consistent when it comes to the map of Rondo. But can they lock in? Can they get those points and just keep on pushing? I mean, they are just a few points shy of that top 4 slot. So far, it seems like they're pretty on the money here.
Yeah, they're going all in. That was Accelerate, and they're actually one of the biggest teams in this roster. And seeing how Tempers are able to maintain their tempers, but still increase the tempo of the game is just quite insane. With their best map, their favorite, they're looking to find that chill spot and ultimately get that top 4 very, very well. You know, they were in number 7, but the way the odds are stacked, they might be getting quite some points in this game. And I kind of feel sorry for NTX because they have only 5 points. Yesterday they got the 3. Right now they have 2 points, but it's an improvement because yesterday in 6 games they were able to get 3. Right now in 1 game, they were able to get 2 points. So they have very much done more than 3/4 of what they did yesterday.
Yeah, they were able to secure 2/3 of the entire day's points in 1 single match so far. It sounds incredible. It sounds like they've, you know, achieved a big feat. They have improved their points, but we need to see more of that, right? So I'm curious to see how they are going to look to kind of approach the upcoming Erangels and, of course, that Murmur as well. But for the time being, we are going to be hopping into our phase number next as we move in. Ooh, it's not going to be moving too fast. Stadium and Test Track still being well within play here. Now, this, I think, Youngblood is going to create rather a very interesting setup for our squads here, right? Because see Clips coming through there with the rest of the MVP squad. We know Clips was absolutely popping off in prior days. So how is this one going to pan out, right? MVP, of course, as we saw, currently sat in that third place. Are they going to look to push for second? Can they potentially maybe dethrone the players there from Novex? Or is Novex going to show them how it's done? Speaking of which, though, 44K getting their hands on that loot crate as well. So a nice little bit of a boost there to the loadout.
Yeah, nice little boost as they take that loadout from the drop. And as we have seen, we have 44K approaching the central zone from the north side. We also have a Shelby 6 trying to take the southern portion. Tempers still in the blue. And that central approach will white. It might be going against the Reese Esports because they are at the epicenter of attraction of all the teams, because all the teams are trying to push, trying to hold that central position. But the Reese Esports, they are already there. So we might have a ruckus at this particular juncture, but it's still very, very early as the undisputed. They still want that top 4. And the top 4 is quite very difficult to even get. In the EMP zone, BERSERK, and our players dropping one by one. And we're not having fights at the moment with 59 players remaining at stage number 2. You know, stage number 3 in like 1 minute. And this is going to be a show that everyone is going to be locking in. And if you are watching the stream, don't forget, this team needs your support. You need to write, just write the name of your team so that at least if they are watching, they may feel that you guys are there with them, standing with them as they are trying to clinch that PMGO position.
Yep, it is. They need all the support they can get. Speaking about which, though, up comes Papi. Oh, popping off, gets the shotty in, and down goes Ayan, adding even more now to the overall tally. I like what these teams are doing, looking to try and keep the heat as high as they can, right? Continuously rolling with the pressure here. Speaking about pressure, though, Bamboo is going to be nice and quiet, at least here for the side of Novex, right? Nobody really knocking on their door. And I think overall that's a pretty decent setup for them, right? Because they've got those hills right behind them where we do see the players from 44K now starting to move in from. But they're not too close to cause any potential threats for them, at least not right now. So Novex, they can focus forward. Maybe find themselves a bit of an opportunity as we're about to hit that stage number 3. UAE, though, undisputed all the way up in the north, up in the blue, still looking for their pathing forward. They better get, they better get there soon because this blue damage is going to start to ramp up quite a bit now.
I don't understand why the undisputed are still in the blue. I think this is going to put up quite some damage. And I don't know if this is an advantage to play in the blue up to stage 4. We are hoping to see what that will transpire as the sidemains are clashing. Peaky Blinders also in this. It might be a 1v1. He with the UMP, tries to get with him. And it's a 1v2 situation. Unfortunately, Numbers game, they clash on him and they brutally annihilate that player as the Peaky Blinders having a very, very good game. And look at Papi. You know, we've seen Papi getting a lot of eliminations, already at 5 eliminations. This is quite crazy, but this is perfect for the Peaky Blinders as they are trying to close the gap between them and probably that number 8 spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good angle that they're taking here, but I would say the position itself, yeah, they need to rotate on up. That blue is going to come sweeping on through. At least they're not too far away from the zone, right? The rest of the sidemen team, the other half of them, are situated much further towards the north, that being Mumsy and Xanax, as they are going to be looking to get themselves back into that safe playable area. But a good change-up that we are looking at this time around on Rondo is that there's quite a bit of a distribution of teams throughout the entirety of the zone, right? In the group stages, we did see quite a bit of focus on edge of zone playing. This time, they're occupying center zone and the edge and everywhere in between as well. So I think that's a really good distribution. Curious to see who's going to be the team able to stand out in this one. In the meantime, the grenades now flying in at the expense there of Riz. We do see Tweety also getting hit as some booms go off. And this is the opportunity for so many teams now to start a little bit of that snowball effect, right? There is still 15 teams left here. We have only a few limited recalls remaining. And of course, that is going to start running out very soon. So if the teams have not yet been able to use that, they're going to have to change up their approach, right? Because you can't play with that same level of aggression anymore. You have to be a lot more tactful in that approach here. A few vehicles now getting popped off here as well. Novex, good position, good bit of coverage, and a nice compound that they have to try and work from there.
Yeah, MVPs, I think this is the first time that we are getting to see them on our screens. They've not been caught in quite a wrestle as the zone shift is going to be occurring in just a few seconds. I'm quite curious to see where the zone will be heading to. And oh my word, Bamboo being that point and MVP, they are at the, can I call it the best spot? You know, Bamboo is quite open. So if you have that cover early in the game, that's it. That's everything that you need. And that's why MVP, a dark spot, they can be able to call the shots in this game. But you know, it's up to them. You know, if a team gets a knock at MVP, I believe they're eliminated, because there is quite some small space in that tower that they are trying to hold at the moment. And as you can see, the Riz Esports, they were at the epicenter and they have been eliminated. No, we talked about that decay. You know, they took the zone quite early, and all the teams, while trying to get to the play zone, they had to pass through that position. And two of them were eliminated quite early, and the rest just got finished just a few seconds ago.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but that is sometimes just the way the cookie crumbles, right? In the meantime, I'm going to be looking towards that southern side of the zone here to see how BERSERK is going to look to get themselves situated. We do see Delirium just ahead of them, so there is a bit of pressure. It's not going to be a straight up rotation for them. But now it is going to be go time, because the blue is going to start pushing them forward very, very soon. We do see Swings here also just swinging around, looking for an approach. Zane taking the plunge, pushing on forward. So far, not having any shots coming in their direction. Rico really has to be up on that awareness, because they're about to get pushed on. You can see BERSERK just testing the waters, looking to see if there is a clear pathway. So far, so safe. But now, if we jump towards that northwestern side, you see a very similar approach coming through here, right? All-Stars moving in. Goof Academy trying to get themselves situated. So a lot more of that edge play coming through as Buta Joe gets picked and up. Down he goes. Unfortunately, not much of a helping hand in the surrounding areas. The rest of the team is going to get pressured. All-Stars trying to move up, but at the same time, at least trying to clear a bit of a way moving forward.
Oh my word, Goof Academy, you know, they need the numbers. Judging by the position that they are in right now, those points are very, very important. But unfortunately, one of the guys is down. Are they going to get that raise as they are fighting head-to-head? BERSERK with the 6. And I believe the Delirium 6, they are having the best game with 8 eliminations already. And they are trying to brush off the BERSERK team, currently sitting fast. Quite some good sprays, recure, but unfortunately no clean connection. But if they can be able to shake off BERSERK, they might be changing the narrative between them and the number 13, because getting like a chicken dinner right now will prove to be a quite big plus, and shifts in that ranking table will be very, very different. But anyway, I will still continue the push as BERSERK lose one player. And it's getting quite heated as the circle is closing in just some few seconds.
Well, let's see how this one is going to pan out. I mean, if it stays pretty much centered on Bamboo, this is going to be that ticket for MVP to just try and lock it down, right? That compound they find themselves in, of course, very limited compounds in that Bamboo area. Ooh, at least for the time, will be sitting quite well with him, as we can see. Bamboo is still very much in play. So 44K needs to be quite cautious over towards that more western side here. As we know, there's not a lot to work with on the outskirts here. And I think especially for sidemen, they have very limited options, because the moment they start moving up as well, that is going to put them directly in line of sight of not only MVP, but Novex as well. Down south, situation is not improving for Tempa either. Up north, it is looking pretty challenging. So the squad's now trying to hold on to the compound as long as they can. But I think this is what makes the teams already within the zone gets a big advantage here, because they can literally just sit back, look at the teams pushing in, because Bamboo is so flat, and they are just going to absolutely rip these rotating teams apart.
Yo, that rotation might be just it. And the club back from the hillside, as the All-Stars are trying to hold that position, are trying to pick out every single knock, and are still committing to the hillside. I think if you have a high ground, if you have a high advantage, that's all you need. But Rondo is quite insane when it comes to clutches, and I love Rondo because you saw those blocks falling from the sky. I actually, do you know the name of those blocks? You know, I don't know. Every single time I get the name, I still forget it. Maybe because
it's
we don't have them
cover.
in a lot. They're called
Emergency cover, or you can just call them Doritos, right? We do have some people calling them the falling Doritos, whichever way. Yeah, it is the it is the emergency cover.
Oh, nice. So emergency cover getting used so much, and the MVP clip still clipping out, and he wants to take the All-Stars back to the lobby. A one-man army, although Shelby was the man to take him down. Shelby trying to get the revive, but you know, they have the advantage. And this is their point. This is the point, you know, you have to choose the point where you're gonna be pushing. And already we have Aspect making that push. You know, 3 knocks, that's insane. You know, 1 knock is good, 2 knocks are better, but 3 knocks are insane. You are just 1 knock away from winning that fight. And as Aspect is trying to cook up the nade, I don't think he's directing it towards where the knocks are.
Yeah, but see, this is where this whole position for MVP is now turning against them, because we've got Accelerate, we've got Sidemen, we've got so many other teams all focusing in addition, right? We do see Aspect now getting a quick end there to the side of the All-Stars as they go out in 11th place. But, you know, it was bound to happen at some point. So Sidemen also still looking to capitalize. And this is a bit of that chain fighting, right? A little bit of that domino effect coming through here. I'm curious as to what is going to be happening here for Accelerate, as it's not a bad setup that they have coming through from that southern side. But again, as we've seen, Bamboo proving to be quite challenging. Porsche also now getting absolutely pressured. And this is the difficulty of playing this tower. You only have so much room to move through. A quick cheeky nade like that one coming through from Aspect is going to look to wrap it up as we do say goodbye to MVP. 10th place is what they'll have to settle for here. And of course, all the teams that have been taken out so far, all they have to show for it are those elimination points that they've been able to secure, right? Anything outside of that, we're not there just yet, right? We have one more team to go. So whoever falls in 9th place is going to fall shy of placement. And that is what we're going to be playing for. The most points that these teams can try and secure. Let's see whether or not Sidemen or Accelerate are going to be able to hold on to the edge of zone, because this time around, we are moving further towards the west. We're going from a difficult spot to an even increasingly more challenging angle to play off of.
And the teams are just caught between a rock and a hard place. Have to play in the open. They have to create the cover. But it's getting quite hard. And MVPs, that was painful to watch, because they had the best spot, but unfortunately the worst cover. The tower is not somewhere to be comfortable at. I think the best thing they would have done is don't be at the balconies. Just stay inside. Let them throw as many nades as they can. And then after they've maybe used up all their loot, that's your striking moment. And oh my word, these 6 team is just going crazy in the first game. Although people eliminated, these are the guys that have the most eliminations. They have 14 eliminations already, and looking to add those numbers as Novex. El Mencho is trying some magic, trying to hold the teams from the eastern side and the southern part of this position. And Novex, they were sitting third. I think they were sitting second. Yeah, they were sitting second with the nades coming their way. Solman, El Mencho, they have to be quite careful, because they'll be receiving shots from every angle. We have the Goof Academy from the south. We have BERSERK from the western part. And finally, we have the 6th team holding the eastern side.
Oh, there we go. The East now getting cleaned on up as Accelerate is going to be taking out Sidemen in that 7th place, but 16 eliminations. I mean, that is absolutely phenomenal for the Sidemen because taking into consideration they started this match all the way in 13th place, right? So this might allow them to get a bit of a boost coming through onto their overall positioning. But of course, it is still going to be quite a bit of a challenge, as we know. There are still 5 teams left and everybody is going to try and secure as many points as they can, right? This is still that ticket for Temper to see, can they lock it in? Can they go for that winner chicken dinner? But I like what Goof is doing here as well, right? They didn't have a phenomenal day yesterday. They only had 13 points. And so far, with 5 eliminations up, they are well on their way on into more than doubling their overall points from just yesterday's performance. So this could be that exact kind of start to the day that they've been looking for. Temper just trying to lock it down. I like the assertiveness coming through from the Temper squad, trying to pincer everybody over on towards that southwestern side. Up north, a very similar thing there for Novex, but Novex instead being the team that is going to be feeling a little bit more of the pressure, right? They're not really the squad applying said pressure.
Yeah, they don't have the numbers, and I think they just realized that. And their best option is just try and wait because it's a numbers game. We have Delirium 6 already with 4 players, Goof Academy with 4 players, Tempers, 3 players, Novex, just 1 duo, and Accelerate with the 1 duo. So the numbers are not stacked against Novex and Accelerate. So their best option is try to hold as much as you can. Then when the moment for clinching that fist, trying to patch against these teams comes, now that is when they need to strike fast, as Accelerate Esports with the 6 total eliminations are trying their best, and a very, very terrible nade by El Mencho as he's trying to bargain, trying to get a knock, at least to relieve the pressure coming from the Goof Academy. And I don't know, but I think these graphics where once a nade or something explodes and then the ground is shattered a bit, provides extra cover. I think that thing should be added in all the maps.
Yeah, the
Honestly.
terraforming, that definitely helps the teams quite a bit, right? You send the nade out, you create a little bit of a hiding place for yourself, and then that is sometimes a turning point in these games. So that would be quite interesting if we saw that be a thing across the board. But speaking about across the board, though, we are going to look at a few squads that have to start moving across the open field here as everybody now needs to squeeze on in. We do see quite a few of those emergency covers already deployed, and this is where the teams get to utilize every single bit of it. But Delirium, this is their opportunity to try and step it up, right? As we know, yesterday didn't really go all too well for them, but so far they are starting this day off pretty strong. 3 eliminations up. They've made it into the top 5. And now it's going to be Accelerate starting to welcome in Goof Academy. But there we go. The follow-ups are there. Buta Joe gets picked. Ooh, but it's now full send, right? Absolute carnage starting to happen all across the map. NVX having the tables getting turned around them, or rather against them, as Solman is now the last one left here for the side of Novex. Oh, Temper though.
Ooh! What are we watching? Tempers still under the pressure, but they are still bringing the fight. You know, they don't have the numbers at the moment, but these guys are able to contain the pressure. They are able to get those eliminations as Tempers just giving the Delirium 6 a fight of a lifetime, and only 1 player remaining from the Temper Esports, and this guy is that stumbling block that the Delirium 6 they were not expecting. Look at those eliminations, clean strikes and a clean precision finish, but he has not yet made those finish his as he's going for the push, but Temper all down. And this is quite a clapback for the Temper Esports team, as the Temper 6 god, the guy that was revived, is trying to get back to the game, and these might be the S12K. He tried to heal, but unfortunately the heal was interrupted. Maybe that was a glitch, or we just don't know. But the Temper 6 god, he has to behave like a god at this point. He has to do the incredible with just a very, very low health. He has to shake off that Delirium 6 player as Rikio goes for that S12K. That was a good finish. And you know, we talked about Temper on how they are able to perform and outperform the rest of the teams when it comes to Rondo. That was a clean strike. That guy was just as a solo, and he was able to shake off the Delirium 6.
Yeah, but it's maybe a little bit too close here for Temper to try and hold on, right? Six God has so much riding on his shoulders right now. So let's see, can they keep it all together? Solman now getting absolutely battered and bruised. The zone sweeping in, helping Novex take their way back into that lobby. It is going to be fourth place with 6 eliminations going their way. Up it comes now as Accelerate Rin is going to look to step it up. Still Kingpin and Rin looking to see if they can rinse this lobby clean, get their hands on that potential winner chicken dinner. We do say goodbye to Goof as well. Out they go, valiant effort on their end. But the final 2 teams now here for the showdown. I said Temper, this is a really good map here for them. But can Six God rather lock it in, right? A 1v2 showdown to see who is going to be picking up the big score to start off the day. 13 eliminations already here for the side of Temper. Accelerate coming through on 8. So this could be a potentially 20-point game coming for Accelerate, or even, well, what would that be? A 25-point game for Temper. So there is so much riding on this. Rin quickly trying to get themselves patched up here. And I think what's unfortunate for this idea of Temper is the position of Six God, right? On the edge of zone. I think Accelerate, good read on the angle. There we go. They look to capitalize as they do get that slam dunk. Out they go. Phenomenal finish for them. And of course, this is going to be exactly the approach that we've been looking for, right? To see how these teams can look to continue to jump on up. Accelerate though, walking away as the victors here and managing to bag quite a few of those eliminations as well.
Yeah, GG's for Team Accelerate as they saw the opportunity, they sought it, and they made it happen. For Accelerate, these will be quite a boost in their aim of getting to that top 4. Also Temper, they did have a good game because we had the 6 God getting those 6 eliminations and almost getting a chicken dinner for the Tempers. But Tempers still asserting that they are still strong when it comes to Rondo, and this game will provide quite a gap when it comes to that final table. I can't wait to see how everything is going to look, but quite a GG's. That was Accelerate Esports coming back with 9 total eliminations, quite close to 2,000 damage with 12 total knocks. They were heal meds, and for the survival time, that is as much as the game went. But for the game number 1, these are your chicken dinner winners. That is a Team Accelerate, and this is quite some stellar performance from all the players that were in that roster. We had the Rain with the 3 eliminations, the Kingpin with the 5, Frosty with the 1, and respect. We have to respect that Big Donut, but you know, it's just the chicken dinner. It's a team game, and that duo, they delivered that chicken dinner, and this is team effort. Looking at how these guys are performing, you know, the assist, you know, we have those eliminations, quite balanced between all the players that were surviving.
Yeah, I mean, 92 eliminations in total. It's a pretty high number, but of course, you know, we did have those respawns come through. The knocks pretty crazy. Their headshots also sitting pretty high, 21 total headshots. So pretty impressive gameplay coming through here. But as we know, there's only one team that can walk away with that winner chicken dinner. As we did see Accelerate, they accelerated to full performance coming in to start off the day. Looking at our match summary though, here rather is the breakdown of all our players that did the most throughout this game. We can see Aspect picking up 6 grenade eliminations out of the 8 he was able to secure. So only 2 of the eliminations that Aspect brought on in came through by a weapon, right? Everything else, he just blew the competition away. So absolutely amazing to see that. Ren, of course, securing the highest damage there, just squarely hitting it on 1,001. Solvan, the longest hit. And then, of course, we got Murka coming in with a lot of movement for this past game. But it's good to see a good distribution of players making it into this match summary, as everybody has contributed for their teams in the overall play. But we are going to be taking a look at the match rankings here. As you can see, it starts with MVP walking away with their 5 points, all the way down to NTX picking up the 2. Now, although this is not the worst start to the day that they could have had, I would still like to see a few more additional points coming through for our teams, right? As we know, NTX almost doubling their points here in one single match. So hopefully they can have a little bit of a better day as we continue to push further and beyond that. But MVP, right? They were one of the contenders there, holding on for that top 4 position. Now, having only 5 points in a match is not going to be the approach that they need to take here, right? They need to double down on that aggression if they want to ensure that they stay there. And of course, looking at the teams that really went for gold, we do see Accelerate and Temper, both teams walking away with 19 points apiece. Temper absolutely on fire, but this is the kind of play that we wanted to see, right? Temper just outside, just looking in to the team sitting ahead of them with regards to points. They started to pop off. They locked in the points. Sidemen also just absolutely catapulting their overall positioning here. 17 points, 16 of which coming off of elimination. So Sidemen, they were the most aggressive squad that we had here in the entirety of the top 5, finishing on double digits.
Yeah, quite an insane game. But I think for the team that performed the best, they got the 16 elimination, but I don't know if they were able to get like some good placement points, they would not be looking at the same points that we just looked at for the head-to-head Accelerate versus Temper. 9 eliminations Accelerate, and Temper taking that win with 13. Temper also taking the highest damage for the survival time. Temper survived the most, which is quite surprising because Temper, they were eliminated, but Accelerate Esports, they were the ones that took.
Well, here we go, taking a look at the next piece. I don't know where, maybe Youngblood went somewhere. Something happened, but either which way, our MVP for the match, though, is going to be none other than Aspect, all the way from Sidemen. 8 eliminations, 905 damage, as well as those 8 knockouts coming through as well. So a pretty strong contribution here from the side of the Sidemen. 13, or rather 16 eliminations. That means Aspect accumulated half the eliminations for the entire squad here. So very exciting things across the board. That, of course, being our first map of the day. Teams doing so much, but we are not done just yet, right? 6 got there for Temper, making it all the way to the finish. A bit of a showdown to see who's going to be the one to walk away with that winner chicken dinner. Aspect, there's not much that you can fault here. Absolutely stand-up performance. 6 got also doing a really good play. What's interesting, though, is Aspect picking up those 8 eliminations, and 6 got, well, there's probably a reason why he is named that, right? As he picked up those 6 eliminations and accumulating 840 damage in totality. But I believe up next we are going to be taking a look at those overall performances to see who is currently still holding on to what position. Goblin and Sphinx still pretty much solidified in their overall setup here. We are seeing Yuri from Temper also now knocking on the door. ChatGPT also then coming into that 5th place, as we do see strong contenders for our MVP awards. So as we know, there's going to be $200 up for grabs here. So it seems like it could potentially be heading in the direction of Goblin. But if the rest of the lobby has any say in it, they know exactly what they need to do to try and change that whole distribution here. But phenomenal work that we've seen so far, and of course all of this coming through just in the past 7 games. Some pretty strong survival times there. The damage also just continuing to climb on up. 3,700 damage for Goblin and 3,500 coming through for Yuri. So no surprise to see them sitting with such a big contribution to their teams. But we are going to be taking a look at those points to see what the situation is, to see where the teams find themselves, to know what the angle is, and has there been any major changes, right? Is the top 4 still the top 4? Did it maybe change? Did we see some teams potentially climb up the board? Is the top 8 still looking the same? Those are all questions that we are going to look to have answered here. So we'll be making our way into that momentarily. It does seem we're just waiting for everything to be properly concluded. But overall, I think a very, very good play here. Looking at the chat, do we have anything happening in there? Anybody saying anything? Let us know what your thoughts are on this game. You can see a lot of support coming through for Temper as well. A lot of viewers making predictions. So if you have predictions, be sure to let us know. Pop it in and let's see where it goes from there. Maybe you are accurate with your overall prediction as to who will be picking up the next one. Of course, for match number next, we are going to be heading closer in towards Erangel for our triple dose of a bit of that bread and butter of PUBG. We'll see how this is going to pan out. In the meantime, let's get ready to move on to the next as we take a look at me. It's me, right? I'm over here. Great picture. I've waited so long to see that, but here we are. So we'll probably have a gander at the overall rankings in a little bit. Maybe it might be coming in after the break. We don't know. We'll find out when it hops on screen, and then we'll all find out together exactly what that overall situation is. But I think it is well worth it to give a big shout out to the teams that really stepped up their performances, especially coming into this first game of the day. Of course, this is the big day. This is the serious day. So the teams are hopefully going to continue to do even more of that as we head over into game number 2. Speaking of which, let's take a quick break. We'll be back in a short few minutes. Go. Alrighty. to day 2 of the PMNC South Africa Finals. We are looking to see who will not only be the top 1 for Africa, but the top 4 for South Africa, as there is quite a bit of competition happening between our squads. The first match done and dusted. We did see Accelerate come through with a glorious winner chicken dinner, 9 eliminations, but unfortunately, even though they got a whole lot of points, they didn't quite manage to steal the show, right? We did see Sidemen picking up 16 eliminations and Temper picking up 13 eliminations in this past game. So absolutely insane things happening here on the battlefield. But Youngblood, next up, it is going to be that opportunity for a little bit of air angle to come through to see how the teams are going to fare, how they're going to do, and of course, is anybody else going to be able to catch up with Accelerate's 2 winner chicken dinners that they already have?
Hello, DK, can you hear me? I think I'm getting some trouble with my audio.
Seems like you are muted.
But it's just
Are
getting
we doing the
fixed in
mime
just a
thing?
minute.
Yes, wait, I can mime as well. I don't know what that means, but either which way, it means something. Let's see. Is the mic hopping back into the action? Or are we going to play the mime game today? Either which way, of course, we're getting ready to hop into it. So if you have any predictions in the chat, let us know. Who do you think is going to be taking game number next, right? We are heading into Erangel. So do you think we are maybe going to be looking at a 44k victory coming in? Could we see Temper securing themselves a winner chicken dinner? Could it be Sidemen going for gold? Could it be the All-Stars picking up a winner chicken dinner? Or do you think we'll see some of the teams that have already gotten the opportunity to get those winner chicken dinners do so coming into game number 2? Yesterday, of course, our winner chicken dinners was the side of Novex, as they walked away with 14 eliminations alongside that winner chicken dinner. So a pretty bold statement made by them, but we'll see what game number 2 for today is going to hold. As we know, there is quite a bit at stake here. So we'll see whether or not the teams can keep up with that pressure. Oh, all right. So let's see if Mr. Youngblood can tell us something interesting while miming on through. Can you mime? Can we hear you? Where are we at? Let's see. We don't know yet. We don't know yet. All right, so maybe we'll get his audio back pretty soon. But in the meantime, we are getting ever closer to hopping over onto Erangel to see exactly where the flight path is going to go, where the teams are going to get themselves situated. Are they going to go for the usual locations? And of course, what is that zone going to do as well? So yeah, a lot to be discovered here. But also, as we know, big opportunity for even more upsets. Hopefully we'll also, well, yeah, not hopefully, but we will get a chance to see exactly what that overall leaderboard looks like once we get into the match. Of course, it will be somewhere on the right hand side of the screen. This is my right hand, but it's on the left, so it'll be somewhere over here, there where Mr. Youngblood is situated. If you can point us to the right direction, say over here, this is where we'll have the scores. Imagine him doing that, then you'll see exactly that is where it's going to pan out. But yeah, so we are going to be hopping in momentarily. So our first aerial for the day is going to make its way on in, and we are going to be hopping onto that plane in the next 16 seconds or so. So very excited to see what the flight path is going to hold for us. If you have any predictions, drop them in before we get to that section. I already know where it's going, so it doesn't really count. It's unfair for me to make predictions. But I think the big question, of course, is going to be where that zone is going to be taking us. So without any other delay, I'll stop yapping about things and we'll get right into it, as we are going to hop onto the plane. We are going to be starting over on towards that western side of the map. As you can see, the lovely quarry and everything down below as we push further and further afield. Potato Hill up ahead. I feel like a tour guide already. Teams starting to take their position, heading up towards the north. We got a few squads pushing over towards that South George position. Everest might even come into play here as well. We do see UAE now opting for their position a little bit more towards the southern side. Are they going to look to get themselves situated up and around that supporting bridge area? Of course, we'll find out pretty soon. It does seem like 6 is instead going to go for their setup over on towards that western coast, which I think is actually a very decent position, right? It's pretty cool to see the teams kind of get themselves maybe a little bit more separated at the start, get that loot going, and then start the ball rolling as they look to push further afield. In the meantime, the rest of the lobby are going to start to make their way on down as they break out of the plane. We do the Sidemen now opting for that school positioning. But is that going to be good for them? Can they make some magic happen there? We do see Pmnc also occupied by the players there from 8-bit, but they are not alone. They're going to have to share. And, well, in PUBG, sharing isn't caring. Of course, you can see Asnaya Polyana is going to be smack dab center zone for us. And a slow, steady approach across the board here. But here we have it. Oh, BERSERK swings now, just swinging on in. So far, it does seem like BERSERK has the entirety of Yasnaya Polyana for them. We do see Sidemen opting for a little bit of that school Rosa kind of setup. 8-bit, curious to see who they are there with. Temper, though, are going to go for a little bit more of a quiet looting session as they push up into North George. So I don't see any potential pushes coming towards them there. Peaky Blinders over on that southern side in the container yard. So there could be a bit of an intentional rotation on their end. Meanwhile, Accelerate, that is the team here alongside 8-bit up in Pmnc. Both teams, though, holding on to opposing sides. So I'd say a decent starting point for either of them. We have the points there on screen as well. BERSERK sitting on a comfortable 90 points. Novex holding steady on 71. Accelerate, though, they've moved up 2 slots up into that 3rd place. Temper, they moved up 3 all the way up into 4th. And MVP, 44k, and Riz also now, as a result of those upward moves, getting just shimmied a little bit further down the overall standing. So, to answer the question, yes, there is indeed somewhat of a change coming through with regards to the overall situation here. The top 4 has changed up, but that is potentially going to continue to be the name of the game here today. As you can see, that point situation still very, very close. MVP 9 points away from Temper. This is going to be the match for them to try and make up for that. Accelerate doing a really good job now, but are they going to be able to do anything with Pmnc? Fortunately for them here, I think it's right on the edge of zone. And let's double check. Do we have Youngblood back in the lobby?
I am back.
Wah.
Man, I don't know. Welcome to Africa. Technology is good,
Yes.
but then you have Africa. but I'm so glad that I'm back. You know, I tried like saying something, I couldn't hear DK, but right now, crisp and clear as we are waiting to see the teams matching up the energy of the first game where Accelerate was able to set the tempo on Temper. And the game number 2, Erangel, what are you expecting to see in this game, DK?
Good rotations. That's what I really want to see, right? Teams rotating with all the information that they've been able to garner over the previous days of play, all the previous matches. And I want to see some really good decisions being made here with how the teams set themselves up for these phases.
Oh, nice. I'm expecting one
Yeah.
team in particular to try and get that top spot, but looking at how the overall ranking at the moment, you know, Accelerate were able to clinch that number 3, and Temper also were able to enter that top 4. So quite some big changes that we are seeing at the moment as BERSERK are cruising through with 90 points, which is quite crazy because that's almost 100, you know, with 19 points separating the number 1 and the number 2. It's just upon Novex to outdo the rest. Otherwise, you know, with just 2 points separating Novex and Accelerate, these will be quite a journey for Novex. But in the first game, you saw Novex, they really tried with that duo, but unfortunately not able to even get to that top 3. Hopefully, we are not going to be seeing that in this game, as they have to put all their eggs in the same basket.
Yeah, that's what I like about baskets, right? Is they can hold so many things, right? Eggs, name it, right? Like you can just chuck it all in there. You can even, you know, add a bit of loot in there. You can have some ammo, some utilities. If you're really good at folding, you can even put some armor in there as well. So yeah, I
Nice.
think baskets are very, very handy. Be interesting to see if they change backpacks to baskets, right? That would be a hilarious thing for PUBG, I think. But
Yeah, that would
of
be
course,
nice. And it'll
I
be
don't
easy
think it's
for
gonna
us.
happen though.
It can, you know, in PUBG anything is possible. The way we're getting some crazy updates and crazy things being added, being featured, bro. Me, I'm just expecting for anything to happen in PUBG. Anything.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always exciting to see some funny things happening here. But it is what it is now for the teams though, right? And what that is pressure. right? They're going to have to step it up and keep on going. As 8-bit, I would say they're actually playing a very good positional game here, right? Just keeping themselves out of reach of Accelerate. And what I'm happy to see is that they're not just occupying one single compound, right? They don't just look to hold on to one spot. They keep on moving about. So I think that is a pretty decent setup to go for here. In the meantime, let's see whether or not Accelerate is actually going to look to do something here, right? We know that they're 2 points shy of catching up to Novex, but is this now going to be that opportunity for them to go full tilt? Are they going to absolutely push into 8-bit, or are they going to find another way to get themselves situated in zone?
I think they can, but at the moment, 8-bit are getting eliminated. One less player in their roster. They are taking on Accelerate. So it's one apiece. And Kingpin trying to level the ground. Accelerate in a very, very heated fight, a 2v3. Will 8-bit be able to eliminate the team that got that chicken dinner in the previous game? They are moving all in, and Kingpin is trying to provide the cover for his teammate Respect, who in that previous game was eliminated quite early. And Kingpin will be on the receiving end of the 8-bit as they make that rotation towards his end. Respect just gave the Kingpin respect because that cover fire was what he needed to survive. But Accelerate, we talked about how teams, they win a chicken dinner, then in the second game, they are not that team that got the chicken dinner. The way they play the game is quite different. And Team Accelerate, we only a trio, right now reduced to a duo. I think it will be quite hard for them to even survive the fight between the 8-bit.
Well, let's figure out who's going to make it to where, right? There is a bit of pressure on 8-bit here as the Blue Zone has caught up to them. Phase 2 is taking us to the fields. The lovely, lovely fields there just to the west of Yasnaya. So there is going to be a big opportunity for some major chaos to come through. We see Peaky Blinders and MVP rotating up alongside each other. Goof Academy, though, I mean, looking at where they are situated, right, I'm surprised to not see them really firing across the way over onto Peaky Blinders, who are trying to bring through that rotation. So maybe they can't see them or something's happening over there. In the meantime, still we have Respect and Kingpin still pretty much held up in their position here. Not much really happening, but it is going to be Respect now opening the barrels here as Spec gets a little bit of that respect. Now sent down upon him. 8-bit feeling the heat as this oven has just been dialed up all the way. Kingpin and Respect, the final two hopefuls left here. Rin, unfortunately, as we saw earlier, getting taken on down. Sass is still going to hold steady, and we do see Sahil there from Undisputed just holding on the edge, right? Hoping for an opportunity to steal elimination.
I was talking about Accelerate. I thought that fight would be hard to them, but they just proved that anything is possible in PUBG. They were on the run, but the 8-bit player SAS is the one that is on the run, losing 2 critical players, reduced to a solo. And the 8-bit, the numbers not stacked towards them. And the NTX, in a fight, NTX being down, eliminated. And the Ultras, they have to fight. They have to get the NTX esports. But the NTX are still struggling to stay in the competition with only 2 points in the first game, and they're getting battered and bruised. Only a couple of players remaining. Chew dead, and the T20 want to make that finish. They want to get it all, and the 44K with that party. And that parties are very, very effective, as you can see. I think they just realized that they have that ability to take that party. They can win these. And that's why the 44K, they really need points at the moment so that they can be able to even get that top 4. But is this that party it? Are they going to get the maximum points out of these, or are they going to have casualties on the end?
That's going to be the big question, right? That we are looking to have answered. Casualty is not a good way to go, right? You want to try and keep everybody in the fight as long as possible. We are looking at quite a few knocks coming through across the way. 8-bit feeling a lot of that pressure, but look at this though. it is going to be ChatGPT writing the right prompt, and that prompt is going to be potentially sending the players here from NTX right back into the lobby if they're not careful. But I like this push coming through from the sidemen as well, right? Coming in from that western side, and that could maybe cause a big upset here between 44K and NTX.
Oh my word, look at NTX. I think they were able to handle the pressure of the third party from 44K, and they've been able to get more points in this game than yesterday, with already 4 points and one player remaining. Mobs down by Aspect. Aspect does got that elimination, but they still hold their ground. They still hold their nerve. Sidemen, they got 15 elimination figures. But at the moment, oh my word, Blanco, I would just strike and get that elimination. But oh my word! What did Jenko just do? How are you even doing this, Jenko? This is not a fan room. This is PMNC finals for South Africa. How do you even get the guts to use a sniper in a 1v1? Did you see that?
It's pretty crazy, right? I mean, these players have got some things. In case you missed it, here we go yet again. Swapping back and forth. AUG M24. Bing, bang, boom. Ooh. Xanax just absolutely clutching it up here. I mean, if you're out of ammo, you have to make a plan, right? So what a plan that was. Absolutely insane
but
stuff.
Was he out of ammo? I don't think he was out of ammo. Maybe he wanted to find a clip.
Could have been. Who knows?
We just know that he has a good clip at the moment, bro. That was crazy. Didn't expect to see that, but that was awesome. Yo, look at this. We have 6 Maria. I think that is one of the few females playing competitively right now.
Yeah, one of only 2 that I've seen so far between yesterday and today in this lobby here. So it's good to see the ladies rubbing some shoulders here, right? It's always good and healthy to have all of that happen. And you know, if they can be an absolute menace here, I'm keen for whatever happens, right? It's like if you can play here, go for it. Like I have bad respect for everybody out on this battlefield right now because they all play far better than I do.
Yeah, that's true. I've watched your gameplay, but I think you also have a chance to improve. You know, it's just it's just that the amount of practice you just need to put in more to be able to do what these players are doing right now. It's quite crazy, but anything is possible. You know, you just have to have a dream. Have a dream of being one of the best or the best esports player in Africa, and you can be able to achieve it. You just have to play gruesome hours. You have to lock in, play scrims, play tournaments for you to be able to reach at this level. But no, if you want it, you have to work for it.
Yeah, as with most things in life, and of course, same goes for zone positioning here, right? If you want a good zone position, you are gonna have to work for it, right? That entire eastern side absolutely congested with squads. But I'm looking over towards, what was happening right here on the edge with Accelerate, and of course Temper, as Accelerate is our next team out of here. Out they go with in 15th position, only 3 eliminations to show here. But you know, at the end of the day, it's not the worst thing that could have happened to them. They also only started with a 3-piece. They did give us some nice action over in Pmnc, but now we get to see what the rest of the lobby is going to look to do here. Tempo though, I like what they've done, right? They have full possession of that entire western side of zone. But of course, now it's down to where they decide to rotate in towards and how they look to get themselves situated. Goof Academy, also, I would say one of the rising teams here for today. Yesterday, a pretty tough day, but so far today, they are seeming to be pretty consistent. Let's see if they can continue to maintain that focus. Meanwhile, Ultra 6 here going about their way as well. Looking for positions, looking for angles, looking for any opportunity as they look to defend that southern side of the zone here.
Yeah, but we are going to have quite a ruckus cause in the northern side. As Tempers were trying to get most of that northern area, they are going to be clashing out against the none other than Peaky Blinders, as Vitinho and Papi towards the end, and the Tempers, they have to be careful. You know, they should not lose any players as the undisputed in the fight. Sidemen 6 is anyone's game. But they undisputed, they have some good location, but they need not to be in the open. The open grounds, those are just not where you need to find yourself. And nades should be flying as they get through. Maria
Ooh.
also caught in the crossfire and undisputed dominating. Currently 4 eliminations and the 6 Maria and teammates have just been eliminated. But you know, we have a lot of fights towards the northern part also because we've seen Tempers, MVPs, and I think all of them will be clashing at this exact point as all the teams are trying to get the best grounds in the game.
Yeah, I think Sidemen actually went for a pretty decent call here, positional-wise, because they've now opted to kind of spread themselves on either side of that bridge. So regardless of where the zone goes, they have a bit of a fighting chance here. In the meantime, Tempo still pretty much locked in on the northern approach. This is going to allow them quite a bit of an angle to play off of. As you can see, 6God trying to pop a few vehicle tires. Ooh, nice spray though coming in here from Leo as he does look to light it up. Crank getting absolutely yanked out of this match. Aspect now not having the same opportunity as we saw in that previous match, right? The Sidemen running away with 19 eliminations in game number first of the day. Game number 2 so far. Match number 8 looking to be pretty tough. We've got Mumsy and Aspect trying to carry that torch forward. Pretty tough angle though. Temper, they are going to be sitting quite comfortably as the zone shift comes through. I'm expecting a little bit of chaos now from the side of the Peaky Blinders as they could look to either push to Temper or they could look to rotate south and head over on towards MVP and the All-Stars. But I think realistically, maybe they might be opting for a more northern angle here. Down south, though, still very jam-packed. A lot of difficult angles to try and play through. Novex also finding themselves at the mercy here of Goof. As you can see that nade coming close. Is it going to be enough though? 015 surviving just for the time being. And fortunately for 015, that cover, the position is just barely holding strong.
But that position by Novex, okay, this is one of the positions that I've seen most teams playing at the most. Is good because you have cover, but you have to watch out for your back. You know, we have a lot of nades that will be flying from that fire, the petrol station area, which is, I think, one of the best places to be at right now. And the Goof Academy, they are holding, they are dominating. But look at this! Look at the 44K positioning. They are underground as a ChatGPT is trying to survive underwater with 2 players in the same location. And the 8-bit SAS able to pinpoint and take those eliminations home, except he has one more person and he does go for the 1v2. And shivering in the waters, shivering as the shots are being exchanged between him. No, he's not even exchanging a single shot, he's just swimming. So quite a good swimmer. But the 44K esports, you don't fight in the waters because fish don't fight.
Yeah, and I think Chad also ran out of tokens, right? There wasn't enough tokens to continue the fight, so unfortunately it is what it is. Now, we hop over to Aimbot, who is, I don't know if he's AFK or what he's doing, but he's just chilling there, looking at the flames, admiring them. But up comes the pressure now, as it is going to be Sahil, the last one left for the team here of Undisputed. A quick little bit of a push and absolutely denied as Goof locks it down. Undisputed going out in 12th place there with the 4 eliminations. Absolute brutality coming through from Goof here. I was almost convinced that Aimbot was AFK. Right? It looked like that.
Yeah.
But, well, he reminded us that indeed he was not. The zone is going to close in as well. Stage number 6 is about to hit. Up comes Riz as we do say goodbye to Delirium out in 11. So there is quite a bit of casualties now starting to roll on through as the teams are falling to the wayside. You can see Potion also getting hit there as Goblin just locks it in. Goblin on an absolute rampage, continuing to apply so much pressure. But for the Peaky Blinders, right, they are potentially maybe down to a solo, so they're going to have to be really cautious as to how they take these plays. Ragnar not spotting out the player in the bushes. He gets ambushed. Buta Joe running around the corner. Absolute chaos. Oh, down to only 23 remaining players, and this is where things are going to get absolutely brutal, right? If we move north, we're going to look at a swim fest. If we go to that east where we are now pulling in towards, it is going to be brutal because there's only one compound really for these teams to try and play out of.
And all the teams, they just are praying, hoping that the zone does come to them. But how is the Goof Academy still maintaining their position? These guys, they've been knocked, they've been battered, but they are still maintaining the fight. You know, they are at 10th place. But I think that will be changing in just a few, trying to assert dominance. A lot of establishing shots towards these teams, and they are proving they are just trying to send the message. We are ready. Today, we are more composed. Today, we want those top 4 spots. Because why not? And Goof Academy, they have the manpower, they have the loot, they have the man, they have the numbers. It's just upon them to be able to execute every single thing that they have been training for in the training grounds. These men pretty much ready. Quite some clean strikes, and the El Mencho just taken down. And the Goof Academy, look at this. Look at Aimbot. Very, very persistent in this push towards the 0-1-5.
Yeah, some bold pushes coming through here as we do say goodbye to another team. But, I mean, this could be that turning point here for 0-1-5 as he does find rather aimbot. 1 down, 1 more to go. The numbers from Goof slowly starting to fall. But Novex still in the fight, not backing down just yet. We do see Peaky Blinders also holding on with their solo on that far northern side. Having a bit of a swim. Now, 0-1-5, this is their opportunity, right? If they can find the angles onto Goof Academy, there could be some hope here for them. But either which way, it is still going to be a pretty tough angle. I think that zone is going to center up on this refueling station here. So there is still a bit of an opportunity and an angle for Temper to try and take as they are just pushing through the river, climbing onto the banks. But they're going to have to be quite wary of Aspect's position here.
Yes, Tempers are just trying that big man approach. Moving slowly, slithering in the grass, not to get spotted, and ultimately surprise Goof Academy from that position, trying to cook up a good nade. He knows that if he's able to pump it at the right time, at the right location, he can get a possible knock because he's aware Goof Academy is there, and Goof, they have the numbers, although only 2 players remaining, but Tempers are with the full man's score, so they can take that fight if they can get a knock, and a potential knock looming as the Temperley all is cooking that nade. Omar has to be careful. Joe has to be careful, or these will be the end of the Goof Academy. And Tempers, I think they've been the most dominant. Looking at the game number 1, right now the game number 2, no, the game number 1 they lost because they didn't have the numbers, they didn't have that good position. But in this game, I think they have it all. So it's just upon them to be able to secure, to be able to deliver. But I don't know if they will be able to deliver all that we are expecting them to do.
Well, let's see what they can piece together here. I mean, Leo was in a good position, right? Just needing that one nade to find its way through the window. Or does now find himself in a bit of a sticky situation. Up comes El Mencho as the opportunity, the distraction has been created. But El Mencho now getting spotted out in the open. The zone is going to pull a little bit more towards the eastern side. So it is going to force the hand of every player over on towards the west to see if they can get themselves situated. We do say goodbye to Peaky Blinders up next as they go out empty-handed here. Nothing to show other than placement points. Up comes Aspect. Cheeky nade. Not going to find 6. Got no jump shot. Oh, but instead, it is 6 to fall on down. Temper now trying to put all their cards in their hands
that
to
was
show.
crazy.
But unfortunately for Sidemen, they can't hold strong. I mean, that was a very risky push coming through from Temper.
Yeah, but you know, we have to talk about the Sidemen. These guys, they are packing up a fight. Even if it's 1 player remaining, just expect that 1 player to deliver quite some good shots. But the MVPs on the other end, they are bringing the fight to BERSERK. And BERSERK, they've not been able to maintain. They've not been able to get quite some good shots today. You know, we have those players looking to get that MVP. We had Goblin, the one that was fast. But I think that's going to be changing today. if they are not able to get those eliminations come their way, as BERSERK Zane is trying to nade up with no info, with no exact point or location where that Novex player is, and then is the final player remaining. Brave eliminated. Goblin, but what a strike. Look at the power of Novex. They are a duo, but they are doing squad game.
Yeah, they are playing like there's 4 of them in the mix there. But speaking about 4, Temper is the only squad coming through with the full 4-piece, right? MVP still holding on to the 3 players they've got. And we've got an interesting distribution across the board here. A few of Temper players are going to be hugging onto the edge of that zone. Not going to be looking to push up just yet. MVP having a beautiful setup here. Good coverage. Temper going to try and capitalize on the heel side as best they can. But I think for Novex, this is where things get super challenging, because the blue is about to start catching up with them. It is going to really push that positioning of theirs to the limit. I'm not quite sure if there's anywhere safe for them to go. Fortunately, for the side of Novex, Temper is moving a little bit more onto this eastern approach here, right? So that is going to cause a bit of a distraction now, as MVP is going to start focusing up on them. Clips, one of the all-stars that we saw coming through that group stage, coming in with an absolutely glorious clutch up on that final day here. But is this going to be enough, though, for MVP, right? Can they keep at the pressure? Can Temper maybe regain a little bit of territory? Because as we know, Temper also going to be looking to play for that winner chicken dinner, right? They've not yet had the opportunity to get their hands on one, so this could be their ticket to do exactly that.
Yeah, this could be their ticket indeed. Novex, they went to the vehicle in the open, not expecting to find a fight, but the MVPs, one of their players was down, but it's a 1-piece. They also do make and take that elimination, and quite a good strike by Temper, and they are just establishing dominance with 10 points already recorded by the eliminations. They're looking to get that chicken dinner, a 4v3 situation. To whose side is this going to go? And final points, final zone, this is where the pressure starts mounting. This is where the teams start clutching, and this is also where the teams start fumbling. And Temper don't have the location, MVPs don't have the location, and they have to go to an all-fight battle. They all have to go all in. But who's going to win this? A 4v3? Who is going to take this?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, for MVP, ideally, they would love to win this match, because if they can, it would get them maybe up into that top 4 slot, right? But of course, Temper are the gatekeepers of the top 4, right? So 4th and 5th place playing for that 4th position. So who's going to be the one allowed into the top 4? Temper having the probability stacked in their favor here, only of course leading by 1 player and 1 elimination. But it is going to be that final showdown, as stage 9 will reveal all. Tempo moving up. Yuri definitely needs to get that health bar checked out as 6 God gets picked on up. The utility is now starting to fly on through. Adrian playing from behind a rock, and this is the opportunity for MVP. The P90 comes out. Down goes Legend. Tempo down to a 2-piece. Things slowly starting to crumble here, but there is still an opportunity in which Temper can look to clutch it out, but they will get denied as MVP comes in clutch, gets their hands on their winner chicken dinner, and they want to push for that 4th position yet again. They are not satisfied with sitting outside looking on to see Temper taking their seat.
They are not satisfied. MVPs, they do have the numbers on their side, but that rotation by Adrian, that was the most critical thing, because he was able to take Tempers from the side and provided that advantage that they did not have. Tempers, they were playing in the open, and MVPs, they saw their winning chance. Adrian being the game changer, and they took the winner chicken dinner. What a game. Adrian gets the 3 eliminations from the Temper. That's all. You have to take that cover as soon as you can. You have to make the rotation as soon as you can. Temper, they had the numbers, but the rotation, they took very, very limited time. They were so slow. If they were able to take that rotation early, able to flank the MVPs, maybe the game would have gone to their side. But for the second game today. Temper not getting that chicken dinner. And that was a good game. Winner, chicken dinner. Adrian, the game changer. 7 eliminations. 7.
Yeah.
Bro, 7.
Yes, sir.
We are in the finals. How on earth are you getting 7 eliminations? Who is Adrian? DK, who is this guy?
Adrian is the GOAT, all the way from MVP. 911 damage coming through there as well, so quite a bit of carnage and chaos being caused by him out on that battlefield. But MVP overall, I would say a very strong effort being put forward here by them to try and contest and regain a little bit of that territory. Of course, coming into this match, they were trailing with a few points, right? 9 points behind Temper. But now we get to see whether or not a winner chicken dinner and those 13 eliminations is going to be enough for them to not only play a game of catch-up, but potentially surpass Temper with regards to those overall points. Speaking of which, though, we did see 59 eliminations coming in this past match, 46 knocks, but only 8 headshots versus the 21 or 22, or was it 29 that we saw back in game number 4. So some pretty exciting stats that we have here yet again. The longest hit also just falling shy of hitting 400 meters. Now, for those of you who don't know how far away that is, in game, that's pretty much on the edge of render. So some pretty insane angles. And all of that off of a phone, right? That pixel is so small. So yeah, they've probably had the phone right in front of their eyes to see that tiny little pixel moving. But here we go, looking at what everybody has done across the board. Adrian still going to be sitting quite dominant there with the most eliminations. Aspect again coming through with the most damage in this game. Then of course we do see Bane coming through with 2 grenade finishes, and Temper bringing in their representation here as well with the longest things happening, right? The longest movement as well as the longest range hit. So pretty impressive things coming in. But let's take a look at the next as we hop into those match rankings. It's going to be 23 points going to the side of MVP, 16 over to the side of Temper, then Goof picking up double digits here as well. Novex, they were in the running for something, but are they going to be able to stay in the running, right? If they want to hold on to their top 4 slot, they're going to have to get a little bit more than 9 points in a game, right? They need to up that average.
True. They do need to up that average, but the table right now will be looking insane as Temper on the second day, they are outperforming themselves. Even though no chicken dinner is getting registered on their end, they are doing all to be able to stay in that top 4. MVP was nice. 23, we had Temper, we had Goof Academy. I think for this game, the team that we all thought is going to win the game was Goof Academy. They had the best location in the game for most of it. You know, they were able to dominate, but I think that push that they made towards the Novex, that was the one that made them have the disadvantage, because as soon as that player was eliminated, they were just receiving knocks after knocks after knocks, and they were eliminated. And the Ultra 6 was the first team to get eliminated with 0. But you know, you have to talk about the NTX. They got 4 total points. I think NTX are slowly improving. This is a challenge that they have taken very, very well in the finals. That is the day 2. Yesterday, they were not playing like this, but today, 4 points. And they've doubled. You know, yesterday they got only 3 points. Right now they have 4 points. This is the second game. I think that is crazy. And for the head-to-head MVPs, Temper, I think this game might go to the Tempers, but the MVPs, 13 elimination, they dominate. In terms of damage, they dominate. So MVPs dominate in every single category. But Adrian, that was the guy. 1v3 versus Temper, and making those Tempers rise for the Temper team and ultimately for that overall table.
Yep, and of course we'll take a look at that very soon to see what the situation is and what the movements are with regards to it. But first up, our MVP of the match is none other than Adrian, doing quite a bit of work out here. No surprise to see that come through, and of course the survival time falling 1 second shy of hitting 30 minutes. Absolutely insane. So that is game number 2 for the time being. Done and dusted. We need to take a look at game number 9, which is going to be that second Erangel of the day. Quick breakdown here between MVP and Tempers players, Adrian versus Leo, as we did see both of them kind of have a bit of a showdown right there at the end. Leo coming through with 4 eliminations versus the 7 on the opposing side, but is that enough to bring Leo onto the MVP board? Unfortunately, no. Goblin is still going to be sitting perched at the top, holding steady. But one thing that I'm curious about is, you know, what is BERSERK going to do for the rest of the day, right? Are they going to be able to come through with that aggression again? Because we only saw 2 eliminations come in from them in this game, right? So if Goblin wants to hold strong and steady, and the rest of the team, of course, wants to maintain that pole position, they're going to have to unlock some extra aggression coming into game number 3 for today, right? Because otherwise, we might see a bit of a change up with regards to who is sitting at the top of the board. Good to see ChatGPT also making it all the way up into that 5th place, holding there with that 16 eliminations, as well as everybody here sitting well over 3,000 damage being brought through in just the past 8 games.
Yo, Yuri is moving up for the Tempers, and if Tempers still maintain that form, I believe Goblin will lose that MVP. You know, with only 5 eliminations separating the number 1 and the number 2, this is going to be one heck of a ride for the MVP. You know, $200 is something that you have to think about. You know, Goblin, I think that mentality is not there. We've not seen it today. Yesterday, he was quite good. But the day number 2, he is starting to fumble. He's starting to shake. And he's starting to wither off. They have to get their footing. They have to pull up their socks. And they have to try and put up a contest. Because today, they've not been quite good. They've just been receiving knocks very, very early. Not able to take on fights. No aggression like registered. And that is going to change a lot of things. And they have to be wary of that. 8-bit esports, NTX with 9. Yeah, the sidemen. You know, the sidemen, they had quite a very, very good game. You know, more than 16 eliminations the first game of Rondo. And that was the thing that separated them. Like that was quite some points. You know, the gap just reduced. They went to 40 points. As of game number 2, Goof Academy, they were pretty much awesome, but they did not have it all. 36 points with the Delirium 6 yesterday with the Chicken Dinner, but not able to get one today. But for the Delirium 6, what did they do? What special thing did they do to get the Chicken Dinner that they're not doing it today?
Yeah, well, that's the big question that we need to get answered, right? Hopefully, we'll find out as we get into game number 3 here. But taking a look at the board, as you can see, the situation is getting much closer now versus BERSERK, right? They are still holding on to their lead, but the gap is definitely looking to close on up. Temper moved up. MVP moved up. As a result, Novex moved down. Accelerate moved down. So quite a bit of a shift coming through with regards to the top 5 teams here. But this opens up the opportunity for a team like 44K or Riz still to contest and maybe make a play for that top 8, right? Yes, they do need 21 points, but as we've seen these teams do it in the past 2 matches, there could still be a big opportunity for quite a bit of a change coming through with regards to who's all sitting in that top 4, right? Nothing is a given, nothing is secured, so it can all change all the way up to match number 12. So the pressure will keep on nipping at their heels. Speaking about nipping though, we are going to be moving on, looking to nip the overall here as we are getting closer to game number 9. So I'm pretty excited to see what is going to be happening here. And of course, very interested to see whether or not Goof Academy can actually maintain that kind of momentum that they've been bringing in. Yes, the last game, they didn't necessarily get an insane amount of points, but they got double digits, right? That was enough to move them up 3 positions. So if they keep that momentum going, we could be looking at a completely different top 8, even potentially a different top 6, I would say. But so there's still going to be a lot of pressure riding on our teams to see who will be able to pull all of these tricks and surprises out of the bag. Of course, hit us up on social media. You can see the links down below. Scan the code. If you don't want to type or search, just go boop, job done, right? You have it right there. Speaking of job done though, pretty sure we are going to be getting ready to move on to the next phase, but I like what these teams are doing. We'll see if they can keep it up as we are going to be prepping for game number 3. So we'll see you guys on the other side of the break. And we're back. We're getting ready to keep on rolling with the punches as we are about to hit game number 3, match number 9 of 12. So far, it's getting pretty hot in here, right? There's a lot of movement coming in across the board, and the teams are trying everything they can think of to get themselves into the qualification slots. And of course, as we know, apart from the qualification slots, there's also the share of the prize pool, right? So the better your position is at the end of the day, the more moolah in the bank. Of course, sitting at the top is going to award you the biggest share of that. Sitting at the bottom, the lowest share. That's just how it works out. But of course, we are going to be looking at MVPs to see who's going to be getting that additional share of $200 going over to them. But so far, we see 2 squads sitting with 2 winner chicken dinners, right? MVP has 2, Accelerate has 2. Can the rest of the lobby catch up? But the big question is, can Temper actually get their hands on the chicken, right? Because we did see them move all the way up into 2nd place, but doing so without any victories just yet. They have put in a pretty strong effort here, a very consistent performance, getting that 2nd place in the previous 2 matches. But can match number 3 be the one for them? Or could Delirium 6 get another winner chicken dinner in their game number 3?
If Delirium 6 get a chicken dinner, I don't know what I would do. I would start shouting. Because how on earth are they getting a chicken dinner with the kind of performance that we've seen? But you know, anything is possible for Delirium, but all eyes on Temper as they are knocking on that chicken dinner. Hopefully, these will be their game. And the question is, if they get the chicken dinner, will they still maintain their current form? Accelerate, they got the chicken. Then in the 2nd game, that was not the Accelerate that we just watched in the 1st game. And that is what took them down and lower that table. And for the game number 3, none other than the map, the OG Erangel. And this will be quite insane as all the teams are looking for the clutches, as all the teams are looking for those top spots. Top 4 will make you get to that PMGO position. And this is a very, very good playing path with that path cutting across Erangel horizontally like a katana. And the question, who has the sharpest blades in this game to show us that they really deserve to be champions in the PMNC South Africa and ultimately make their way to PMGO Africa?
Oh, yeah. We'll find out. Right. We'll see pretty soon exactly who's going to be doing that. Interesting flight path that we have to work with here as well. I don't know if it's going to impede a lot of our drops here that the teams could be looking at making. But of course, as we know, we are going to be keeping a pretty close eye, or at least I will be keeping a very close eye on that Sosnovka Island, because sometimes the zone loves to rather go down towards that southern edge. So we'll see what it does. Maybe the teams could be blessed and they get the zone forming up right up upon them. In the meantime, towards Pmnc it is we go. Is this Pmnc? No, this is George. Oh, yep. See, there's that southern zone. It's going to be pulling right up onto the coastline. So it is going to be quite interesting to see how the teams will look to get themselves kind of spread out coming into those next few phases. MVP, though, they have the entirety of the north to themselves. They can go get their loot, do whatever they feel like doing. But Temper, they don't have that luxury, right? They have 8-Bit Esports coming in alongside them already. 8-Bit has lost 2 of their players at the hand of Temper. But can they do it? Can Valerian and Ema lock it in and maybe play for a big, big upset?
Yo, Tempers, these guys are just cooking. Already 2 eliminations. I think these might be the game that they might be challenging for that chicken dinner. But the kind of form that Temper is in right now, this is the kind of form that we need to be seeing each and every single time. Jojo Pool being one very key point for these Temper team, a very good hotspot, and Peaky Blinders also trying to survive as Delirium Seek is trying to throw those nades on towards the Peaky Blinders, and a good spot for Spoits, although he was almost eliminated by that nade. And the Peaky Blinders, they had a good game in Rondo, that I can say, because Papi got 5 eliminations, they were able to dominate, but I've not seen them dominate in Erangel. Can they usher the Delirium 6 players out of the game in this Erangel game? Are they going to have one dominant Erangel?
That'd be an interesting one to see. I'm pretty curious here about the Peaky Blinders squad as well. I'm curious, right? Did they all get dressed up like that for the shoot? Right? Is that their official attire? Because right, I think it's cool. It looks pretty epic. But would they pitch up to an event like that? Right? Because I mean, if we're going to somewhere where it's hot, right? Are you gonna sit there with a full suit on every time? I mean, much respect to you if you do, but gosh, you are gonna be suffering in that heat. But either which way, I still think it's a pretty awesome effect that you know they're pulling off there and really keeping to that Peaky Blinder name that they've got. Speaking of names, though, the name of the game here for Tempo is gonna be Cleanup, right? As 8-Bit now has been reduced to a solo. A bold move being made here by 8-Bit, looking to get themselves into a little bit of a different drop location. Unfortunately, they have paid the toll, right? That toll so far has been 3 of their 4 players.
One more, and everyone will just know of this Temper team. You know, they made it to PMAC. I remember introducing these guys. And at the moment, this is the same team that I watched at PMAC, Tempers. They are just so high-tempered. You know, you never mess with these kind of players. These kind of players are just going all in. Look at this. You know, like you are just watching your death. Valerian is watching these players try to come to his exact position. But with the M249, I think he has an advantage. You know, M249, it is very, very loud. And packing 135 bullets, but can he shake them off?
That's a good question. See, no, that's the answer. No, you just can't, right? There's just too many barrels pointing over to you. But you know, you gotta give it up to 8-Bit. Valiant effort, right? They tried. Unfortunately, it didn't go according to plan. But you know what? Sometimes you just gotta try. Is it a good choice to try on the last day? No. Not necessarily, but I am also then taking into account where 8-Bit is situated on the overall standings, right? So I think they've pretty much come to the conclusion that they're not necessarily going to be able to make up 60 points in the next few games. And so they might as well go out and try a few different tactics, right? See what they can come up with. Maybe they can upset the leaderboard, right? Maybe they can potentially cause a bit of damage to the teams that need to survive and need to make it into that late game, right? So there's actually a lot of power in the hands of the teams sitting further down the overall standings, right? The game's not over for them. They actually have a very decisive say in what happens in the remainder of this day.
Yeah, true. But that is just maybe it works. You know, every single move that they are making, that is a 50/50 chance of them winning, of them surviving, and also them getting eliminated. But you know, you have to try these tactics. If the current ones are not working, just try it. You know, they might be able to reach that top 10, and those massive swings in cash, they might be registered on the end, because the higher the rank, the more the money. And at the point that they are sitting right now, that rank is not looking good for them. At number 15, that is almost, can I say, the lesser money out of all. You know, you don't want the $20, you don't want the $50, you want the big loot, because coming to this point is taking effort. It's taken a lot of time, a lot of toll. And the 44K, yesterday they were dominating, but how are they losing these fights this easily? As Accelerate is pushing towards the 44K and looking to clinch that top 4 once more. But Accelerate, they are having like some very, very different gameplays. One, they're dominating, one, they're losing, others, they're dominating. But how are they going to play this game?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. And I mean, I think based on what we're currently looking at is Accelerate is going to try and, you know, just go full on with the aggression here. But they need to be careful because this is not as isolated of a position as it might seem to be, right? We got quite a few teams in the surrounding area. We do see Goof Academy also going to be moving up alongside them. I think 44K made a very wise decision there, looking to disengage. They brought ChatGPT back into the fight, and now they're pushing back into hard cover. A lot of evasive maneuvers, and somehow miraculously, Chat GPT, yeah, that doesn't exist. Chat GPT didn't even get shot at, right? Accelerate was just like, you know what, it's fine. we'll let them live for the time being as they look to continue to push a little bit further down on that southern side. And I think Accelerate here are playing for positioning, right? They're not necessarily going to be looking to get overly aggressive anytime soon. Instead, looking to play a lot more of a strategic position. Speaking about strategies, though, you can see the All-Stars now looking to lay into NTX. So far, they found Bane. Bane about to get backed up and shipped out of here. That Zoran, of course, putting us a little bit further up into the northeastern side. Shelby now trying to dip, duck, dive, and dodge his way through, but up comes the full send, a full showing of All-Stars as they come looking to breach. 2 players left now for the side here of NTX, and they're just trying to find any and every bit of cover that they can manage. But it is going to be quite the grueling task here at hand as NTX now looks to push up to the lumber yard there. Looking to play it a little bit safe, at least for the time being. But Youngblood, there's a lot of movement here, right? We do see a lot of teams now starting to make their way up in towards that zone. And I'm going to be looking over on towards specifically the western side as to where so many teams are filtering into.
Yeah, that would be a very, very key position. The western side, the side that is packing a lot of teams and a lot of squads trying to enter the zone from that end, because we see the 6 are trying to use that point, but the Peaky Blinders are also there. We have the Resist, so 3 total teams towards that western front, and in front of them we have Undisputed. So it's the places where you are able to move around are very, very limited. And the best spot at the moment is for Resist supposed to try and take that bridge, make the rotation towards the Sosnovka Island, and ultimately get to that farm area, because I don't think anyone is at farm. So if they can be able to farm that point, that will be a GG's with them. But the Resist spot still approaching the zone, still western, but they will be going straight forward to the 44K. But you know, it's just a matter of time as the Ultra 6, they are still looking to get these Peaky Blinders side. And the Peaky Blinders with only 1 player remaining, Nemesis, as the name suggests, almost turned upside down. The final player remaining from Peaky Blinders, I think their jackets are off, because this lobby is hot.
I think not only the jackets but the ties as well, right? Because you know you need that room to move around, especially when it gets like this. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see like a behind the scene of, you know, are they sitting there in full suits playing PUBG? Because I think that would probably be a first.
Yeah,
right?
we need
that
a
would
video.
be a first across the board. Speaking about first though, yeah, Peaky Blinders, they are going to be the next one out of here. Unfortunately, going out in 14th position, managing at least those 4 eliminations to accompany them back into the lobby. So now they can put those jackets back on, retie the ties as well as they get ready for game number next, which is of course going to be our final Erangel of the day. But until we get there, we still have to look at all the rest of the teams here in the lobby. There is still 13 of them left to show us what they've got. We are centering up very close to Potato Hill as well, Accelerate holding down on the southern side alongside Novex and Goof Academy, all taking occupancy of the compounds. So that's going to be a pretty strong position to play off of. MVP also in a compound, looking pretty good over there. I'm not quite sure where the All-Stars are going to go. Are they going to maybe look to contest? Are they going to look to play towards those Wizard Towers that we have up on the high ground? Or will they find a different angle to get themselves into the snake zone? Riz, 6, Temper, Sidemen, all having to face quite a bit of a challenge as there's only limited space available moving into these phases. Berserk now, as you've said before, right, they've not necessarily been popping off here today. So if there's going to be a point in which they decide to do so, now would be a really good time to do that, because Temper is looking to close that gap and maybe dethrone them.
Yeah, true. Temper has all the capabilities, they have all the motivation, they have the right mindset. And a Goblin, this is his chance. You know, right now, if BERSERK, they lose this fight, they'll be losing 2 things. One of them, that top 1 team. Because Tempers, the way the guys are moving, they might clean that number 1. And also, they might be losing that MVP. Because if Temper is able to clinch a lot of points, as we saw Yuri, he has, I think that was 17 eliminations, but I'm yet to be corrected. And Tempers going against the Sidemen. Sidemen were able to crunch and get a lot of points in the first game. And right now, they are going head on to Temper. Are we the sniper? What is this man doing? Sana, very, very confident, but I don't think that was the best call for him, using the sniper, and that is his ultimate death. As he all packs up another elimination. Riz Esports with the third party Tempers, and the Tempers are getting set. The pressure is mounting. They have to be safe, and they have to play it well. You know, it's all about IQ for the Tempers right now, because the numbers, they're not looking so well on their side.
Yeah, I mean, this is where we got to see Temper now keep that focus up, right? They did seem to get a little bit overzealous there for a brief moment. Of course, they were quickly reminded that they are not as isolated as they thought they were with that spray coming through from Riz. But now, Sidemen, Crank, now got to look to avenge his fallen teammates as the push comes through. We did see a very quick cleanup coming through from the side here of Temper, but they now have quite a bit of patching up to do. The sprays are in. Leo is down. Crank now going to look to capitalize. The send is there. Yuri having all the pressure on his shoulders. Everything relying on these next few shots. Managing to clutch it up, but not out of the woods, because still remember that there is a team right behind them. Sidemen, though, out they go. Unfortunately, not going to be able to replicate another insane match like we saw at the start of the day. But here we have it either which way. Right, Sidemen, 2 eliminations to show for this game. But I think a very nervous Temper as well, right? Because there's so many teams in the surrounding area.
Yo, but have you seen how Yuri is playing the game? You know, that is the key man for the Temper. And this is the man that is chasing Goblin down. You know, he needed 5 eliminations to be able to get to 23. Yeah, I remember, he has 18. He needs 5 eliminations to be able to get to where Goblin is. And already, he has 3 eliminations. So that means a lot. You know, if Goblin is looking at the stats, right now is his time to shine. But is Goblin really going to do anything? BERSERK, they don't have the numbers. Temper with only 3 players remaining. Farm infested with a lot of players. And the All-Stars receiving an all-fight. And that was a good spray. You know, that man will never pick again like that. You know, you have that heal advantage, but you don't, you're not immortal. Yeah, those shots will come. Even if we have that, do we have, I think it's a heal glitch. That does not apply. 44K, they are just watching. They won that headshot, and that was clean connection by 44K. But, you know, DK, looking at how the teams are playing today and yesterday, you know, first, let me just mention 44K. Yesterday, they were extravagant. Today, they've not been showing us the signs. They've not been showing us the intent to get to that top 4.
Well, hopefully that could all look to change right here as, yes, they have been sliding a little bit, right? But there's always an opportunity for them to try and bounce back. Again, they are going to be pushing in onto BERSERK right here as Goblin and Wrath is going to try and survive, but down goes Wrath. ChatGPT unlocks the code, and down goes BERSERK. 12th place is what they have, and not a single point to accompany them along the way. Ultra also going down here in 11th. Very unfortunate turn of events, but unfortunately, that's just the way it goes, right? If you can't hold up the heat, go get some sunglasses, because it's going to get pretty bright out here, as we know, right? Everybody is going to try and push. Temper, they are pushing aggressively. They need 5 points to dethrone the players from BERSERK, right? Well, they get 6. If they get 6 points, they've been able to dethrone the players there from BERSERK. So an absolutely insane build up here for the side of Temper. Of course, they started off the day all the way in 7th place. Now, all the way up into 2nd. So absolutely glorious performance that they've been showcasing here. But
No,
can
DK,
they keep
I'm
that
confused.
momentum going? Can they keep
I'm
the ball
con-
going here?
I'm confused with one point. You know, you said if they can't hold the heat, they need to find some sunglasses.
Yes, exactly.
Guys, you will only get these kind of facts here. Don't try to think
Yes.
too much. Don't try to
Yeah.
think too much. It is just
Just
straightforward.
listen.
You just
Don't think.
you don't think. If you think, you'll be confused. Just take it as
Yes.
it is, because the heat is definitely pulling up, and it's anyone's game, and anyone is game today. Tempers in a very heated fight. Only 2 players remaining, but they still have a chance to get the revive, as MVPs are also looking for a very, very clean game, and the zone shift coming in just a few seconds as we conclude this game number 3. And it's quite crazy with a few maps remaining. Wait, this is game number 3, right? Game number 4. Game number 3, bro. I'm even confused. You know, we have a lot of fights and my mind is just boggling every single information as I look at the teams. Tempers dominating, Accelerate dominating. And the All-Stars, I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know, but we'll find out soon enough. Undisputed are going to be following hard on the heels there of NTX. NTX, though, surviving a little while longer, right? So they are definitely improving something. So I like where that is heading. But as we know, it needs to still go a very, very long way, as there's still quite a few hurdles to overcome. Everybody is going to try their absolute best to get the job secured. Now, of course, All-Stars, they were causing quite a few issues here for the side of Temper. Fortunately for Temper, All-Stars now down to a 2-piece. It is going to be Dead holding that front line angle. We do see T12, or T21 rather, taking a bit of a position up in zone, but I think there is a bit of a threat looming around the corner from Novex, at least for the All-Stars. So that could spell quite a few problems here for them. Now, Leo going to try and come back a little bit stronger. Ooh, there's an opportunity on the vehicle, getting spotted out. Those off angles definitely looking to pay off here. But those shots could have come from anywhere. There is a bit of a treat coming in here as well. Quick, cheeky upgrade to the lowdowns. But Novex now going to be holding steadily in their compound. Dead has been spotted, being forced from his vehicle. Let's see whether or not T21 is going to be able to do anything in response to that. MVP, though, coming up with a bit of a showdown here as Riz is pushing up on the opposite end of Potato Hill. But who's going to walk away with the chips? We don't know. One of them will. Either which way. MVP, they need these points if they want to hold on to that top 4 slot.
Yo, and they are at peace. You know, and Novex 81, MVP 81. But that one elimination from Novex just changes the game. And MVP, they have to pull out, they have to give us a game, they have to give us a show. And it's now or never as MVP is taken down and they're taking up the fight between Reza and Nades flying. Adrian was the best man, 7 eliminations. He needs to show us that the team MVP with the potion, they can be able to clinch a portion of these games' placement points and ultimately maybe the chicken dinner. And the day number 2 is looking tense. Very, very tense at the top as Tempers with only 1 player remaining. That is Yuri. Aliol eliminated. And this is just the point. This is just the... Oh my word. Look at this. Temper eliminated. I thought that they are going to get that top 1 in this game. You know, they've been knocking at that chicken dinner. But unfortunately, they don't want that chicken dinner that much because these are the teams, they want it more. And as the MVPs are trying to hold, they have to get to the play zone and they have to do it now as we are in the final stages of the game number 3.
Yes, sir. Here we go. The top 6 teams in this lobby now. In the map, rather. Trying to see what they can get done. 2 squads all the way up north. Either MVP or Riz needs to disengage, right? Meanwhile, it's going to be the All-Stars that are going to get sent away as they walk out with 3 eliminations and placement points. But now, Novex locking it in over on towards the eastern side of zone. They don't have any compounds to utilize anymore. They're going to have to just blindly rush it in. And the longer they take, the better opportunity there is for MVP to get themselves set up. Accelerate already looking absolutely phenomenal. 44k, going to be feeling a bit of a sting here, as Shival is going to look to try and just put a bit of distance in between him and that spray coming through from Riz. But I like the fact that Riz has also now changed focus, not overly committing to that engagement that they were involved in, but now extending that reach all the way over to 44. So we've got 223 and Shival hoping to just survive for the time being. Clutch coming through with the spray down. Is it going to land? Or we know Clutch definitely has what it takes to be an absolute menace on this battlefield. So far, the Ridge is proving to be somewhat of a challenge. Shival managing to survive and just barely hold on. But as you can see, it is going to be 44k, the team with the lowest player count currently surviving in this phase here. And here we go, Riz trying to close it up, but we do see quite a bit of carnage now descending upon the players here from Novax and MVP, and of course Accelerate looking to capitalize. So it is absolute brutality and carnage all across the board. Thanos getting snapped out of existence. Someone was able to get that glove off his hand, but can Clips maybe piece it together? Can we see Riz now get the jump in over on towards 44k?
I think that is just a question which will be answered in just a few seconds, as the Riz Esports are trying to get to the play zone and try to get that shift as the zone takes another central approach. But the Riz Esports, they know they have the number. Shival, one of the final players from the 44k. And the Riz have to clutch this. Haki does get the elimination, and this is a 1v-all battle. Will he be able to shake off the Riz Esports? They come with the sweet words, and they do take him down. You know, Riz, they have the sweet words. But those guys, they have those powerful machinery. You never joke with such kind of players. We have the MVP clips. He reminds me of when he did that 1v4 versus Accelerate. And hopefully we are going to see something of the sort in these final seconds, because Accelerate, they have a full squad. And guess who is there? Clips is also in the game. Novex, they still are able to maintain that top 4 in this game. The only one player, is he going to be enough? We are down to a 4 from the MVP, a 4 from Team Accelerate, and a 4 from Riz, not forgetting the solo player from Novex Esports.
Well, let's see whether or not Novex Elmincho can get a big mention all the way to the end here. Accelerate looking to respect the zone here, as they have not moved an inch in the past few phases, but of course they had a beautiful read on where that zone could potentially be going. Now, you can't say the same here for Riz, right? They don't necessarily have the bestest of best setups, but they do have 10 eliminations and that whole squad left to just look to pack a punch. They are going to be focusing their efforts over onto Accelerate, as they have to move in. But this is where it's all going to boil down to, right? Everybody's just going to be playing over on towards this western side. Elmincho outside the zone. The blue is going to start to force his hand. It will have to advance further afield. MVP, though, I like this quick little bit of a change-up, right? Just kind of inching their way further and further forward. But now it's going to be go time, as Riz, Speed, looks to open the window there. Gets a little bit of a breeze flowing through the building. Can we see Elmincho getting picked up here? Yeah, he needs to run, and down he goes. Ogre is going to be the one to wrap it up. Novex out in full, 3 eliminations to show. And here we go. The final showdown, the top 3 at play. A 4v4v4, right? Talk about an absolutely stacked position to play for. This is it. This is go time. We got Clips in here. We got Clutch in here. And then, of course, we have Accelerate. So this is where Accelerate needs to watch out for Clips, because, you know, we know what happened before with the entirety of Accelerate and Clips. So there might be some pretty menacing plays at hand here.
I think the only thing that they need to do is let Clips do his thing. Yeah, if he gets a knock, they'll just be there for support, and not fire support, emotional support, just to keep him pushing this Accelerate team. You know, that guy, 1v4 maniac. And Team Accelerate, they are trapped in between a rock and a hard place, in between the Riz and the MVPs. They don't have the zone, and they have to make the shift. But to where are they even going? Nade elimination coming all the places, as the drop is coming towards that central point, and Accelerate, they are still holding their nerve. Even though they have the numbers, they don't have that position, and Clips is just waiting for Accelerate. You know what? I think, DK, we might see a 1v4 again. We might see this.
Maybe.
Look at this point.
Maybe.
Look at Clips. I think he's a top fragger. He's just waiting. He knows, and he smells blood. I think this guy is like a magnet to Accelerate. Yeah, whenever they are there, that guy is just waiting.
Well, we'll find out soon what is going to happen here, as the teams will have to do something. Accelerate can't stay in their position. They have to move, and now that's Respect getting absolutely disrespected as the sprays come through, and it's now Accelerate. Oh, starting to crumble here as they are just getting picked off left, right, and center. MVP Clips stepping up, getting everything going. We do say goodbye to Accelerate. 5 eliminations up, but now it is the final showdown between Riz and MVP. Clutch versus Clips. A little bit of that CC action, but we'll see who is the one to get the most. Ragnar goes down next. Clutch and Haki up on the edge. Up comes the push. 2 versus 4. MVP have the numbers stacked in their favor, but Riz has 11 teen eliminations. So absolutely phenomenal stuff. Ooh, a nice attempt being made here by Riz. Clutch trying to send out a few grenades, just trying to keep MVP at bay. But of course, stage 9 is about to hit, and this means Riz has only one way out of this. They have to push forward. They have to aggress onto MVP to fight their way to that winner chicken dinner. But MVP, look at this. They have a completely different outcome in mind. They are starting to circle around Adrian, getting so excited. He cannot wait. He cannot sit still. He hops in the vehicle, starts moving about, looking for an angle, doing a little bit of that due diligence to make sure that there's no surprises coming in from that northern side. But now, with the zone closing up, the fate of Riz rests solely in the hands here of MVP. Ogre, unfortunately, is going to get picked on up. Haki super low in that health. Got to watch out, though. Still a big opportunity to strike. No confirmations being secured just yet. MVP still having the advantage, but Clutch inching his way closer out in the open. Adrian, oh, beautiful distraction. Up comes Potion. Are they going to be able to get it? Clutch holding strong, gets up, goes down, and MVP walking away with a winner chicken dinner. Absolutely beautiful bounce back here from them. But again, the question is, will this chicken dinner be enough for MVP to again guarantee their position moving into that top 4 slot? Of course, we don't know just yet. We'll have to take a look at all the numbers that are going to be appearing on screen. But what a beautiful showdown. Clips on the rest of the team there from MVP, holding strong and showing us why that's their name.
We had, they asked for that top spot. We wanted an MVP, and guess what? The MVPs were able to mend the whole lobby, and they took that chicken dinner home. And again, the MVPs are just going crazy in the second day, and this form is what they needed, and it's all that they have. MVPs, they are dominating in each and every fight that they have been into, and with the 4-man army winning a chicken dinner, team effort, as Olga tried to make that, can I call that move an Adrian? He was eliminated by the Riz Esports, but you know what? Game is game, and Adrian, with that distraction by the vehicle, gives his team that needed advantage, and they do take a chicken dinner. A second consecutive chicken dinner for the MVPs. You know, Adrian was the main man in the previous game. This time round, he pulled some crazy stunts that gave Ogre a chance. And the MVPs, their winner chicken dinner. And those are quite some good elimination. Adrian with the 2, we have Ogre with the 3, who was the main man in that team. And for the match summary, which is looking crazy. And I think the more we are playing the games, the lesser we are having the headshots. Because in the first game, like 22 headshots. The second game, we had 9. And right now, we have 8 headshots. Is the game becoming a little bit not that tense? Or what is happening with the number of headshots? Because it's reducing.
I think it's more intense because there's no opportunity for headshots, right? You just got to step it up and just got to get that spray going, right? You don't have the luxury of time to sit back, relax, get your scope out, clean it up, make sure it's centered or zeroed or whatever. You just got to go out there, do what Haki did, right? Go out and get 1,000+ damage. That's the approach to take here. Riz, though, they are going to be rizzing their way into this match. Summary, as you can see, they are just absolutely dominating, doing everything that there is to show on the screen right here. Haki coming through with that 1 elimination from the grenade, scoring an immense amount of damage. Clutch traveling that bullet over a pretty great distance, 374. Ragnar making sure that there's enough fuel. So we know now that Ragnar is definitely the car guy, right? He's the one to sort out the vehicles to make sure that everything is there, locked and loaded and ready to roll. But speaking about rolling, we are going to be heading up into our points over here. As we can see, Goof Academy, they were able to find themselves 3 points in this game. Unfortunately, not being able to replicate the same kind of pacing as we've seen in previous matches on their end, but the teams just keeping the pressure up as best they can. Berserk, though, that's pretty crazy, right? Going back with nothing but bubbles, right? We want to see a little bit more. If they want to hold on to pole position, they can't afford to do this, right? They have to step it up, right? They've got one more Erangel to try and at least showcase a little bit of that impressive gameplay on there. But speaking about impressive, let's take a look at the top of the board. This is where we'll find all the goats that did the most. As you can see, Team MVP walking away with glorious 19 points. Riz locked in on 17. We've got Accelerate and Temper all finishing on double digits apiece. So pretty exciting stuff for them. But the big question is, can 44K get those double digits as well? Because I think that's what they're going to need if they want to reclaim a little bit of their position, right? Because overall, there's quite a bit of slipping and sliding happening towards that top 4 slot. And as we know, only 4 teams can sit in the top 4, right? It's in the number. It's right there. And if you want to get it, you will have to go out and grab it. You can't wait. You have to just take it.
Bro, the top 4 is just looking insane at the moment. And I think we might have seen a dethroning happening. We just have to wait for the overall and get to have our answers. But MVP head-to-head with the Riz Esports, 9 eliminations for the team MVP. But Riz Esports were calling the shots with 11 shots already, 11 eliminations, quite some damage on Riz, bro. With 11 eliminations, they've been able to get 2,000 damage. And with 9 eliminations, MVP, they've gotten 1,400 damage. So that lets you know who are the heavy hitters. Riz Esports were the heavy hitters in that game. Although they didn't get the chicken, I think they really deserved one. But you know, you might deserve it, but someone was hungry for it. And for the player of the match, none other from the Riz Esports, Haki. You know, in Kenya, Haki means justice. And this man has impacted justice to this game with 5 eliminations, 1,000 damage, 5 total knockouts. So this guy, a very, very clinical finisher. With every knock that he was getting, he was establishing that elimination. Like he was getting the finish at that particular moment. Survived. Yeah. And the Riz Esports, I think right now, we are game. They are in the game. They are in the fight. You know, this is the Riz that we wanted to see. And they did good. And that MVP will be very, very hard, as Yuri was able to get some establishing shots with 4 eliminations, and the table might be changing. Do you think BERSERK still going to hold on to the MVP?
I don't know. It might have changed up. We'll have to get a big old confirmation on that. But it's interesting that you said Haki means it means something in Kenya, right? Here, Haki is a little hook, right? Just a little hook, right? That's all it means over here. But at least Haki was able to hook himself into the top 5 for our overall top players, coming through with those 17 eliminations. The answer to your question about Berserk Goblin, the answer is yes. Still sitting up in pole position. Yuri, though, from Temper, getting scary close. We did see ChatGPT also moving all the way from that 5th up into 3rd place. So good upward movements coming through. And of course, no surprise to see Adrian also representing Team MVP right here in, well, the MVP list, right? It makes sense to have at least one player from MVP in the top 5 to see who's going to be walking away with that award at the end of the day. But of course, aside from all of the overall player breakdowns, we need to take a look and see what the board looks like, right? Has there been any major drastic shifts? Did we see enough coming through from whoever tried to secure points? As we know, there's been some pretty strong efforts being put forth here. I mean, MVP, right? Did that winner win a chicken dinner maybe result in a bit of a different outcome here? Did it all go the same? Are we still sitting with exactly the same teams in the top 4? So many questions. and we don't have answers for them yet, of course, up until the point that we get to look at this. So we do see Peaky Blinders, they've moved up from 12th place up into 11th. Of course, those 4 points coming through in this past match is going to bode quite well there for them. Delirium, unfortunately, still going to be continuing with a downward positioning, right? They are the only team on this page with a winner chicken dinner, and there they are all the way in 12th place. But Sidemen sitting on 42 points, so we got to see how close it is between that 9th place and 8th place to know if there is even an opportunity for them to try and catch up, because as we know, there's only 3 matches remaining, right? 3 opportunities for these teams to get the points. And of course, MVP now, they've hit the century, sitting comfortably with 3 winner chicken dinners. Temper creeping up there as well, but because of MVP's play, BERSERK and Temper has been moved down into 2nd and 3rd place. Novix, no change on their end. Accelerate, no change on their end. They're still locked into exactly where they are. So it's going to be pressure coming through here. And of course, you can see that pressure, I would say, extends all the way down to Riz Esports, potentially even 44K. I don't think there's going to be enough of an opportunity for All Stars to catch the top 4, right? Can they improve their position on within the top 5, or between 5th and 8th place? Yes, they could, but based on how they've been performing in the previous 3 games, if they don't drastically change an approach, I don't necessarily see that being something that's doable for them, right? This game that passed, they got the 5 points. Previous match that passed, yeah, they also didn't bag too many. They got 4 points from the previous match. In the first game of the day, they got 2. So that puts them on a pretty low consistent point gain. So if they want to play that catch-up game, they really will have to put a lot of effort into the remaining matches here for the day if they want to increase the amount of share that they get off that prize pool. But yep, there we go. We have a new contender sitting at the top of the board, MVP. Holding strong and steady. 3 winner chicken dinners. They've unlocked quite a bit of consistency here today, but can they continue with that flow? Of course, only one way to find out. We have to step into our final Erangale, and that is on the other side of the highlights. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come. It is here, the final air angle for the PMNC South Africa final is here. It's about to happen. But of course, we are looking at some moves happening with regards to those overall rankings. MVP, they climbed 2 slots. They won them. They've just awarded themselves. They didn't win. They awarded themselves $450 in that last match, right? That last match was worth $450 for them so far, right? But as a result, that means Temper lost $150. They are down to $550. And then, of course, well, that's Berserk that lost $150. Temper lost $200 in that last game. So pretty costly, right? Pretty costly moves coming through with regards to these overall rankings. But we are going to see who's going to be the teams to make it in the top 4, who's going to be losing money, who's going to be making money. Either which way, everybody's going to be walking away with something. They have the opportunity to decide what that is and how much of that what will it be. Speaking about what, though, I was saying MVP moved up 2 slots. They also had a back-to-back winner chicken dinner.
Yo.
And now as we are getting ready to move into game number 10, we are almost there. Are they going to be able to replicate those efforts yet again? Will we see Temper potentially unlocking their very first winner chicken dinner? Or could this be the opportunity for 44K to go crazy and surprise us with an absolutely insane performance? Of course, that point distribution is still very, very close, right? We've got 4th place, which is 87 points. We've got 7th place, which is 67 points. So only 20 points deciding the spot between 4th and 7th. So there's a lot in between as well. So let's see who are going to be those contenders. Youngblood, where do you think we are going to be looking at that sword?
I think towards the Stalba area. Yeah, yes, Naya, Stalba area. That is, I think that's where the zone is going to be shifting towards, because most of the time when you have the plain path like these, it shifts towards the northern part of the map. But you know what? I stand corrected, and we will get that answer in just a few. But we've been talking about MVPs, you know. I didn't get a chance to air this out, but those guys, they know their balls. They are balling out. These guys are just playing chess, you know. It seems like the other teams are playing checkers, and with 2 chicken dinners in a row, these guys might be able to do the impossible, and that is get a trio chicken dinner. I've not seen that happening, and if it has, you can tell me DK, but I'm not sure that has happened in PMNC. If they're able to clutch this out, these will be the biggest record-breaking run. And the zone has just shifted, and I was not right. I thought I could get this. I tried to read the zone with all the games that I've been seeing, but I was wrong. I stand corrected. Forgive me, chat, for
it's okay.
was wrong.
Only this one time. Only this one time. Yeah, only this one time. But speaking of which, though, that zone is going to be an interesting one, especially looking at Berserk moving up into that Malta positioning. If MVP gets this third chicken, this third back-to-back chicken, that would mean that they've now officially unlocked themselves a turkey, right? That is the 3 chicken dinners in a row. We call it a turkey. Absolutely exciting stuff. Let's see, are they going to be able to gobble up some points here, or will they get gobbled up instead? Delirium, one of the teams with a chicken dinner, all the way on that last page. Now facing off against the side here of the Peaky Blinders. But are they going to peek these corners, or are they just going to full send it? Nereus, though, taking a bit of a precarious and serious position here. But can he find that spray to lock it in? Delirium, rather, on the opposing side. And they now get absolutely surrounded. Rico is down. Now it's up to JP. Oh, but down he goes. So now it is up to their final hopeful to try and carry the torch. But let's see. Is that torch anywhere nearby? Fortunately for them, no. Because their final player is nowhere to be seen in the surrounding area. Instead, he is on the far side of the zone, but not quite out of the woods, right? We've got Goof Academy right there alongside him. It does seem like Spot is going to look to get themselves situated up into Pmnc. Or is it the Spoit? Yeah, that's maybe the fancy way. I got to say that with my pinky in the air. right when I pronounce the name. It is Spoit. There we go. As they continue to move on through Goof Academy, they've caught a wind of a player. Now they are hunting. They want to see if they can get themselves an additional point here. Maybe they can reach that 40-point marker. I think they will do that quite comfortably. Now, NTX though, right? They started off the day with 3 points. Today already, they've been able to push that much further afield, all the way up to 11 points. Can they get more? Will they surprise us with an absolutely glorious play? Of course, only time will tell, but hopeful to see that happen.
I think they can surprise us, but as you said, it's just a number of time. But anyway, the real competition here and the pressure has been mounting. That is the position from the number, can I say the number 1 to the number 7. So I think that is where the real competition is, as all the teams are trying their best, utilizing every single location, trying to go for early rotations, trying to secure the play zone, trying to secure as many points as they can in the games so that they may upset that table. But that's not coming easy. You know, you have to go through all the other teams that are also trying to get some good spot in that rank. And Temper, Yuri will be the key player that we are going to be watching out for, because if Yuri is able to get a couple, even a single elimination, he will be locking in on that MVP, because only 1 point, that's the difference between him and the Goblin from Team BERSERK. And we're the BERSERK team. You know, I really want to see how these guys will be approaching this game number 3. You know, BERSERK has had the worst Erangel games out of all the teams that are in the top 6. And hopefully, this game, they're going to show us something new and at least have the confidence to take on the fights, because they're not even aggressive. I think today they're playing more passive than yesterday.
It is a little bit more passive from what we've seen before, but yeah, BERSERK all the way on the far side, close to center zone, held up in Malta itself, so they are, at least for the time being, a little bit removed from the action. The rest of the lobby, of course, now starting to converge down onto each other, looking for every position they can look to go for here. But as we know, that southern island is in play, and a big portion of the northern edge as well. But you were asking for BERSERK, and here they are as 44k now comes just flying past them. Sphinx now just giving them a bit of a warning shot, saying, you know what, I think it's best if you maybe don't stop here. This is our compound. It is our loot. Please don't take any of it. If you do, we are willing to fight you. But it makes sense to see 44k pull up here. All right, you can see 223 rocking it out with the AUG. He's got that 1987 shotty with him as well. Oh, but here we go. Are we going to see a bit of a push now on the Riz side, as NT has a few unwelcome wanderers pulling up to them? Beautiful nade going out. Does it reach? Not quite just yet. But we do see Kingpin getting picked up in the feed as well. So there's quite a bit of chaos now starting to erupt all across the board. Beautiful shots coming through here from NTX though, as Riz is being put on quite a bit of a back foot. The Ragnar coming up. The car guy, as I said before, is going to look to roll on in, but can he come through with that saving play? Beautiful off angle coming in there from Ragnar, but is that going to be enough? It might help to identify Mob 77 on the edge there.
Yeah, it might help, but the NTX are losing these fights and losing them easily. They had the numbers, they had the knocks, but unfortunately with only one man remaining, sorry, NTX are out of the race very, very early. And I don't know, maybe the points that they're landing, they're not getting enough loot, but NTX losing a lot in that fight. They didn't just lose it, they lost it all. A chance at going a bit higher in that table, are currently sitting at last place with 11 points, 8-bit following with the 20. And the NTX still out of the game as team accelerate, not accelerating anymore towards that number 4 position, but accelerated back to the lobby. And the mentality is changing. Accelerate was the biggest competitor of Novex, Temper, BERSERK, and MVP. But Accelerate, this game is just not theirs. Losing a fight and losing to the Undisputed, who at the moment are trying to make a comeback. But I don't know. because the accelerator has been eliminated, is that going to ease the pressure in this game for Novex, for Temper? Is he going to do that?
Well, realistically, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it could potentially help alleviate a little bit of that pressure, but I don't know if Accelerate's 5-point gap between them and Novex is enough to justify potential pressure, right? It is putting pressure on Accelerate themselves, right? Because they're going to have to come back exceptionally strong in the 2 remaining Miramars, so the stakes are getting increasingly high. So they're going to have to really focus up because, you know, they started off quite well, but so far it seems like things are looking pretty challenging. Speaking of which, though, the All-Stars might be seeing some stars here as 8-bit is spraying down on them. We do see MVP now also rushing up onto Novex. This is a big showing of confidence coming through from MVP as they look to hold steady, hold strong. We do see BERSERK also now starting to circle. Everybody is trying to get in on the action, but MVP, they are going to have their hands absolutely full here. But this could be the opportunity to try and clutch it out, right? This could really help them alleviate a lot of that tension coming through, as Elmencho is, at least for the time being, the last one left for the side here of Novex. Oh,
Yo, that is quite a bummer. Novex at number 4 eliminated, and that just created the opportunity for Riz Esports and 44K to clinch that number 4 or number 5 respectively. And this game is not going right for these teams. You know, Novex, they've been really struggling to maintain that top 4. And Riz, they have to take up this advantage. And already with 6 eliminations, I believe they are contesting for it. If they are able to get even more eliminations, let them get to double digits on, or even get the chicken dinner. I think the narrative for the top 4 will be changing and will be changed by the Riz Esports, as teams are still looking for those points, pressure points, as they are looking to move mountains. MVP is still holding that building, but that will be quite hard as teams towards the southern part of the map are in quite a ruckus, as Shelby is holding at that bridge area. But these days, do these bridge camps really work? You know, a long time ago, maybe some years ago, the bridge camp used to work so much, but is it really working these days?
I mean, sometimes it works, right? It all depends on your position and whether or not you can actually spray accurately, right? Because a bridge camp is only as good as the angles you hold and, well, your spray. So if you're on the bridge and you're camping it and you can't hit the shots, then I won't consider that much of a bridge camp either which way. But Aspect showing us how to shoot off of a bridge here as the All-Stars continue to move on up. Shelby just trying to hide away, but unfortunately can't hide enough, as each and every different aspect is being utilized here and just thrown against them. But one player that I've not seen too much from just yet is Mumsy here from the side of Sidemen, right? We've seen a lot from the rest of the squad, but I've not personally seen a lot coming through from Mumsy in these past few matches here. Hopefully we can get to see exactly that. Riz moving in here is going to pose a big threat to the side of 8-bit. They should be hearing alarm bells going off. Unfortunately, they can't see what we're seeing, so not quite sure if they'd even notice. But either which way, they are going to find out soon enough. MVP, though, they've had a bit of an opportunity to partially reset. They are down to a duo. BERSERK still lurking and looming around the area. Let's see whether or not Riz can unlock that spray, as so far it does seem like Sidemen are also opting for a little bit of a different approach to get themselves situated up into this next phase.
At the moment, I think the approach from Temper might be the best, because the northern side, we don't have teams, and Temper trying to hold that prison area as Papi. Peaky Blinders. Peaky Blinding, quite a good shot. S12K connected, and that man from the All-Stars is very, very low, and this nade might be that icing to the cake. And he gets the nade, the bow. Papi, quite clinical with the nade. First target, quite good. Papi, the top fragger of that Peaky Blinder squad, with the jackets held up high, ties removed. These guys, they mean business. And ask in the lobby, gentlemen, shall we? Whose game is this going to be? Is it the MVP? BERSERK, Tempers, Reese, 44K. We have the Sidemen, Peaky Blinders. Bro, we have a lot of teams remaining. 36 people remaining, total 12 teams. Are people not even getting eliminated? Or do we have like solos? What is really happening? I think this game has become even more competitive as you've seen BERSERK taking their barrels up and taking up the fight, becoming a bit aggressive than what you've seen in the previous 3 games. But you know what? The game is on. And as I always say, everyone in this game is game.
Yes, sir. That is indeed true. But let's see who's going to look to push the game as far as they can. 8-bit now finding themselves pretty close to center zone there. Goof Academy up on the north. They get to gatekeep a little bit. Tempo. This is where things get interesting. It does seem like they are, of course, just on the hills of prison, so it's not going to be a difficult rotation for them to get out of there. Good to see Undisputed also still up alive and kicking, trying to do some things there as they start to move a little bit further down south. They are going to find Freak along the way, but there is some trouble brewing for Delirium 6 as, well, they don't have very high numbers currently positioned over towards the edge of zone. Temper coming through with a quick rotation. Are they going to push up into the compounds or push a little bit further down south? We'll find out very soon exactly where that rotation is going to take them. Meanwhile, we do say goodbye to Delirium 6 as they make their way out of here. Unfortunate turn of events there for them, but of course, there's only so much that you can do as a solo, right? Now, Ultra 6 are going to be looking to make a little bit of magic happen here. Unfortunately for them, they only started this game with a 3-piece, so that does change up the tactics that they could look to apply moving through it here. Ooh, there, of course, is that loot truck as well. So if you run up, you blow that thing to smithereens, you can get a quick change up, a bit of an upgrade to your gear. Let's see if anybody is going to be able to get the jump on it. 6 getting close. Is this their play? Are they going to get it? This is the first time that I've seen it in a competitive match, so that's always exciting to have it. 44, though, they are going to start to pop off as Riz now is ahead of them. You can see them just absolutely laying into the side there of Riz, finding confirmation after confirmation, but Riz still having 2 players up are going to try and get out of harm's way as 44K now looks to double down, poking and prodding at every single player that they can spot. It's now Ultra 6 falling victim to the sprays here, but Mash quickly getting dropped on down, so a quick bit of a batch up work coming through there. 8-bit cleaning it up as well, so Ultra 6 having their numbers dwindling. We do see the Peaky Blinders also just here on the edge, but nobody looking to get overly involved here, right? Everybody just trying to keep a little bit of distance. They are taking some opportunities, but not really fully committing to anything just yet. All right, so here we go. Getting into the action as Sidemen go on down the next team. Getting taken out of here. Off they are. But now the big question is, of course, right, what's going to happen with our top 10? As we know, as you've mentioned before as well, Youngblood, is Riz and 44K. They are going to try their absolute hardest now to catch up to that top 4 position. I mean, Riz, they have a really good opportunity here, right? They are sitting 1 point away from hitting 80, and then they just need a few more. So if they can finish strong, finish anywhere in the top 3 in this particular match, that could be their ticket into the top 4. But, of course, that is before we even get over to Murmur, and a lot can change in that. So we'll see whether or not 44K and Riz can do what is required from them to gain entry towards that top 4. The zone, of course, is going to just center up on itself, allowing Temper to kind of just stay exactly where they are. But now they need to really start to play the tactics, right? They need to try and capitalize on their zone positioning as well as the terrain.
Oh my god. The Tempers are still playing very, very low, but I think the numbers are still on Riz side. You know, they have the eliminations, 9 total eliminations registered, but only 1 player remaining for the Riz Esports. So he just has to play it cool, try to get those placement points as early as he can, and the real competition between Riz Sports and 44K with a man apiece. And the men, they have to step up to the team of BERSERK, are quite aggressive. Sphinxy. Yo, Sphinxy. Yeah. Oh, he reminded me of the Pinky promise. But he has to promise to take the game if BERSERK are set to take the win. You know, $800. That is what everyone wants. As much as as the top four, you know, $800 is quite insane. You know, the number two, we have a $250 gap, which is not something that is easy to even comprehend when you are the number two. Goofa, Riz Esports, unfortunately eliminated, but with 9 eliminations, at least they have something to smile about. Goofa, on the other end, now be going against Temper. From above, fighting against Team BERSERK. And you know, the name BERSERK means violent, and that's why they're bringing that violent nature to the Goof Academy. And Goof still surviving, getting schooled a bit, getting taken to school, and with 3 players surviving, remaining, they have to choose their fights. They can't fight on different fronts. You see, looking at how they are fighting, you see, Goof is at the center. They're at the epicenter of 3 teams: Temper, Undisputed, and finally Team BERSERK. I think their best position, the best that they could do right now is try to make a shift from this point. Otherwise, they are going to be suffering a lot of casualties, and you don't want that. No, we still have 8 teams remaining. Getting eliminated right now, that is just 1 point. So they have to change that location. Otherwise, might be a GG's to them.
Yeah, it definitely might be a big old GG's coming over towards them. But let's see what is going to be happening here as Temper now looks to hunker down. They want to try and get involved here. They've not yet been able to find any eliminations. They've been firing off quite a few shots, but not much of that has made the necessary connections. I like that Undisputed are also still in the fight here. 5 eliminations up, keeping themselves pretty spread out over on towards that eastern side. So good coverage that they have, but they are waiting for Goof Academy to slip, right? The moment they spot that opportunity, the moment they get that angle, they are going to look to strike. Aimbot now just looking on here as Butajo lets loose a bit of that utility spray down. Yuri cooking it up. Legend also setting it up top. Quick little bit of a reposition coming through there from the side of BERSERK as they look to fall back a little bit further in towards the zone. Still maintaining a pretty consistent angle here towards the side of Temper. But the zone is going to make things increasingly more challenging as there's essentially now just 3 compounds, maybe 4 compounds left in the zone, right? One of them currently occupied by the side here of MVP as they look to plant their flag right there. If they want to make it theirs. Goblin now trying to gobble up a few more points here. Up comes Yuri just evading the damage. The utilities start to fly on through. Aimbot, Merca are going to have a pretty tough angle to push out of this position here as they find themselves now just outside of the zone. Fortunately, the Regis are going to provide some pretty good coverage here, at least when looking at the side of Temper. I can't say the same for the rest of the lobby further down this hillside, but looking at the fact that they're still alive means that it might not be as much of an imposing presence. Yuri, though, is going to get picked up as Aimbot is quick on the reaction here. Oh, Undisputed still keeping a very steady angle down on the towards that hill. Not going to be looking to give it up anytime soon, but here we go. The spray's coming through. Goof Academy now getting absolutely picked upon 1 by 1. America goes on down. We do say goodbye to the Peaky Blinders as they walk out of here in 8th place. 6 eliminations to show. Now, what is going to happen with BERSERK? They've now hit a century. They've hit 100 points. They are a few more away from catching up and regaining that pole position that they started the day off with. Beautiful spray onto the side. They have 6 guard as Goblin now keeps on applying the pressure. The elimination starting to rack on up here, but BERSERK still have a long, long way to go.
Oh my word. Team BERSERK, Goblin asserting asserting dominance already with 3 eliminations, and the tally is increasing every single time. But Team BERSERK, I think this has been their best game today with 5 eliminations already, and they have just made it to the top 6. Tempers with numbers not looking very, very well with a duo. BERSERK with a full squad and MVP, these 2 players. I think BERSERK will be taking that top spot. They will be withdrawing and ultimately come back to their kingdom. Because this game, if it goes as it is right now, they might be clinching and holding that at number one very, very well. But you know, Undisputed are still there. We have MVP still there. Tempers are still there. 8-bit still there. But for Ultra 6, they have just been eliminated. And it's down to a 4. V4, V4, V2, V2. Tempers are running high as Temper with a duo. And Undisputed from the southern part are trying to hold it as fast as and as much as they can. And MVP still quite central towards that Undisputed point. They are still trying to survive this. They want the $800 and they want it quick, you know. They mean business, and they have shown us that they have the capabilities, they have the manpower, they have every single thing needed to do that. But Undisputed, they're going for the push. And this might be it. Ocean are giving Undisputed a portion of... Oh my word! GG! Oh, what are we seeing? Ocean almost took down the MVP. He almost took down the Undisputed as a one man. He got 2 knocks, almost got the final knock, but that's just the GG's, you know. I didn't expect that. I expected that this guy is going to get eliminated quite fast, but Potion with a portion of a gameplay that we only see in the PMNC South Africa.
Yeah, well, a quick look back at that, at how close Potion came to clutching it out. 1 down, 2 down, 3 down. Boom, gets it. Oh, narrowly escaping that one, but of course, so low on health, unfortunately. Potion tried to go for the confirmation, but couldn't quite get his hands on that. Now, it's going to be Temper left with a 2-piece here, as they still need to gain a position in the zone. The blue is going to start to pressure them very, very soon. We are down to our final 4 squads now left to duke it out. Earlier, when you were saying the numbers, the 4, 4, 4, 2 sounded like a voicemail reading a number back to you almost. But either which way, let's see if Berserk can get the numbers they need here. Ooh, nice spray coming through from 6, trying to bring in a little bit of that repayment, because earlier 6 got sprayed down by Berserk. Now he's looking to, you know, repay them in kind. But the Wizard Tower is going to be a pretty tough position to breach. Up comes Leo, though. Nothing is too challenging or too daring for them. Goblin is knocked. Can they get the sweep here? Leo looking to at least clean up the front line. The pressure starting to mount. So many angles to keep your eyes on. And there we go. Wrath just trying to get up in towards the zone. The confirmation is in. Zane and the rest of Berserk now finding themselves in quite a comfortable position, bringing everybody back onto their feet. But we still have 4 squads left, right? Nobody has fallen just yet. 8-bit trying to hold strong, trying to play a really good position here. So far, I gotta say, it is paying off for them. Temper, unfortunately, can only go so far with no players left as they walk out of here with that 1 elimination. Unfortunate, but it is the way it is. The final 3 left to show us what they've got. Berserk, as you've mentioned before, right, are going to try and reclaim the pole position with this kind of pacing that they're bringing into an MVP not being in the match anymore. This could be exactly that opportunity Berserk needs.
Oh my word, these could be that opportunity. And Berserk, they have been going all in. Goblin still gobbling those eliminations. 8-bit, they have the southern part, but they have to be very, very wary of the Undisputed on their right. But it's just anyone's game. Berserk Raid are trying to raid the game as they have the numbers. The only team without that 1 number advantage is the Undisputed. And evening up the numbers as 8-bit Valerian down the by Raider. Goblin also Sphinxy. Quite some good sprays. Almost got 2 players. And all of them one shot as Sahil is trying to survive. But I don't think he's going to be surviving anymore. Sahil, Raider. This has been the man that has been causing a lot of trouble to the Undisputed. You know, Undisputed, they had a good spot. Looking at where the 8-bit are, but this Berserk is just evenly placed and giving all this team a hard time. No place to get into zone as Umi is down, eliminated by the plays on 8-bit versus Berserk. These are the final moments. Circle closing in 20 seconds. And the question is, who is taking this now? The question is, who wants it more? Who is hungry for that chicken dinner? I smell it. I smell it indeed. But who wants it right now? You know, we talk about KFC, but you know what? This is the chicken that we see currently. And Team BERSERK, it looks like this game will just go to their end.
Yeah, a lot of pressure continuing to come this bold as we push through here. BERSERK definitely looking to just kind of play with the opposition. Good nade coming through here. Is it going to be enough to end the run here for Retro? Not quite just yet. But BERSERK, down they come. Really looking to capitalize on the positioning here, right? Playing the high ground for as long as they can. Looking to leverage that onto the opposition. So far, it has been working out absolutely phenomenally for them. Got to watch out for Retro, though. Beautiful attempt as they come on in here. Out goes Undisputed. Double-digit Elims in their bag. Now it's going to be the push. 8-bit just getting absolutely rushed as BERSERK comes flying down the hillside. So many hits, so many casualties all over the place, but still 3 players up for the side of BERSERK. We can't say the same here for 8-bit as their final player goes right on down, and that is it. BERSERK bulldoze their way into victory. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. 8-bit though, you got to give them a big clap, right? Because that was a really good play from them all the way to the end of that zone. And that is the kind of performances that we want to see these teams bringing to the foreground. But of course, we cannot forget what Potion did here, almost getting that glorious full squad wipe. Absolutely insane. That's what I would call cinema right there. 6God trying to be a nuisance, as we saw how that turned out for the side of Temper. Valiant effort though, but at the end of the day, BERSERK is going to be the one taking the front row seat, getting their hands on that chicken, right? Be it a KFC chicken, be it any other kind of chicken, but most importantly, it is the PUBG winner chicken dinner. There we go. There we have it. BERSERK just laying down the law, right? Beautiful jump shots to wrap it all up, and there we go. 12 eliminations is what BERSERK will have to show for this. 11 knocks coming in as well, and almost hitting 2,500 damage. I gotta say, Youngblood, very exciting showcase coming through from the side here of BERSERK. It was about time, and I'm really happy to see that they chose to step it up, right? To kind of reclaim their position, because we don't want to see a team sitting at the top sliding down the rankings.
I think the best thing that happened to BERSERK today is calling them out. You know, the moment that they knew that they are losing everything, you know, they were quite comfortable at that number 1. But the moment they lost to MVP that number 1, that's when we saw BERSERK coming back, and that's why they gave us one of the best chicken dinner with 1 flying DBS to set the pace. You know, that's the best way of establishing that you are the main man. You know, South Africa, you need to be watching us. You need to be watching for Team BERSERK and Goblin. 3 eliminations. We have Sphinxy with 5. Zane got the 3 and Ride with the 1. But this was a valiant team effort, as everyone was able to contribute to some of the knocks, to some of the eliminations, and that is what we call teamwork from Team BERSERK. Very, very violent. And for the match summary, and in this game, I think it was so much heated with 14 total headshots. Now BERSERK is waking up. They were sleeping lions, and the lions, after they saw that the cab has been taken by the MVPs, they just came out of their slumber. That was one heck of a game, as Sphinxy got the most eliminations from BERSERK. We have Goblin with the highest damage, close to 900. I think Goblin, he wants to show us that he is the MVP, you know, guys, like Yuri was good, but you know, I am better. That's why I can do this. And Goblin with 900, almost 900 damage. Retro, final player from the Undisputed, and a Goblin, longest elimination. So this game has been Goblin. Temper 6God, the man, the mover. And I think if you want to travel, this is the man to go. Because that is
he should become a travel agent.
That he should be. Exactly my point.
Yes.
That should be the man.
Because he's
and
been
look
moving
at
so
these
much, right?
rankings.
Yeah. I mean, you can see Goof Academy, unfortunately, trying what they could, but 2 points is all they get for this game. The same being said there for 44k, right? It's unfortunate, but it is what it is, right? Of course, we want to take a look at that top of the leaderboard to see where everybody finds themselves. As we know, 12 eliminations went over to the side of BERSERK. You can see it right there at the top of the screen. But 10 eliminations went over to the side of Undisputed. 8 for the players from 8-bit, right? Just staying true to their figures, bringing it all home here in a very exciting showcase that we've had across the board. But again, the big question comes through is, have these teams done enough to change what is currently the situation with regards to that top 4, right? Did we see Berserk do enough to reclaim that pole position? That is going to be the big old question, because as we know, pole position is worth $800. So we did see Berserk getting moved down into, I believe that was, second place earlier. So now if they were able to do enough, they could have regained a little bit of that prize pool share here. But absolutely exciting things. And speaking about excitement, it's not going to end anytime soon as we look at that comparison between Undisputed and of course then the players there from Berserk coming through as well, each contributing quite a bit of the chaos and carnage to the battlefield. 10 eliminations plus the 12 over there. Of course, we find a good share of 2,400 damage versus 16, but quite a few knocks also to share across the way. And just shows you Berserk very consistent with being able to clean it up, right? They get a knock and they almost follow through on each and every single one of them. And as a result, we can see Sphinxy being our MVP right here, coming through with a very comfortable 5 eliminations, almost 900 damage, just a little bit off from that. Of course, 3 knocks as well. So very good showcase on that end. But the big question is, what is going to be happening on the boards, right? First things first, Sahil, you were praising Sahil's performance, looking as we were getting closer to the end of this match, but very exciting stuff.
Yeah, last man standing, Sahil was the one that put the Undisputed in that very, very good spot. Although they did have the zone, he really tried. And Sphinxy, 5 eliminations apiece for these 2 players. But I think most of them for Sahil, he was just getting those knocks with 3 total knocks. Most of them, I think, looking at how things are right now, it's just about getting that finish. The finish is more important. The knock is good. It will soften up the player, but those finish are what is important. And the Goblin, for the first time today, has been able to get an elimination. Bro, he was stuck at 23, but at the moment at 26, getting 3 eliminations and 4 total knocks was crazy. Temper Yuri still trying to temper with that MVP. 22 eliminations. BERSERK, Sphinxy. Sphinxy is back in the game. 22 eliminations. So BERSERK, they really want it all. So it's all upon Riza Haki, Ragnar, Yuri to outdo them in these remaining games. 2 games. Miramar, who has what it got in Miramar. Miramar is not easy. Miramar has different dynamics when it comes to the gameplays. These will affect how the games will be played. It will affect the plays of these teams. It will affect the rotations. It will affect how you get the loot, because limited loot in different places. And for the overall ranking, I think it's changing. Delirium 6, although they got the chicken dinner, still taking the number 15. And this is quite crazy for Delirium with the chicken and number 15. This is something that we cannot even comprehend with the 8-bit esports. They survived to the last zone, and that was their best performance yet. And at 34 points, Peaky Blinders picking up their ways and picking up those eliminations at 43. So the thing about Peaky Blinders is Peaky Blinders, they are heavy hitters when it comes to those 1v1s, when it comes to 4v4s. With 35 eliminations, I think one thing that they are lacking so much is the placement. Peaky Blinders are not surviving. 8 placement points out of all those games that have been played. I think Peaky Blinders, they have to take note of this. Otherwise, it's going to bite them, and not just bite them so hard. And I just can't wait to see, DK, who are the ring leaders at the moment.
Well, then we have our answer, right? Of course, it is going to be Berserk reclaiming their position, taking up that pole position, holding strong, holding steady on 118 points. Temper, so close to breaking a century as well, but you got to give it up to Temper, though. It is pretty impressive looking at them sitting where they are, right, on 98 points, and they've not yet had a winner chicken dinner. As you can see, they are the only team in the top 6 that has not yet had a victory. So pretty impressive things coming through from them. And of course, it is all still going to come down to the wire, as the gap between 4th and 5th is only 6 points, right? Only 9 points to 6. And then, of course, it starts widening up a little bit more as we progress further and further down the board. So I think it is safe to say that the All-Stars, I don't really see them securing 40-plus points in the next 2 games. That means that they will have to win each of the next 2 upcoming matches. Is that going to happen? I'm not quite convinced just yet. But they can try, right? So can everybody else in this lobby. And, of course, as you can see there, only 2 more left to show us what they've got. A few minutes away from hitting that second to last game. Of course, the very first Murmur of the day, but also the second to last match of the day overall. So quite a bit of pressure starting to build here. Again, nothing is locked in. Nothing is set in stone. We can still see quite a few changes coming through here. And of course, the top 4, still a very stressful spot to try and play for. Speaking of stress though, let's de-stress a little. Right, we're going to head into a break before we head into the desert. So be sure to stay tuned and we'll see you right back in a short few minutes. All right, so we're not going to be taking any more time. We are going to be heading straight over into Mermot to see what our teams are going to be bringing on through. Of course, we need to keep the pacing high so the teams can just focus on the action and just keep that ball rolling, keep on pushing, because we are looking at quite a few plays now being made across the board. And as we know, there's a continual shift coming through with who's getting closer to the top four, who's moving around in the top four, right? BERSERK reclaiming their territory, locking in their second winner with a chicken dinner. It's like a constant move. But it's all going to boil down to what the teams can do in these final two games. This is what it all boils down to. Can they lock in on Mermot? Can they get the points they need? And can we see a bit of an upset come through? Because Novex, they are locked in, gatekeeping that top four. Accelerate, so close, almost there. They can almost taste that seat moving into the next phase. Just don't eat the seats, right? I mean,
Yes.
I also don't taste them. That sounds horribly wrong. But either which way, it's so close, right? They can almost sense it right then and there.
Yeah, but you know what? Before we even begin the game, breathe in, breathe out. And the chat, I hope you all are doing this. Everyone kindly breathe in, breathe out. You want to relieve the pressure as we walk straight into the game. Number 5. It's time for action. And once again, lock in on those screens, strap yourselves on those seats, and keep your arms inside of the vehicle, because we are going into those dry lands. Mira Ma, as the plane casts across horizontally. I don't even know how these fast zone is going to end up. Yo, you know, I made quite a mistake. You know, I was wrong when it came to a wrangle. But right now, DK, where do you think the zone
Yes.
is going to be shifting towards?
Los Leones.
Los
Los
Leones?
Leones.
Are you
Yes.
sure? 100%.
I'm as sure as
Yep.
I can be, right? Taking a guess, but it's nothing but only based on what I've seen in PUBG in the past. It's going to be Lones, and if I'm feeling like a Pozo, but I think Los is pretty much going to be that.
You have a chance to change. You have a chance to change. You have a few
Nope.
seconds. Do you want to change?
No, I'm locking it
Still
in.
locking in
Yes,
on
sir.
Los Leones.
Yes,
Let
sir.
me prove you wrong. Guys, this is how DK today will...
Yeah, you were saying? I've seen the zone. I've seen this flight path enough times to know exactly where it's going. It's
No,
Los
that was
Leones.
luck. That was luck. That was just pure critical luck. There was
Yeah.
no way you are going to guess it right. I think PUBG, the admins, they just listened to DK just to prove me wrong. And you know what? It worked.
Yeah, I know. I mean, we'll just call it that I was lucky, right? I got lucky. I put all my eggs in one basket. I went all in. I fully committed to that. And yeah, Los Leones is going to be the place that is smack dab center. Of course, speaking of blinders, getting themselves set up. The rest of the teams, I think this is a good starting point for them, right? But what I want to see, aside from the sprays coming through here onto Undisputed and 8-Bit, is of course the teams quite far removed from the zone to get into zone as soon as possible. Don't wait for the blue. Go ahead of the positioning. Go ahead of the position. Get your angles locked in and set up the ambush.
Yeah, true. That is all you need. But 8-Bit, you know, they almost got the chicken just to find themselves at the end of the barrel of Team BERSERK, who really wanted that chicken to assert dominance, of which they were able to do. On this other end, 8-Bit Esports moving as a squad. Teamwork is the dreamwork. Fighting against Undisputed. They got one elimination already, but they are not contented. They are still hungry for that Undisputed team, because they know the kind of marvel that would do to their current run. By 8-Bit getting dropped like flies. Oh my word! These might be it. Valerian, final player surviving from the 8-Bit. How are they losing such kind of fights? Sahil is a one shot. Only one player. Is he really going to make the push? Are 8-Bit still going to lock in and ultimately able to shake off these Undisputed team? And Undisputed, Ayan going for the push. He wants Valerian but Valerian is doing his best to survive and are getting out of the way of the undisputed. And these might be survival for him, but unfortunately, that was a good clean strike. And 8-bit esports, they are out. Are we even going to talk about how 8-bit made the push?
No, no, not yet. Because we can't see it anymore,
No.
right? We've now jumped over to
No,
Riz
that was
as
crazy.
we
How do you
move
even
on.
push like that? It was teamwork, but that was a nightmare. That was not dreamwork.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes, you get a little bit of a silver lining around the cloud there. This wasn't it, right? It wasn't this instance. But speaking about clouds, though, NTX might be sent to the clouds as well, as they are getting aggressed upon here by Riz. Fortunately, though, for NTX, only the one player has been found, right? So there is still a bit of an opportunity for the solo then to continue to move on. But yeah, NTX, I have to say I have a lot of respect for them because they've still been trying as we continue through these games, right? They still continue to try and do things here, right? They try and play the zone, they try and play the positioning, they try and play the rotations. It comes through with varying results, but the fact that they're still trying, I respect that a lot.
Yeah, true. You have to try up until the last breath. That is what a good player does. And the zone shifting towards the southern part, Los Leones. I think Los Leones is the best spot for all these teams. As a goofer, that is GUF Academy. They are holding that location, but they are not alone. The Peaky Blinders are still there, and without their blinders, they are ready for a fight. Shelby's and the Novex. In the previous game, I watched Novex getting taken back to the lobby. We had Accelerate. But are they going to pump up the intensity in this game? Because it's quite some few points separating the top four. And they have a chance. Accelerate, they have a chance to get back into the game, back into the top four, back where the money is good, back where that PMGO ticket is. But what is going to be the gameplay of Team Accelerate? Are they going for that early push? Are they going to play from zone to zone? A lot of questions, but the answers not provided right now. DK, this game, I think is going to be different. I think we're going to have different winners of the chicken. We're going to have teams with different mentalities, and we might have an underdog taking that chicken, because all these top teams, they have a lot of pressure, which might pose to be negative when it comes to that final stand.
I mean, we'll have to wait and see, right, how this plays out, because the last two teams to get the chicken dinners on here was Riz and MVP, right? So
Yeah.
they've kind of set the standard here, and we'll get to see exactly whether or not they can keep that going. So yeah, it's all just going to be a big question of waiting, seeing, and having it all be revealed. Now we do see the players there from Ultra 6, though, feeling the heat here out in the desert. I hope they've got some sunscreen, because it is going to get pretty toasty. It's going to be no-brainer. Unfortunately, looking for some change here. Now it's up to my G coming in here, hoping to clutch it out for the team. The blue has swept up to them. Fortunately, this is only phase 1, so there is still a high survivability chance here. Not with that low health, though. So Mumsy could easily clutch this one out. The flames coming in, and down goes Ultra 6. Out for the ticket. 15th place it is. At least, though, they got 2 eliminations along with it. But what a play. What an angle, though. Sidemen just adding even more to their tally here.
That was IQ. From the Ultra 6 player, that was IQ. He knew that he will not make it because he was very, very low. And he went to get those 2 eliminations, of which he was successful to do. Yeah. 2 eliminations is better than going to the lobby with the 0-0 and a +2 points for them. That is good. That is good. But Ultra 6 bidding goodbye in the second last game of the South Africa PMNC Finals. And for you guys that are watching, wondering what PMNC is, That is the PUBG Mobile National Championship, South Africa. Lot of stages. The teams have done a lot to be able to reach to this particular point. Dozens of teams, but these are the cream de la cream. These are the teams that have really wanted it more. The moment is quite hard as the zone shifting, and all these teams are trying to get a good spot. But the top four, if Accelerate is eliminated right now, I don't know what will be going through their head in the next game after these. If Riz is eliminated, I don't know. Because Riz and Accelerate, they all have 82.
Yeah.
And then Novex has 89. So 5 points. Is that 5? 5, 6, 7. Oh my word, 7 points. I think I'm so good at maths.
Yes.
You get this? I'm so good. As you have seen,
Yeah.
I am so good. That was just a professor mistake.
Yeah. You were just looking to see if I was paying attention, right? That's what you were doing there. See, I picked up on that, right? And so I was like, yeah, sure. Yeah, that sure is 5, 100%, right? Yes, 5. 2 plus 5 is, yeah, gets you to 9. Exactly. That's what the calculator says. But speaking of calculators, we are going to look to see whether or not the teams calculated their time properly to get themselves back up into the zone, right? There's a minute left. I see so many teams, Tempo included in that, still having to rotate all the way through the blue. It is going to be the side here of NTX, unfortunately, getting wrapped up in 14th place. Out they go. They tried what they could with the solo, but unfortunately, the solo's health can also only go so low, and then they run out of it, right? They have to go take another seat in the lobby and hope that the last match of the day will go a little bit better for them. Either which way, we are going to be looking onto the rest of the lobby. Delirium are going to be making their way onto quite a few sprays here. 44k, 223 could be in a world of trouble here, right? Out in the blue, trying to recover some of that health. Fortunately for them, it is the stage 2 blue, so it's not going to be all too devastating, but there is a quick pickup as well. Pickup and a spray as Sia comes through and has just tried rather to get quite a big say in the matter, but 223 with the hits from the vehicle gets dropped out of the vehicle. What a back and forth, right? It is up and down, it's all over the place.
Yo, but he made one of the hardest things ever. He made a spray in a vehicle and locked in on someone who is at a higher angle. So that was a goal. Like, look at that spray. This is the thing. Oh, and you can't make like connection. If someone is on a higher ground, you can't make connections while aiming at the player. So you have to aim slightly higher. And 2-3, that was 2-2 awesome.
Yes.
And 44k esports, although they lost 2-3, they have been able to show them that we got this. Although 2-3 just got the lobby, they have to get the plays on. They have to get it right now. Riz Esports still reasoning around as they're fighting against the All-Stars. They want as many points as possible already with 4 points. And these will be trouble for Novex. If Novex don't step up the game, they will be stepping out of that top 4. But is it too early to judge? Is it DK?
Who knows? Who knows? Only time will tell, right? That is going to be the only way that we can figure out what is going to be cooking here. I've tried predicting the future. The only thing that I get right every now and again is, of course, that zone pop. Outside of that, yeah, I am tough out of luck. But either which way, it is going to be Delirium now trying to spot it here. As you can see, the spray is raining down on Wrath. BERSERK, I mean, yes, they do have a 10-point lead, but they're going to have to hope that if something was to happen to them, that MVP doesn't get 10 points for this match, right? Because they're going to have themselves a little bit of an uncomfortable situation moving into that final match. And as we know, the last game is usually the most stressful one out of all 12 games that these teams here are playing. But let's see how this one pans out. Delirium, trying to be a menace, but can they get it locked in? Can they send BERSERK backing? Or are they going to be the ones to make their way out of here?
Just get your bags, get your notebooks, because we are about to see if they are going to be sent packing on a very, very good trip as sprays still keep running down. BERSERK Zane is down and out. Oh my word, Delirium 6, Delulu. That guy is just Delulu. How do you even go for that kind of spray? And BERSERK has been playing in the blue for as long as we can remember. We've not seen too much action from Team BERSERK, but that was just the action. If they try to play passive, they are getting battered. But if they play it aggressive, they have the advantage. And I don't know why they've not seen these in all the games that they're playing. You know, they played the Rangel very, very actively, and they won the fight. But in those previous games, they were not able to do that. And 44K still looking for that top spot. Shival wrapping up, trying to heal up. But he has to be careful because Solman with a very, very good net, that might send him packing. ChatGPT almost given something to Google about. They don't believe in ChatGPT. They want Gemini. But ChatGPT has a question and he needs them now. Shival, a good nade, a good knock, and they have that advantage. 0-1-5 getting that revive. And it's the moment of reckoning. It's the moment they need to make the push right now. One good nade, and these will be over. 0-1-5, a 1v2 for him. And Novex, this is the moment. Oh my word, but oh my strike. 44K with some 4K action. And Novex are out of the game. If Riz Esports will be able to outdo themselves in this game, that will be over for Novex. If XLR Accelerate, if they are able to give us something awesome, Novex will be having a very, very hard time at that to form.
Yep, so far things proving to be quite challenging for a lot of our squads here, but that is what we expect to see. Up comes Accelerate. Respect now cooking up a few nades. You can see Chat, Shivel right there up alongside them. Are they going to be on the receiving end? A bit of chaos. Clutch is going to be trying to get patched up as well here on the side of Riz, as we do see the All-Stars trying to knock on the door. Aki is going to get picked on up. Ooh, here we go. Speed in a very dangerous position here. One well-placed nade could end this entire run here for Riz. Are they going to be able to back it up, though? Ooh, up comes the hits, the flows, the angles. Everything is just raining down on them here. Ah, come on, Riz. So close to piecing this one together, but I like the spacing coming through from the side of, well, Sidemen and the All-Stars. Everybody knocking on the door. Down to go Skranker. That is Sidemen out of here. 12th place with 5 elims. A pretty tough run for them, but it is what it is, right? You got to bring that aggression if you want the points.
Oh my word. You know, Riz, we were talking about aggression, and these guys, they have it. No, the numbers are not stacked against them, fighting against 2 teams, but they were able to maintain their cool and get those eliminations. And at the moment, 44K versus Accelerate. This is the battle of the big dogs. Everyone wants those points, and whichever team is going to dominate right now among these 2, that top 4 will no longer be a dream. It will be something very, very close to their fingertips as Accelerate Esports are trying to get that revive back on. And Kingpin, 44K is a 2v2, but if they can get that raise, the numbers will not be that even. Shival, ChatGPT, they have to do something outrageous, something out of the books to be able to fight against the team Accelerate. And Respect disrespected every single time that we are seeing that player. I don't know if it is the name DK, but Respect, these guys are not just living up to their names. You know, he wants the respect, but the only thing he's going to get and is mostly getting is that disrespect.
Well, let's see how this one pans out for them. I mean, as we know, Accelerate and 44K both finding themselves side by side with regards to those rankings. There is quite a bit of a discrepancy between those 2 teams, right? 44K not needing as many points as Accelerate does, but Accelerate, they are going to try and push. They are going to try and close the gap to catch up to that top 4 push. Oh, Rin just quickly popping in and out of the window here. But Accelerate yet to land any of the shots. So for 44K, if they want to stay in the fight, they're going to have to double down here. Already that gap has increased to 19 points from what I can see between them and 4th place. So they're going to have to play with absolute precision. Chival about to get tested here. Up goes the push. Getting caught on a potential off angle. All the shots are in. Quick responses though. UMP coming into the clutch, but the nade is going to end the run right there for him. Up comes the Peaky Blinders on the distance. They could get drawn into this fight as well. But now it's going to be up to Rin to see, can he rinse and repeat? Can he get that play onto chat? One nade could spell absolute disaster right here. But up comes chat. Quick shot through the window. Not enough though to hold it on. Taking a bit of a beating here. Up comes the Peaky Blinders. They are indeed getting pulled into the fight. But so is Undisputed. So 2 additional teams now looking to step up and get involved in this altercation. Ren, quick bit maneuver back and forth, trying to get pushed through the doorway. Chat trying everything, trying all the different prompts to get that alignment. The shots are there, but down he goes. Chat GPT
no.
getting absolutely depleted. 44k out in 10th place. A very unfortunate turn of events here for them, but it has to happen in either which way. As you now see even more pressure starting to mount. Peaky Blinders looking to step up as well. Undisputed right there beside them and accelerate. This might be a very short-lived opportunity for them. They only have 2 eliminations and 2 players left in this match.
You have to respect the 44k. That man, they fought till their last breath. Although things didn't go like their way, these guys really tried, reducing the numbers. They almost got that clutch. Accelerate Esports, they are in quite a ruckus, and nades flying, mollies flying, and Accelerate Esports are out, and the gap is becoming even more sweeter. Riz Esports is the only team able to compete against Novex. If they can be able to clutch out a game, if they can be able to do it all, if they have like secrets, if they have tricks, this is their moment of shining. If they don't do this right now, honestly, for the last game, it will be quite hard for them, because in the last game, the mentality is going to change for most of the teams that will be lying in that number 3 to number 6. We're going to have different mentalities, because all of them will need a couple, like specific points for them to get into that top 4 threshold. It's just a matter of time as the zone closes for that stage number 6. But the game is just begun. The action, the intensity, this is what we came for, and this is what we are getting in the last bit of Miramar. And with only 1 map to go, which team will be able to secure and dominate as per the standings right now?
That's the big question that we are going to be looking at here. You do see the All-Stars just trying to hold on. They have a solo tempo ahead of them here, so it's not the easiest position to try and play for, as well, Dan is going to try and do everything he can to survive. But up comes Riz. Tempo also there, so a very unfortunate all-star sandwich that we could be looking at here. But of course, looking at the teams that have been performing quite well on this map, that is going to be BERSERK, MVP, and Riz, right? The top 3 performers. BERSERK, having their numbers dwindling quite a bit, is going to make things quite difficult for them to keep that consistency up. So that does bring a little bit of hope now onto the side here for MVP and Riz. But Riz also down to 2P, so things are increasingly more challenging. Up comes the Peaky Blinders, though. Quick little cleanup as they take out the Undisputed squad there. Out they go in 8th place. A very unfortunate angle there for Undisputed. But as we know, there's not going to be an opportunity for them to do all too much in that final game. Right now, it is just them playing for honor. Speaking of honor, though, let's see if Dead can get an honorable nade moving all the way up here. Gets really close to Leo, but it's an absolute bombardment and a quick dip out to the zone there as the All-Stars are out of here. A very tough angle, but I think a wise decision, right? Denying the point, not giving it to anybody looking to aggress on them. Now it's going to be Delirium trying to close it up here. Riz just waiting outside of them. But Delirium needs to focus on zone. So Sia is going to find himself in a pretty sticky situation. Ragnar, of course, relaying a lot of that information back to the rest of the team. The finishing blow is there. 3 eliminations now under the belt here for Delirium. Can they get the job done right? Firstly, can they get into zone? That is going to be the big one, because there's so many teams just lying in wait up ahead, right? We can see Riz, we can see BERSERK, as well as Temper. So a pretty tough spot to try and rotate into.
And that western part is just crazy. But teams will be going for the push and as well getting to the play zone as Riz Esports is ushered out. And we are down to a 5-team battle. And that is a 4v4, v3, v1, v1. MVPs are Tempers, Peaky Blinders, Delirium 6, and finally Team BERSERK. And everyone wants the chicken. And the time is ticking, tick, tock, as everyone is trying to get to the threshold of their points, is trying to get as many as they can bargain. 6 squad, BERSERK Goblin, adding that one more elimination to his name. He has 3. That will make it even more harder for Yuri from Tempers to even catch up and trying to secure the $200 with only 1 game left, but still survives. And this will be the fight. Goblin fighting against the Tempers, and the Tempers running high. You can feel the heartbeat of Goblin. He knows what he has to do. He knows he has to do it, and he has to make it right now. Temperley, all Temper 6 God. And the time is come. Riz Esports, but Goblin not even making a push. Temper, he has to go for that push. He has to get Goblin. This is their opening to make BERSERK suffer, to make BERSERK have a taste of their own medicine. And Goblin a one-man army. Team BERSERK still in the game. Tempers, they were making the push, but unfortunately the numbers is just getting crazy because the third party, one of the members from the Tempers, has been eliminated. And this is the point where Goblin has to prove that he is the real MVP. He is the real man, but not right now. Team BERSERK eliminated by the third party, by the Peaky Blinders. Open the windows, remove the blinders, because these might be their game. But with 3 players, can they be able to secure? Can they be able to show us that they really want the chicken and they really want all those points coming their way?
Well, we'll find out pretty soon. Up comes Delirium now, taking that 4th place finish. 3 eliminations to show for it. But it is down to the final 3. The big showdown is here. The very first Murmur now about to get cooking on up. Let's see who is going to be the one to walk away with it. MVP. The team that we said is pretty good on here. Temper also one of the strong performers on this map. Let's see, can they hold that torch on high? Now, Peaky Blinders, 6 eliminations. So currently the most aggressive team left in this lobby. But is this their opportunity to capitalize, right? They have already lost a single player. Is that going to be too much of a deterrent here for them? Is that going to stop them or prevent them from getting their hands on that winner chicken dinner? Of course, only time will tell. But MVP taking a very wide spread across the zone. Adrian coming with a quick bit of backup, quite literally, as he moves the vehicle closer onto that northern defending line. Temper pincered down on towards the southern side here alongside the players from Peaky Blinders, but either side is going to look to do as much as possible, as nobody wants to give it up, right? Nobody wants the team that missed out on that potential victory. Nobody wants to be the one to walk away with their head bowed in shame. Of course, nobody here has any reason to do that, but let's see which one of these 3 will be the one to get the job done. MVP Potion starting off with a little bit of a spray, has spotted out Legend. Is there going to be enough, though, to open this can of worms? The utilities are starting to fly on through. A nice little bit of a barrage, but not too much of it just yet. Legend has been found. Nurius now going to get a little bit more curious here as he looks to push onto the edge. Beautiful nade over the top. Not going to find any damage just yet. Peaky Blinders are going to keep themselves kind of just removed from this engagement. They want to try and sneak up, rotate onto the edge of zone, and choose the exact moment to strike on through. Quite a bit of a reach again coming through with the utility. Not quite finding its way either. So MVP throwing quite a few things out of their bag, but not making those necessary connections. I'm curious to see whether or not the P90 is going to be able to do anything for them here, as Ogre gets a cheeky trade, but gets traded off in turn. Potion looking to ride up, but this hill is proving to be quite a bit of a battle. Can they get over that and apply the pressure here? Because this puts them at quite a bit of a disadvantage. Temper just trying to play the strategic approach here. Right, don't want to try and overextend on the reach just yet. Legend going for a little bit of a wrap around to get more information to kind of draw out that fire. But here we go. This is now Temper's opportunity to strike. MVP, ooh, quick response, but Potion goes down. It's up to Leo. Clips is down. MVP now in a world of trouble. Leo getting dropped to his knees. It's now up to Yuri and 6. Can they piece this puzzle together? Peaky Blinders opportune moment here as they get right in there, trying to create an absolute hot mess that we've been seeing happening between MVP and Temper. This could be Peaky Blinder potentially getting their hands on a winner chicken dinner. This would be a major upset for either of the opposing squads here, but here we go, as MVP has a quick bit of an opportunity for reset. Temper trying to do exactly the same, but we are in stage 9, so none of that really matters all too much, as Temper really has quite a few low health bars there. You can see 6 getting picked up as well. The numbers now being pushed to the absolute limit. Adrian still just waiting patiently for that moment to strike, but Peaky Blinders looking to play the ridge. The P90 coming in clutch, finds 1. Can he find 2? No, instead Adrian gets down. Now it's up to Yuri to save the day here for the side of Temper. Peaky Blinders, MVP, Temper, all facing off to get that winner chicken dinner. Down goes Puppy. That is the Peaky Blinders out in 3rd place. Absolutely phenomenal push coming through from them. 8 eliminations under their belt. Now Temper with a 2-piece. They have the numbers. Aggression could be their friend right here. It is going to be Ogre and Adrian on the front line. The nades are close. The mollies are on their heels. But up comes Yuri and 6. They can look to close this one up, but unfortunately down goes Yuri. It's up to 6, and down he goes. MVP stealing the chicken from the clutches of Temper, coming so close to picking up their very first victory, but again getting absolutely denied any access to that.
What do you mean? Tempers didn't get the chicken dinner. MVP just got another chicken dinner. 3 chicken dinners in the final day. These guys are insane. That party at the party spray from the Peaky Blinders, what was softened up the Temper esports, but that was an OG fight. 4v4 Temper versus the MVPs, and the fight was just so lit. And Olga was the man with that DP, and I think right now my perspective of the DP is changing. It's changing because how Olga used the DP, he took out the Temper, he took out the Peaky Blinders. That was just the action. And MVPs asserting dominance. Team BERSERK, they don't believe. You know, it was lonely at the top, but you know what? The top is bottling up because the MVPs, they really want the action. They really want the $800. This is quite interesting. Overall ranking, these will put a shift in that top 4. But Temper, they have been knocking for the chicken, but the chicken is not that. It's not coming to them. I don't know what Temper are doing. I don't know what they're not even doing, because everything, they have the numbers most of the times. They have that advantage, but unfortunately, it just comes to that one time. You know, Papi was the one that got the double knock on Temper, and that's what made it impossible for Temper to come back to the game. By Adrian, 2 eliminations. We had Olga with the 2, we had Clips with the 3, and a potion. Although he didn't get a potion of anything that happened, at least he survived. You know, it's all about game. Game is game. We don't care how you got the chicken. As long as your team got the chicken, that is all that is required. When you're called to step up, you will step up. And when you're eliminated, you know, we still have the 3 more players in your squad to step up and try to get the win for you. And DK, that game was epic. Somehow nostalgic, but that was awesome.
Yeah, pretty crazy performance that we've seen here. And Peaky Blinders, of course, just being an absolute menace, but playing, I would say, an essential part in the outcome of this match. So big ups going to them. And taking a look at who did what in this past game, you can see Riz also contributing a little bit to the damage here. Ragnar coming through with the most eliminations as well as the damage. Then we've got Accelerate, Novex, and BERSERK in here as well. Goblin, unfortunately, not sitting with the most eliminations, but as we did see, BERSERK having a pretty tough day at the office in this past match. But here we go, taking a look at the points. The Sidemen are going to be closing up that 9th position, coming through with 5 points. NTX, unfortunately, are going to be waiting over at the bakery. But everybody else here still managing to score some points along the way. We do know that that winner chicken dinner was a glorious 7 eliminations for 17 total points. But we got to take a look and see where the rest of the board is, as we're about to hop over into page number main. That is where the big figures lies. You can see there it is. Temper, only 2 eliminations, even though they made it all the way into second place. Peaky Blinders, though, picking up a cheeky 13 points. But is that going to be enough to bring enough of a change over with regards to those points? As we know, Peaky Blinders trying everything they can to keep that upset going on through. MVP might have changed up a few things along the way. Berserk, only 6 points. I'm not quite sure if that was enough to defend the pole position they had coming into this game. But of course, we are going to hop into it and take a look to see. I believe MVP, that was chicken number 4 for them so far. They've already had 3 winner chicken dinners today. 2 back-to-back, back on Erangel. Coming into the first Miramar, they get the victory yet again. So a very exciting day over in the MVP office. But let's see how this showdown is going to pan out here. Peaky Blinders, I love the step up from them. I would have loved to see this even sooner, right? Had they been able to accomplish this kind of a performance earlier in the day, it would have been one for the books. But speaking of which, we are going to be hopping onto the next little bit to take a look and see where we are, right? Do we know if there is a major shift with regards to the teams qualifying, right? How close is that margin, and who's going to be the gatekeepers of the top 4? Of course, before we get there, we have to give a shout out here to Ragnar, our MVP of the match. 5 eliminations, 850 lots of damage, and of course 5 knockouts to accompany that as well. So quite a bit of work getting done right over here. I mean, 5 eliminations, it doesn't seem like much, but if you look at the amount of eliminations that we did see come through in just this past game, that is still quite a hefty amount, right? If you remember, Riz got a grand total of, I believe that was 7 eliminations, so Ragnar doing a lot of work for the team. Peaky Blinders, they walked away with 8 eliminations. Almost half of that coming through here at the hand of Papi, looking very stylish there with his whole get up there, hat in hand and everything else at the ready. The damage pretty close as well, 824 versus 850. So a very balanced approach coming through on either which side. But the big question, the big thing that we want to see, of course, is going to be what those overall scores look like. To know exactly how much stress these players are going to be on moving into the final game. Of course, that MVP award there from Ragnar has moved him all the way up into second place with regards to this board. ChatGPT was in third place not too long ago. Currently is going to be staring up at the rest of the board all the way from that 5th place. But Goblin still managing to hold on. Goblin wants to get that 200 USD coming his way, so you can't really fault the guy for trying, right? Berserk are doing everything they can. At the very least, they're gonna walk away with the MVP. But 29 eliminations, very, very impressive. But of course, this leads me to believe that next up we are gonna be looking at that very important, crucial bit of information, right? It is going to be this right here. We're starting off at the bottom side of the board, where we can see the All-Stars closing us off with a lovely 50 points. But that arrow means that well, they've moved down. They've only moved down 1 position. They traded places with another team, which we'll see on the other side once we get there. But Delirium 6, they've moved up 2 slots all the way into 13th. Of course, as a result, we can see Ultra 6 and 8-bit moving down as well. NTX still locked in on their 11 points over there. But here is the big kicker, right? MVP and Berserk, they've traded places. They have exactly the same tally. The only difference being the 4 winner chicken dinners in the hands of MVP. They are running away with this. Temper still holding nice and strong there in 3rd place. Riz, of course, moving up 1 position from 6. And we can see Peaky Blinders, the team that traded places with the All-Stars. But this just shows you how tough this lobby is going to be, right? So realistically, there are 2 teams that could still maybe make a play for the top 4. Riz Esports and Accelerate. 44K, they've tried a lot of things here today, all of which has had varying levels of results, but I've not been convinced enough today to say that 44K is going to be able to catch up. If they can, they need a winner chicken dinner in the last match, right? Anything other than a winner chicken dinner is not going to be enough for them to even come close. You can see the point disparity there being quite a bit, 17 points, so that is quite a steep margin for them to try and overcome. But speaking of which, though, speaking about margins, we have to draw the line somewhere, right? There has to be a point in which we know who are the winners, and of course, that means only one thing, right? There's 1 more match for us to go, 1 more game to have it all be decided, right? There's a tie for first place, essentially, kind of almost. Not exactly, but let's go with yes. Top 4 still undecided. Anything can change. 3 points between 4th and 5th place. Let us know on social media what you think of everything that you've been witnessing so far. But of course, the big one, what is going to happen in match number last, right? That's going to come up on the other side of the break. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere, because as you've seen, these breaks are really short. So we'll be right back.
time has come. Be the number one for Africa.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here. The final match, the last opportunity for the teams to qualify to get the lion's share of the prize pool for the Africa region, South Africa specifically, and of course, well, 4 seats. That's all we have to give away, right? So there's going to be quite a bit of pressure coming through. There's going to be a big question whether or not Goblin is going to be the MVP of the South Africa section. We don't know. We'll find out at the very, very end. But of course, first we need to get there. And that means that we are going to be hopping into Miramar for one last time to see who's going to be the team to pick up that winner chicken dinner. Is it going to be Temper? Is it going to be 44K? Is it going to be Peaky Blinders? Or will MVP get their 5th winner chicken dinner, right? That's not even new anymore. It's just like, yes, here they are. They keep on locking in chickens after chicken after chicken. It sounds like they should open a coop or something because they are just running away with it. Of course, BERSERK, if they want to try and reclaim that pole position, they are going to have to do quite a lot. And I have to say, Youngblood is very impressive without blinking there. But of course, Youngblood will be back soon. So we'll be hopping into the action to see exactly what is going to be unfolding in our very final match. It all boils down to this, right? Group stages, how many ever in-game qualifications teams that we had participating, all making their way through the group stage right into here, the finals, right? 4 seats, that's it. A nice share of that prize pool as well. But let's see what the teams are going to be able to pull out of the bag. Could we potentially see Accelerate look to bounce back? I mean, they've got 84 points. They need quite a few more to catch up, but that's only 7 points difference. So there's a lot riding on this last game. But yeah, so much excitement yet to be had. We're going to find out pretty soon. If you have any predictions, do me a favor. Let us know in the chat. Tell us who you think is going to be the team to pick up the very last victory at hand here. And also, who do you think the top 4 will be? Give your predictions, right? Let me know. Curious to see what that is. I am keeping an eye on it here as well. So quite a bit of excitement. But there we go. Hit us up on social media as well. Scan the QR code if you are not following us across the board. So we've got TikTok in there. I know we've got X. We're live on X. That was told to me earlier today. I didn't even know, right? But just shows you learn something new each and every single day. So it seems like they are recalling the lobby, so we're not going to be hopping into it just yet. I think somebody forgot to put their seatbelt on, so they're going to have to get themselves re-buckled up, and unfortunately they need to make it through. So we are going to be hopping into a quick break to make sure that everything is ready, that all the seatbelts work the way they're supposed to, and of course we'll see you right back in a short few minutes, so don't go anywhere. All right, let's try this one again. We are back. We are getting ready to hop into the action for one final time. Murmur is loading up, and we should be heading into that very, very soon. So, Youngblood, as we know, there is so much at stake here, right? There is the lion's share of the prize pools, the 4 qualification slots. Of course, still a bit of unrest with regards to the overall rankings. I'm happy to be sitting where I am sitting, and I'm not one of the players out in this competition right now because I'm not quite sure if my nerves would be able to handle this.
Yo, quite some dust. The tension that I have, it's good we are commentating, but we also have that tension. People think that we don't feel what you guys are feeling, but we are feeling it firsthand as we see these teams. Number one, MVP, Team BERSERK, they're not fighting for that top spot. They're not fighting for that PMGO ticket because they already know we have it. They are fighting for that $250. 800 is insane. From 800 to 550, that is a big gap. And the MVPs, they want to be the ultimate MVPs. Team BERSERK, they want to be the ultimate leaders of these final stage of PMNC South Africa. But the last game, Miramar, who has got it all to be able to dominate, to be able to show us that they are the leaders. They're the champions of South Africa. That they got all, they got it all. X-Force Rejects. I don't know if X-Force Rejects could match these MVPs, Team BERSERK at the moment. I'm talking about their current state. But you know what? PMGO Africa, all these guys will be put in the same basket, and hopefully we'll be able to see who will be the ultimate champion. But for today, the last game is a top 4 fight.
I'll tell you one thing.
Be
Be careful what you wish for, right? Be careful what you wish for, because the team you mentioned, there's a reason. There's a reason why they're the invited team, right? So, yeah, we'll have that all settled on the final day, right? When they get to step on up, right? We'll see it on the big day when they get to step onto the same battlefield, and we can see all these teams rubbing shoulders against each other. We'll see who comes out where, right? I'm just saying that the team that got invited for a reason, right? They went to PMGC for a reason, right? And so they will get to prove whether or not they can maintain that slot, maintain that seat moving forward yet again. So that's the whole point of the competition. Of course, this is the road to PMGO, so there's quite a lot at stake here for our teams. But speaking about which, we are going to be hopping into our final match very, very soon. So this is where I'd love to see what the predictions are and who thinks that MVP is going to win, who thinks that BERSERK is going to win. That is going to be the big question that we will look to have answered here. But of course, do you think the top 4 is confirmed, or will it still change up? Could we see Riz maybe step up, could Accelerate step up, or could even 44K step up, right? The answer to that is, I don't know. Hopefully, maybe one of them will look to bring a bit of an upset here. But so if I was Novex, I think here the aim would be to try and play the best possible game that you can, right? Because as we know, Novex went out a little bit early on. They didn't get placement points. They only got those 3 eliminations. They can't do that coming into this next game, right? If they want to hold on to their position, they're going to have to do better than that. So the pressure, the stakes is all going to be exceptionally high. And of course, looking at the top 8 teams, how they've been performing in this past match, they all chose aggression. But now you have to choose aggression with tactics, right? Aggression alone, I don't think is going to be enough to get you over that finish line. So, yep, there's going to be some pretty high expectations. And actually, the most aggressive team in the top 8 were the Peaky Blinders, right? They got 8 eliminations in this past game. So they kind of set the standard for what we could be seeing coming into this last game. But of course, a very strong contender right alongside them was none other than MVP. So MVP, Riz, Peaky Blinders, they were the aggressors, but can they maintain that momentum? Of course, only time will tell. Speaking of which, though, we are going to get ready to get on in. Of course, we're just doing the safety checks, making sure that all the seatbelts work the way that they are supposed to, that everybody firstly has a parachute on, right? Otherwise, they're just going to make it down onto the map before everybody else, right? Hitting that terminal's velocity and then boom! landing, because PUBG works like that, right? Hopefully the real world, and luckily the real world doesn't work like that, so not too much to stress about, but we'll see where everything is going to be taking us. Now, you asked me, right,
Yeah.
in the previous match, where the flight path was going to go, right?
True.
And I just absolutely nailed that prediction. It's
Luck.
just
That
like,
was luck. Nothing else.
you know, but
luck.
now I'll turn the tables.
Uh-huh.
You tell us where the zone is going to go for this next zone. Because we don't know where the flight path even is, right? Where's the zone
Yes.
going to go?
I still stick with my prediction. The northern part. But I'm going to give you the exact location in just a few seconds as we get ready for the game number 6. Game number 12 of the finals,
Yes.
PMNC, South Africa. Buckle up! We are on the road for ultimately the road to PMGO slots, and the game is on. You know, you asked me about my prediction, and here it is as we look at the plane path in the final Miramar game, moving towards the southern part and cutting across the whole map to Macera, Monte Nuevo, El Pozo. So for this one, I'm going for the water treatment. Water treatment, Cruz de la Velle. That's where the zone will be shifting. Yeah, that's I lock in on that.
So you say Cruz de Valle, water treatment, that region up over there.
Exactly.
All right, okay. So now I'll ask you the same questions. Are you sure? Is that your final answer? Or do you want to change your mind? Do you want to phone a friend or go for a 50? We don't have 50-50, but do you want to phone a friend? Which one do you want to go for? The time is running out.
Water treatment, Cruz de la Velle. That is the exact point, and I'm not changing because I know that is the exact point, exactly where it is going.
Okay, I'll take the confident vote here. We'll see where that is going to go. In fact, and of course, the answer to the question is we don't know
Drum
yet.
rolls.
We'll find out. Hey, there we go. Well done it. You hit it on the head. Absolutely nailed it. Fantastic job. But now, looking at the teams, this is going to be a tough one because they have to rotate up until next week. As you can see, Accelerate, they've already settled in, right? They're going for a little bit of a play over at the casino there. We've got Monte Nuevo is going to be a pretty hot and heated place. We've got 44K as well as the All-Stars over on that side. Temper up in San Martin. So there's not going to be anybody to contest him, at least not for the time being. Los Leones is going to be hot. And of course, we're looking over to Picado as well. That is going to be hot and heated as we jump in here with Delirium. They've got Goof Academy alongside them. So, yep, some pretty tough positions to try and play through.
Yeah, pretty tough positions to play through as Goof just lost a player and only a duo is remaining. Remembering that they joined as a trio, which is quite a disadvantage when coming to Miramar. And I was so right, and it feels so good. Was this the feeling, the same exact feeling that you felt in that previous game? Because it feels nice.
Indeed,
Awesome.
it
Wholesome.
does. Yes, sir. Let's see who's
but-
going to get it, though.
But you see, like the undisputed this time round, they're not that aggressive. Already lost a player, and 2 more remaining. But the duo, can they be that perfect duo, or will they be the terrible twos as they are trying their best? GG's. But undisputed, they're at a very, very bad spot. And coming to this final, I was expecting that the undisputed will be one of the top teams in that top 4. But I don't know what they did or what they've not done. But what do you think about the undisputed team?
Well, I mean, their name states that they are undisputed, right?
Yeah.
And currently, I'll dispute that claim because, you know, we can maybe look to see a few things happen over here. And of course, unfortunately for them, they're only loaded in with 2 players. So that is going to be Retro and Sahil. And Retro already getting shot at there as dead. Is going to look to do that to Sahil. But can he hit him on the other side of said hill? Monte Nuevo is going to be where we are cooking through for the time being. But where will it go? Monte Nuevo, usually a very difficult position to play through, and usually also the teams coming in here find themselves in a bit of a standoff situation, right? So we don't necessarily always see teams getting all too aggressive roundabout here. But hey, maybe one of the three squads currently occupying the space could look to change my mind on the matter. 44k, as we know, they need the points, right? So they can't really afford to sit back, relax, kick their feet up. Instead, they have to go make sure that their scopes are properly locked in and ready to roll. They've got enough ammo and everything else they need to put up a fight. Oh, there we go. Beautiful spray coming through here from T21 as he gets the first elim. That is the second bit of blood coming in on this match. Undisputed, now down to a solo. And of course, let's see how this one pans out. Meanwhile, Delirium, though, and Goof Academy are going to be toe-to-toe. Hey, actually, right, you were talking about what words mean in Kenyan, right? You go like, oh, you know, this word means that, etc., right?
Yes.
Goof here means swim, right? So
Goof.
it means like you're diving into the water, right? You're going to go for a goof, right? You're going to go for a swim. You're going to go for a bit of a splash, you know, a little bit of a thing over there. So yeah, it's the swim academy, right? That
Swim
is
Academy. Oh, that's where they're
almost
calling
kind of what
themselves
it
that.
means.
But in our end,
Hey,
you know, like,
they
it's
swimming in
doof.
points.
Oh, nice. But okay, in our end, it's normally doof, but that is just slang. No, the official Swahili in Swahili is kuogelea, and a Goof Academy quite good at that. And 58 players remaining, and this is not looking good for Undisputed with only one single solo player, Goof with two, and Delirium 6 with 3 players. And those are the teams that have casualties at the moment. And the top teams, MVP, BERSERK, we've not seen any kind of action from them. And Temper, one of the teams in the top 4, are getting eliminated right now. But they have to maintain their cool because this is the last game. You know, they need to be taking fights at the last stage of zone, and 6 got eliminated. You know, what do you think might happen if Temper is eliminated right now?
Yeah, that's a good question, right? It would, for Temper, they would have to hope that Novex doesn't do enough, right? That they might not get moved down, because if Riz also locks it in, that is still a very stressful situation. And I mean, 18 points, that could still be achievable coming into this final match of the day. So, yeah, I would not want to be Temper getting wiped right now, right? Hopefully they can make it all the way to that late stage.
Yeah, that is a hopefully. And on the other end, Goof Academy, they're just swimming their troubles away. And the aimbot still holds his location, still holds his position, but the teammates are just down on their knees, just hoping for mercy. But who is bringing the mercy? Not the Delirium 6. And as the final player in the Goof Academy, I don't know what is happening or going on in his head. Does he think that he can be able to give his team the needed points? He almost got the knock, but you know, Goof Academy, they need 6 more points to be able to get to where the Undisputed are. You know, massive swing in the table. That might prove to be massive swings also in the amount of cash that they will be getting. But Goof Academy, and a sad ending to their reign of terror, and they have just reigned back to the lobby in a very inconspicuous way.
Well, let's see who's going to do what through here. Will it be? Yes, it will. 44k out in 15th. Very unfortunate play here for them. Not quite sure. Yeah, I mean, there's no chance in them miraculously adding more points to their overall score, right? It is kind of sealed in right now. It is locked in. And so what they've done to this point is what it is. We are going to be looking at that zone pulling pretty far up north. I was low-key kind of hoping for a little bit of that Oasis play to come through, because I've seen it, I think, only twice. But water treatment, as you called it, is still going to be pretty much within the zone. We can see quite a few teams are looking to start to center up there. Torre Ahumada, for the time being, is going to be pretty vacant, and, well, makes sense because it's not even in the zone. Cruz del Valle is going to be where we see Riz just locking themselves in for the time being. Are they going to try and loot it up? Maybe get a little bit aggressive? Not quite sure if there's another team sharing that space with them. They might be. But NT, though, they are going to be entering the zone, coming in from that southeastern side, right? Pulling up right alongside Ultra 6. That might be a bold move, or it could be a very tactical play.
Yeah, but the 8-bit are still in that location. Like we might be having a fight between the NTs and the 8-bit. NTs, they might think that they are the last men out of that blue, but we have a full squad from the 8-bit, and they might be biting back, biting the NTs in ways that they never believed before. And Alter 6 in that same location. So fights might be happening in every single angle, as we have a lot of teams trying to get the play zone. And the X Accelerated, think they have the best spot in this play zone, but the shift that will be coming in the stage number 3, that is what is going to determine who has the best spot, who has that advantage. And for Miramar, most of the times, this is what these players do to survive. One, get to the hilltops, get that high angle, try to pick these teams as fast as you can. Two, get that player. You need to have a player that uses that DMR, if not the DMR, the sniper rifles. If you have a good player that has all of these traits, it becomes a very, very added advantage to your team, and ultimately might be able to clinch a couple of points and even the ultimate chicken dinner, but it's still so early to judge.
Yeah, well, we'll find out in due course as NT now sits up on the hillside. We can see Accelerate ahead of them, just over to the side. Peaky Blinders also just holding on the opposite angle. But I think for NT, this is good, right? They've pushed up, they grabbed the loot. Now they get the heck out of Dodge, because you don't want to stick around there too much. I hope that they don't pull up into this compound on the side of the cliff there. Fortunately, it does seem like they are not going there. That is a very wise decision, because, yeah, that is a very tough angle to be in. You don't have a lot of angles to work with. You do have an opportunity to do a bit of drifting there. Very, very nice by NTX, as they show off a little bit. I'll give them at least 8 points for that drift. It would have been 10 had he been able to pull into that open spot there all in one swift move. But either which way, here we are. Right, 2 teams out for the count so far. Temper in zone, MVP in zone, Riz, Accelerate, everybody else holding steady. But Sidemen, Berserk, and a few others yet to move on through. Novex, understandably taking a little bit more of a reserved approach here, right? They don't want to get up in that hot mess of zone just yet, right? They know they are the gatekeepers of the qualifying positions, so they are going to try and keep themselves in this match as long as they possibly can. So it makes sense to see them take a little bit more of a calculated approach in these early stages. In the meantime, Accelerate, they don't have that luxury awarded to them, right? They're going to have to go out there and get aggressive if they want to close up that overall position point. But it is going to require quite a bit of hard work, and we know Accelerate, they are up for it. They are in here to win it. But can they get it, though? That is going to be the big question.
I think that's just upon them. If they can be able to be hungry to take that fight. Under 6 Tweety from the Alter 6, they're still moving up those hillsides, trying to get that very, very good hillside approach, as the 8-bits are also invited to that exact location, and they will be in a very, very heated fight as 20 takes a very, very huge leap towards the ground, and the mud tastes good. For the 8-bit, this is a festival. The 6, Alter 6, this is a nightmare, as all of them are trying to pick up those angles, as they are trying to pick up these Alter 6 team. But Alter 6 is very, very relentless. They are very, very persuasive. They want those eliminations, and they want it right now. Another good nade flying towards the 8-bit location, and quite a good heated fight. If Alter 6 can be able to dominate at this particular point, they will be adding quite some good points to their tally. And they do get a couple of eliminations. And 8-bit, they were trying their best to get to the play zone, only to get the rushed by the Alter 6 team. With only 2 players, they can't be able to take that final 8-bit player down and out. out of the game, and the last game heating up a little bit faster than expected, because I was expecting the game like we are going to be having these kind of fights in that last zone, but we're not yet at the last zone. You're at stage 3, approaching the stage 4, but already we're having these kind of fights.
I mean, it's unfortunate to see 8-bit and Ultra 6 fight each other at this point, right? I'd love to see them pick a fight with the teams that are in a position where they're a little bit worried about the point situation, right? I would love to personally see that, but you know, it is what it is. Tweety though is gonna maybe try and aggress a little bit, not being able to do too much of that, but we do see the players there from 8-bit now also getting wrapped on up as they do run out of health, and unfortunately you can only do so much. So nice try coming through from them as they are going to be taken out in 14th place, 1 elimination added to their overall tally. So the score that we see there is pretty much the score that they have. Now NTX, they are still with the up and up here, increasing those points. So no surprise really to see the rest of the teams, right? MVP taking a little bit more of a cautious angle here. Sidemen, they know they're pretty close, but you know, can they do enough to maybe contest here? They are going to need 40 points, so that's not realistic. I don't see that happening on a Miramar game. So I would say it's pretty much up to Accelerate and Riz to contest for top 4, right? Nobody else will have an opportunity to contest that whatsoever, right? 44K, they were the only other team that could potentially attempt that. But as we saw, they got taken out. So, you know, that is what it is. So for 44K, nice try. Thank you for stepping up and being here. But now let's see who is going to confirm that top 4 place. BERSERK is going to be tanking a little bit of blue damage. MVP, a little bit hesitant as they enter the zone. Accelerate there to welcome them in. It is going to be Delirium, the next team to fall, as we go out with 13th place, rather. 3 eliminations. MVP, are they going to continue with this slightly more cautious angle, or will they look to get themselves set up? Because currently they are pretty exposed here out on the hills. As you can see already, the players there from Accelerate, they've spotted the angle, and now they're going to try and leverage a little bit more of that. But at the same time, they have Temper right behind them, so they might find themselves in a bit of an uncomfortable position. So hopefully they'll do something with that angle. In the meantime, BERSERK though getting pressured by Sidemen.
Yeah, Sidemen, you know, in that first game where they got the 16 eliminations, I think that was what gave them the courage to take these kind of fights these well. But BERSERK, they have to be careful losing to the Sidemen. These will be a very, very big plus to the MVPs. They have to take this fight and they have to dominate in it as Nades keeps on flying. Sphinxy, right? This is the moment that they need to show their prowess. They need to show their teeth. They need to pull out their cannons and get these eliminations as fast and as much as they can. But will they be able to match up against the Sidemen? BERSERK Goblin, already spotted by Aspect, one of the highest dealers of damage when it comes to Erangel, because he was most of the times dealing 1000 damage, 800 damage, and he is called upon action. But the Sidemen not giving way to this BERSERK team. You know, at times you know your fights, and at times you know when to pick them fights. And the Sidemen not that aggressive. They're just holding. You know, that one knock, that opening knock is what every single team is waiting. And Temper, this has been one of their worst games, already losing 2 critical players with 12 teams. But this is crazy. You know, BERSERK, they know what is on the line. If this was probably like the 4th game, I think BERSERK would have gone for this fight. They would have gone all in, but they know what is on the line, and that's why I think they're trying to hold as much as possible. Try to pick up that opening knock and maybe try to go for that push. But unfortunately, at the moment, they're just playing it very, very passive, just waiting, not taking those fights, trying to reset, and maybe come back with a response.
Yeah, well, we'll see how this one is going to pan out here. BERSERK now trying what they can. They were opting for a little bit more of a hidden approach coming into this match, but so far, that's not really been paying off all too much here for them, right? They've been pretty much put in the spotlight You can see Zayn now starting to move up. Aspect going at it yet again. Popping through with that mini 14. Down goes Zayn. This could be the start of a very troubling play now for Berserk. If they are going to look to bounce back, they'll definitely have to get themselves in a better position, because this one currently not working out too great for them. But here we go. Wrath quickly just trying to duck and dive his way on through. There is quite a bit of quiet now descending down upon the zone, even though we have 12 teams currently still holding steady here. Novex going to be taking a very quiet position as we see them push all the way on towards that far edge of zone. A quick cheeky rotation coming through there from the side men, but they are actually putting themselves right in harm's way. So let's see how this one pans out.
As the time is ticking, tick-tock, undisputed already looking at the turf, and they don't just believe how this tough lobby is taking them out. They are out of the game as MVPs are also getting clipped. Clips is down, MVP Og. And I think the MVPs might be out. Only one player from the MVPs remaining. And if they are eliminated right now, they will have lost that top spot and position the last man standing, going against the Temper. Yuri looking for the MVP. Oh my word. This is Yuri. Almost. Wait, I thought that Yuri had taken that elimination. But to my surprise,
nope.
Tempers were the ones dominating. But a third party just saved the MVPs, and Tempers, they are out of the race of that top one.
Yeah, so Temper not going to be able to take the top slot here, but now they're going to have to hope that Novex and Riz doesn't come for their butts here, because as we know, and we can see on the side there is still quite a bit of an opportunity, right? So are we going to see potential 16 points coming through for Novex? Well, I don't know. Based on their current positioning over on towards the far side of zone, kind of trying to play a serious game of hide and seek here, it's not very likely, but maybe they will look to surprise us, as we do see Novex. Out they go, absolutely spotted and obliterated and getting wiped off the side of this map. So the run is over for Novex. There is not going to be any opportunity for them to catch the top 8, right? Still, there is the opportunity for the players coming through from Accelerate to maybe contest that position, as they now have 87 points. They only need a few more. Only 6 more points is what they need to play the upset here. So could they realistically make top 4? Yes, they can. But it's all going to come down to how they handle these next few plays. And of course, well, they have to get past the side of Riz.
Oh my word. And Riz is just cooking with already 5 eliminations. Accelerate, they have to up their pace. They have to up their game. This is not a moment of passive gameplay. This is a moment of being aggressive, trying to take those fights. If you get that opening up, make the push. And at the moment, got the Peaky Blinder man. And if they don't make the push, this minute, like that knock will be gone. But they have to be careful also. You know, they might be wanting like to secure that elimination, but the third parties are just insane, as we saw in the Temper squad. After dominating the MVPs, went for that final push, but Yuri was eliminated. And Yuri, I think, was one of the highest contenders for the MVP. And BERSERK, Goblin, I think he's smiling at the moment, because Yuri was one of the top contenders. If Ragnar is eliminated, I think the MVP will go to the BERSERK.
Well, we'll find out whether or not Berserk could potentially look to grab that one. As we know, Goblin has been doing a pretty good job with holding on to that claim. But now, Berserk left with a 3-piece over on towards that southwestern side. I think it's so far proving to be a somewhat decent position, but it's all going to depend on where this next zone shift is going to take them, right? If it moves to the west, they're going to have to fight for a compound. If it moves to the east, same thing goes. So either which way, there will still be quite a bit of work at hand. But now with 7 teams remaining, we are slowly getting towards that final bit of this whole entire qualification round here. The South African finals about to come to an end, as you now make it through our final stretch. Right, stage 6 about to conclude. We're about to hit stage number 7, and this could be the big decider, as NT now starts to advance, but they've been spotted out. The spray is heading right up in the direction. Shelby popping off with the hits here. Now, of course, the Peaky Blinders also looking to contribute with the Carnage, looking to see if they can maybe sneak in a few cheeky points. Can they gain entry into that top 8? They only need 1 point to catch the All-Stars. I don't know if they know this, but they need 1 point to catch up. And of course, as we know, looking at this stage, any point matters, right? Because the more points you have, the greater share of the overall prize pool distribution comes your way. So there's quite a bit at stake here for everybody. Let's see who's going to be the ones to walk away with what, as we are now looking at this position, right? The change between 8th and 9th place is $20. $20, right?
20.
Peaky Blinders landing one good shot could award them $20 additional, right? So there's a little bit of pressure on their shoulders. MVP, though, they are going to try and hold it up here. As you can see, they are now, for the time being, locked into 2nd place. So if they can get 3 points, that would award them those 3 points with, would rather than, wow, English, please, $250. But let's see, as it is going to be that push, the zone is going to start closing up very, very soon. NT holding steady on that far side. NT, I don't see them changing enough with the point situation to move out of 16th place. But let's see, maybe they can surprise us. The rest of the lobby here holding steady. Now, All-Stars, with that solo, going to find themselves in quite a bit of a tricky spot. Riz going to try and do what they can here. Are they going to be able to claim 3rd place? I don't know. But Accelerate, I can tell you, are going to come in hot for that spot.
They're definitely going to be coming hot. Accelerate. Still in the game with a 4-man army. I think the biggest thing that Accelerate want is one. You know, Riz Esports, they need to be out. That is one of their biggest, can I say, hope. I don't know if they will have their dreams answered and their prayers are getting heeded too. But Accelerate, they have to do themselves with 3 eliminations already and just a few points shy from getting that top 4. Though the Riz Esports is not letting go. MVPs on the other as point, they are trying their best to clinch those points and go past the team BERSERK. But they're not having it easy. Clips already clipped down. Riz Clutch trying to clutch against these MVP squad. They have those numbers. They have to make those numbers come their way, of which they die. MVP eliminated, and this is an open ground. Riz Esports with 8 eliminations and a 4-man army. Accelerate, a 4-man army, and already 3 eliminations. We have the Peaky Blinders, 2 eliminations, 4-man army, and finally Team BERSERK with the 3. Not forgetting, we have the All-Stars. But eliminated, I think that was the case. You know, I should not mention the All-Stars because what was that?
Yeah, it was unfortunate, but out they go down to the final 4 we are. Now we have 2 teams up over on towards that more northern position and the other 2 down on the southern side of the road. So let's see who's going to do what, or rather that maybe that's west and east. Either which way, the teams now find themselves in that final stretch, right? Goblin is going to try and hold on. BERSERK, they've not gone absolutely crazy this match. Only 2 eliminations to their name. The most aggressive team currently in this lobby is going to be Riz, as they've been able to secure themselves those 8 points. But can they get more? Can they get their hands on the winner chicken dinner? The probability is leaning in their favor. They have the full squad up here. Frosty, though, cheeky hit over onto the Peaky Blinders. You gotta watch out with those angles, though. It's still gonna be Puppy and Co holding steady. So Peaky Blinders still with potential 3 players in the mix. Nemesis rushing up, but look at that spray though from Frosty as he gets absolutely picked on up. Cheeky play there. Now Kingpin gonna come up as Accelerate. They can almost taste it. They know they are so close to catching exactly where they need to go. But they're going to have to capitalize and just absolutely bulldoze their way through this entire lobby, right? Anything other than the winner chicken dinner is not going to suffice here. But we do see BERSERK going out there in 4th place. Down to the final 3 we go. So that leaves the Peaky Blinders. It leaves Riz and it leaves Accelerate. So Accelerate has so much riding on this game here. This could be their opportunity to step into the top 4. Of course, the gatekeepers for them here is going to be Riz. And Riz, well, they've locked in an absolute immense amount of eliminations in comparison. So if they finish well, it is going to be just that much more challenging for Accelerate to qualify. But let's see how this one pans out. Peaky Blinders also going to be keeping themselves steady. We are in stage 9, so there's nowhere left to hide from here. It is just going to be full sending at 12 players to decide the final outcome of this entire qualifier. Accelerate and Riz, everything for them hanging on the line. It's all boiling down to this final few moments. 3 full squads going to duke it out. So far, beautiful position, very centralized. Up comes the movement now from the Peaky Blinders as they start to get themselves situated. But this is where they need to be very careful, right? This is not the time to get overconfident. This is where you need to play with a hint of caution coming through. Raki, though, Raki gets hit. That health bar taking quite a bit of a tank, but the same can be said here for Accelerated. Respect has been found. Speed now also getting a quick response, and all 3 squads are going to start a big old chain fight as Nurius gets spotted, gets quite a bit of damage. Popping now just trying to duck and weave his way through. Nemesis up for the high ground, trying to gather the additional needed information to know exactly where Accelerate are going to be looking to push in from. But here we go. There's currently the Peaky Blinders holding the highest probability. They have the best chance to potentially clutch this one out. I'd say that. And then, of course, the knocks start hitting in their direction. A quick shift as Peaky Blinders now drop to the lowest probability out of the remaining 3 teams. Riz down to Ragnar. Accelerate down to Rin. All now down to the wire. 1 grenade could spell disaster for each and every single squad here. It is going to be the Peaky Blinders going out in that 3rd place. 4 eliminations to show. Up to Riz, up to Accelerate. Nobody having a good foot to stand on, but it is going to be Riz now. Ragnar trying to pop off as best he can. Gets the spray, trying to get the confirmations. Locks on in. Is he going to be able to get the hit on Ren? The nade comes really close. It's all down to the final push. And here we have it. Accelerate clutches it out. Gets their hands on that winner with a chicken dinner. And Riz having to settle for 2nd place. But the big question is, did Accelerate lock in enough eliminations to secure their position into the top 4? Right? That is going to be the big question we have to get answered here. So far, I would just say don't trust Caster Math, right? We are going to get it horribly wrong. That's why we have qualified and professional people doing math for us, right? So we can just tell you what all the pretty numbers say, but absolutely insane showing coming through from our final teams. Peaky Blinders, much respect going out to them. They brought quite a bit of heat into this final stretch, but at the end of the day, the shots came in. They landed where they did, and that was Accelerate just taking out the competition. 10 eliminations is what they have to show here, but will 20 points help them close that gap?
Maybe it might not. We just have to wait for that overall, but it's happening all over again. That's the love for a final day sensation, and it's bottling up in the top 4. And not only in the top 4, also in the MVP, because Ragnar has been farming those eliminations with more than 4 eliminations in that game. Is it going to be enough to shake off Goblin from that MVP spot? And looking at the winner chicken dinner, Accelerate, Kingpin with the 4, we have Rain with the 4, Frosty, and finally Respect. Each of them putting up a share into that chicken dinner, but that final strike was what was needed to take Accelerate 1 chicken dinner more, and absolutely 20 points. 10 eliminations and a placement. I think these guys, the 20 points, they can be able to ask the questions. Riz Esports, they have to be careful, but they also got some good crazy points, and 59 eliminations registered in that game, closed almost 9,000 heals. So this game was all about healing, and the revives were just too much. And the longest distance elimination, I think, being Miramar, we were expecting these to happen, long distance elimination, because players have those snipers, players have those DMRs, so that is where they come into play. And for the longest distance, 328 meters is as much as we were expecting. And for the headshots, 14 headshots, and that was a good clean game for the winner chicken dinner.
Indeed it was. But here we go, hopping into that match summary. As you can see, Ragnar is going to be our most aggressive player here with 6 eliminations for the side of Riz. Kingpin, though, locking in the most damage. So Kingpin definitely trying to pin everyone down as best he can. Haki coming in with that long-range sniping plays. And, of course, Dead there from the All-Stars is going to be walking away with our grenade elimination. So some good stats coming through here for our respective players. But, of course, we want to get to the business end of this. So nice representation on here. But, of course, MVP's plays coming in, points coming in. Let's see where everybody ended up. So, as we have it, it is Delirium 6 finishing their match there with 3 points. And at least everybody in this game walking away with something, right? You got 1 point all the way on that right-hand side. So, Novex, 8-bit, 44k, as well as Goof Academy. A very unfortunate position for 44k to be in, because we know they were trying everything they could to try and catch up to that top 8. But the big question is, what does the top side of this board look like? It is going to be players here from Accelerate walking away with their 20 points. It is going to be 20 points as well for the side of Riz. So everything now just got a whole lot more complicated. As you can see, nothing is given here. Nothing is certain, and everything is just riding on the final few wires to see who can lock it in. Peaky Blinders also picking up a few cheeky trades along that way. But before we get into the final points, let's take a look at this quick head-to-head here between the team, and after which we're going to take a look at a head-to-head between the 2 top players. It's going to be Accelerate and Riz Esports. 10 versus 14. 1900 rather versus 2100. So pretty balanced approach between the 2 teams. Of course, Riz managing to secure themselves a few additional eliminations. But the big question is, right, both these teams were competing for that qualification slot. Which one of them was able to make it in? We'll find out pretty soon. Ragnar, though, gets a big shout out here as our MVP of the match. But can Ragnar contest for the MVP of the stage? That is going to be the big question, as we know there is $200 up for grabs for our MVP. Well, head-to-head showdown, Kingpin versus Ragnar. There we got it. Very similar damage figures coming out on either which side. Eliminations pretty close as well, right? 6 versus 4. But as we know, it all comes down to how all of these stats add up together, right? One stat alone is not enough, right? Eliminations alone is not enough to carry you over the line. But of course, here we go. Let's take a look at who is the MVP for South Africa this whole entire event. Let's take a quick gander at that. It is about to come on through. Drum roll, please. Goblin, all the way from Berserk, is going to be the player of the series. So that is our MVP, the GOAT with the most. 30 eliminations, 6,300 damage, only 10 assists, and a whole lot of survival time. I don't know what that amounts to, but it's a lot of time, right? 282 minutes and 10 seconds. Yeah, that's definitely longer than a broadcast. But well done. Pretty good play coming through there from the side of Goblin. Much respect going out to him, and of course, mad love. And, well, enjoy that MVP award. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. But now that we've got the player part out of the way, now comes the big question. It is going to be the final standings to see where our squads ended up, who's going to be the ones making it through to the next stage, and who are going to be the teams there to support them and cheer them on. Let's take a look and see where this leads us to. Of course, everything has boiled down to this. The teams representing for South Africa. Oh, the overall top players first, right? We got to keep the teasers going. Right, you can see Goblin there. This is how he got to that pole position. He came in there at the start of the day. What was it? With 25 eliminations, right? Securing himself in that pole position and just managing to hold on throughout the entirety of the day. Mad respect, though, going out to our top 5 players here. Papi stepping up here with 25 elims as well. An absolute bucket load of damage, and that goes for Ragnar, Haki, as well as Yuri, who is trying their absolute hardest to make it all the way to that finish line. But let's see, am I going to be allowed to get into that final bit now? Or are we going to go somewhere else, right? The big question will be revealed momentarily. Let's see. Here we go. Overall standings. Let's hop in onto it. Give your prediction in the chat before we get a look. Too late. Here we go. The bottom 9 teams, bottom 8 teams though. We are going to look at the All-Stars. We have the players there from the Sidemen as well as the squad coming through from Undisputed Delirium. We got Goof Academy, Ultra 6, 8-Bit, and NTX Esports, all trying their absolute hardest to get themselves not only into that top 8, but also potentially into the top 4. Delirium 6, though, with beautiful upward move there, as we saw, changing places with Goof Academy. Both teams, of course, tied on 43 points apiece. So that winner-winner chicken dinner working out at the end of the day for the side there of Delirium. That being the difference of $5, right? 12th and 13th position. But the big part that we want to know is, what does the top of the leaderboard look like? Who is the team sitting at the tippity top of everything? Is it MVP? Is it Riz? Is it Berserk? Is it Temper? Well, only one way to find out. Let's hop in and take a look, see who is it. Give your predictions before we get there. We're about to make our way in. The suspense is killing me. I don't know about you guys, but it's like there's just so much suspense.
But it's the same
right here.
A lot of tension at the moment. I'm just waiting for you to announce this, because why not? Who is the
We'll
number
get into
1,
that.
number 2, number 3, number 4?
All right, so production, if we please may, let's hop into the big page. Let's take a look-see and see who has made it through. Take us through it, please. Please. Let's see.
Let's go.
Drum roll, and there we have it. It is Team Berserk, Team MVP, Riz Esports, and Temper. Accelerate tried so hard, just landing 4 points shy of making it into that top 4. Absolutely crazy effort coming through from them. Accelerate, of course, moving up from 6th place into that 5th position. So you got to give mad respect out to our squads here. Riz Esports doing a phenomenal job managing to land on exactly the amount they needed, and that winner chicken dinner helping them through. So absolutely glorious stuff. But bad shout outs going to everybody here. I would say my biggest shout out team for the day was going to be Peaky Blinders, because they just played quite a phenomenal bit of PUBG here today. So much love going out to all of them, and of course, well, all the teams that participated in that. But only 4 teams can progress forward, and these are going to be the 4 teams representing South Africa moving into the PMGO Africa Finals. Of course, that is going to be right at the end of everything, all the way over in May, right? So still a good way away, but before we get there, we're going to have to take a look at so many other matches and regions as well. But there we have it. The top 4 is confirmed. A tie almost coming through on that 3rd and 4th place. So absolutely phenomenal stuff. Youngblood, I don't know about you, but this has been a pretty crazy day with all the gameplay.
It's been crazy. It's been enthusiastic. I thought Accelerate had made it, but they had not. I feel so sorry for Novex. They were at 4th place most of these. We're playing the first game, second game, that game, 4th game. These guys were holding that top 4 very well, but not able to hold it in the last game. Got eliminated quite early and lost. Not just lost, they lost terribly. But Accelerate was quite some splendid performance in the last game, but that will make them happy with the rich chicken dinners. That would make them happy, but unfortunately, that is just not enough. And Temper, that is the only team to make it to the top 4 with 0 chicken dinners. So they still set a record, 0 chicken dinners, but still on the top 4 with 108 points. That's just crazy. You know, we have teams that got that is 2 chicken dinners, 3 chicken dinners, 1 chicken dinner, but they got 0. In the first game, we had Accelerate taking that chicken, MVPs taking 2 chicken dinners in a row. Then that Erangel, we have Team BERSERK. They came back, they dominated, and they set their dominance. We had the MVPs also taking another game. So MVPs, 3 chicken dinners, although not in a row, they just rolled along the game as if it was just easy, and Accelerate getting that final chicken dinner. So we had 2 teams dominating today, MVP and Accelerate. When it comes to the chickens, these are the heavy hitters. These are the guys that are hungry. These are the guys that want the spices. These are the guys that want that aroma come their way. And they did it. And that's all that is needed. They did their best. They did their lot. But it's all towards that number 4. You get to the top 4.
Yeah.
You get to clinch that PMGO Africa ticket. This is the season 1. And it's already heating up. It's already hot. South Africa.
Yeah.
If you are still in the chat, just spam that South African flag, because this has been a blast of a game. This has been epic. And DK, it was awesome. It was awesome.
Yeah. But it was almost not close enough, right? But looking at BERSERK, that winner with a chicken dinner that they got over in game number 4, I believe it was, if they had not gotten that one, they wouldn't have ended up at the top of the board, right? Because they were testing, I don't know, they were tempting fate, I would say that, right? It came really, really close, but at the end of the day, well, we know who our top 4 teams are that are going to be representing this region and the country as well. So mad respect and big shout out going out to all of them, right? But of course, a big thank you going out to all our viewers that pitched up to support the teams, support the players. I can see the chat has been going crazy the whole day with everybody theorizing things and giving big W's to Goblin and everything. So yeah, quite a bit happening on that front. But of course, with South Africa now being wrapped up, that means that we have another region that is going to be coming in hot. That is going to be Kenya. That will be happening on the weekend, where we are going to be going through exactly the same process with them, right? It is going to be the Kenyan regional finals to see which teams will be qualifying for their seats over into the PMGO Africa Finals. So quite a lot to see on that front. So be sure not to miss that. Subscribe to the channel if you've not done that already. And of course, well, tell us when we get to the broadcast who your teams are that you are going to be here to support. And of course, Youngblood, this is going to be your home turf, right? Kenya, a lot of teams coming from that region, looking to represent the area and make everybody proud. And of course, show Africa what they've got to bring to the battlefield. Already we've seen a few pretty exciting bits of action on that end as well. But yeah, on that one, of course, we're going to give a big thank you to production as well. Thank you, everyone that has been involved in this. Of course, subscribe to all the channels down below that you can see. If you've not yet, scan the QR code and we can get in on all that. But on that one, we're going to end it right here. Youngblood, thank you so much for being here for today. Appreciate you, my guy.
Thank you.
But on that one, we're going to say keep it fresh, keep it frosty, and we'll see you back soon.
Kudos.
The time has come. Be the number 1 for Africa.
I started playing PUBG 8 years ago, just to pass time in school. What made me come back to the game was the friendships I made and the memories I created. 4 years later, me starting on my competitive career, the way I got into it was from people playing PMGC the first year and actually realizing you could actually win a lot of money in this game. Winning PMAC was a big milestone already for me because it's a big tournament in Africa, and knowing that you qualified to PMGC is probably one of the biggest goals in this game. For the fall global this year in 2026, what excites me the most is that what PUBG Mobile Africa has given us 4 opportunities to qualify to 4 globals. I think that's any kind of professional player's dream, is to go to 4 globals a year, and that's what excites me the most and gives me more passion to try to improve myself as a player. What I am working on now for the next PUBG Mobile global stage is trying to better my gun skills to be as good as the people on the global stage. What makes PUBG Mobile different from other games? I think it's realistic, the way you move or the way you need to position yourself. Other games you have to like do the certain amount of things. So I think this makes it a bit more realistic, and I think that's why people play it. Playing PUBG Mobile 8 years ago, the difference between then and now, I would say then I didn't know much of the game, but now I probably would say I know at least something from the game. I just want to say thank you for bringing this amazing game out and the opportunities you give to players to improve themselves and to just make memories. Happy birthday, PUBG Mobile.